The Miracle Power of the Transcendental Meditation by Norvell. Edition 2023 by David DeAngelis. All rights are reserved. Transcendental Meditation, the mystic power that can make your dreams come true. The ancient art of transcendental meditation comes to us from the mystical lands of India and Tibet. It offers humanity an amazing system of scientific procedures that can literally perform miracles for those who practice it. In recent scientific disclosures regarding meditation and the alpha brainwave techniques, it has been shown that this ancient mystical art is the greatest miracle power that man has ever discovered. The miracle power within your mind. You possess within your mind centers a tremendous mental, physical, and spiritual power with which you can literally perform miracles in your own life. When you release this creative power through transcendental meditation and the brainwave techniques, which we shall study in this book, you will be able to achieve not only the healing of your mind and body, but the attainment of all your innermost dreams of happiness, financial security, right work, love, fulfillment, and peace of mind and peace of soul. In this chapter, we shall study the method by which you may channel the awesome powers of transcendental meditation to your own life and make your every dream come true. The fourth estate of consciousness. You may tap through the use of transcendental meditation. You may enter a fourth estate of consciousness that is totally different from anything experienced by your normal conscious faculties. Here are some of the astounding miracles that have been performed by scientists in medical research centers and universities all over the world. Healing powers of the body have been accelerated to such a point that reportedly tumors have been dissolved in a short time. Blood pressure has been lowered to normal when it was dangerously high in 15 minutes of meditation. Heart action has been increased or decreased as much as 5 beats per minute, and patients with serious heart conditions have been greatly helped. New hope for the sick through meditation. When you go into transcendental meditation, your oxygen consumption will decrease by 20%. This is as much in 10 or 15 minutes of meditation as a person experiences in a full 8 hours of sleep at night. The lactic acid salt particles in the blood decrease by 50% in meditation. This is vitally important, for it is the lactic acids in the bloodstream that cause a person to be fearful, worried, and anxious. The lactic acid salt also causes unnatural fatigue and paves the way for many serious disorders of the body. When you go into meditation, your body has a greater resistance to germ invasions, colds, viruses, and other disorders of the head, throat, and lungs. This was proved by scientists when they passed an electrical current through the skin of a person in deep meditation. Their machines showed that there was an increase of 500% in the resistance of the current to the negative forces that might infect it, such as germs and infections of various kinds. However, it is not only physical healing that is achieved through transcendental meditation. It can be used to treat many forms of mental illness. Scientists have used transcendental meditation to overcome drug addiction, alcoholism, smoking, and other unhealthy and destructive habits. A group of 19 men between 21 and 38 years of age, who were heavily addicted to drugs such as LSD, marijuana, heroin, and barbiturates, were put into states of meditation daily for a period of 3 weeks, and they reportedly were cured. What transcendental meditation can do for you. You can begin to use the power of transcendental meditation today and experience its amazing and miraculous results almost instantly. Here are some of the things it will do for you. You will be given peace of mind and tranquility so that your body will overcome the tendencies to diseases that come from nervous exhaustion, fear, worry, and other negative emotions. You will increase your powers of concentration so you can give all your mental energies to your work, ensuring yourself of financial security for the future. You will improve your memory and ability to retain what you read and what you see. You can learn foreign languages, file facts and details in your mind that you can instantly recall when you want them. You will improve your imagination and powers of visualization so you can call up new combinations of ideas that could make you successful as an inventor, author, composer, artist, or scientist. Many of our greatest creative geniuses use this art of transcendental meditation to receive their great ideas from the cosmic mind. You will receive business ideas from your higher mind that can cause you to attract your right work Invest in the right stocks, sell more of your products, and in other ways, become financially secure. How a businessman used meditation to achieve success. James E. was a typical American businessman when I met him. He was worried and overworked. He owned a used car lot in Los Angeles, and he feared competition. His sales had dropped off, and he became highly nervous and irritable. He was overweight. He had a heart condition and high blood pressure. He couldn't sleep nights from worry, so he took sleeping pills. He smoked too much and drank 10 cups of coffee a day to give him pep. He became worse and worse and finally sought out my help. I found out that not only was James E. in a very bad shape mentally and physically, but his home conditions were deteriorating rapidly. He had a wife and 2 children, and he was so irritable and nervous that his wife was threatening him with divorce. I showed this man how to go into meditation and use the powers of his higher mind. He was frankly skeptical until after the 2nd week of treatment, when he went to his physician and found that his blood pressure, which had been up to 200, was now down to about 170. The doctor immediately took him off the medication he had been using to lower blood pressure, thinking that it was the medicine that was causing the reduction. Frank E. did not tell him he was using Transcendental Meditation. 2 weeks later, without medication, his blood pressure was down to 140, and the doctor found his heart action normal. However, the greatest miracle that came to Frank E. was not the restoration of his health. It was in the new life that opened up to him in other personal departments. He was less irritable and nervous, and his wife and children became reconciled to him. He was able to stop smoking entirely within 3 weeks of meditation, and he could sleep nights without sleeping pills. He now had so much energy that he began to give more attention to business, and soon he was such a success that he opened another car lot nearby and ran both places with great success. How to go into Transcendental Meditation 1. Choose a quiet room in your home where you can be alone for at least half an hour for your first session in meditation. If it is night, dim the lights and have a white candle burning. Also have incense or other fragrance, for this helps the psycho-neuro-brain centers achieve a state of complete relaxation during meditation. Sit in a comfortable chair or lie on your back on your bed, with your hands at your sides in a completely relaxed position. Repeat the following sacred mantra from Tibet several times. Om Man Padme Om. This means the jewel in the heart of the lotus, and is symbolical of the soul within man, which reflects God's eternal splendor and perfection. 2. Now breathe deeply while you say the mantra, and if you wish, say the words aloud, letting the gentle humming motion vibrate up into your head. Keep your eyes closed as you go into meditation, although later you will learn that meditation may be indulged with the eyes wide open under certain conditions. 3. Now mentally visualize a quiet lake that extends from the sides of your temples, engulfing the entire world. This lake is analogous to your mind. When you have a disturbed thought, it will be like a ripple on the surface of the lake, disturbing its peace and tranquility. At first, it is only natural that your thoughts will jump from one subject to another. Do not let this worry you, for you will gradually be able to achieve an absolutely tranquil mind. When such disturbing thoughts arise, mentally push them down until they are once again submerged in the lake, and the lake is as smooth and calm as the surface of a mirror. When the surface of a lake is smooth, it reflects the blue sky, the sun, and the trees growing at the edge of the lake. So too, when your mind is calm and still, it is a reflector of the highest spiritual forces in the universe. It is able to reflect the infinite cosmic mind that can guide you to the fulfillment of your right destiny. 4. As you hold this state of meditation and feel peaceful and quiet within, breathe deeply to the count of 4. Hold the breath for a moment or so, then gently release it like a deep sigh. After you have done this breathing 5 or 10 times, you will have a feeling of elevation and mental exhilaration, which will tell you that you are now in a deep state of transcendental meditation. This stage of meditation is known as the alpha state. When the brain waves are measured on a machine known as the electroencephalograph, they are shown to be in the alpha range, which is from 8 to 12 cycles per second. In this state of meditation, you will feel as though there are no problems in the world. You will have a sense of deep peace and tranquility. Your nerves and muscles will be completely relaxed and under perfect control. This alpha high, as scientists call it, is conducive to healing the body and also opening the higher psychic centers of the mind, giving greater insight to problems and helping you achieve a sense of balance and control of all your faculties. A woman overcame a mental condition through meditation. A woman in my lecture group in New York had a severe mental shock that required psychiatric treatment. She had not responded too well to treatment and became steadily worse. She was depressed mentally and suicidal. Her husband, out of desperation, brought her to some of my lectures and heard about Transcendental Meditation. He began using the alpha techniques to put her into a deep state of meditation, and from the very first session, this woman responded favorably. Within a few days' time, after her periods of meditation, she would drift off into a sleep-like state which lasted 1 or more hours. She kept up this form of meditation for a period of 3 weeks, experiencing benefits daily. At the end of that time, she seemed to be completely cured. She reacted in a normal manner to life's challenges. She was able to stop taking sleeping pills to go to sleep nights and drifted off to sleep within 5 minutes by using her meditations. She seems to be on the road to a complete mental recovery of her health. 5. When you have achieved the state of meditation known as alpha, you can direct your mind and body to obey your every command. The autonomic nervous system controls the heart, the digestion, the blood pressure, the healing of the body, the action of your lungs. At one time, it was thought impossible for one to control these automatic functions of the body. Now, scientists know that one can control these functions and alleviate many of the symptoms of sickness, such as headaches, insomnia, pain, and anxiety. Give your mind commands now to control your heartbeat. Concentrate your mind on achieving a slowing down or an increase in your heart action. You will soon be able to monitor your own heart action and make it beat faster or slower. This is invaluable for people who suffer from heart ailments. Tell your mind that you want to lower or raise your pressure. If it is now too high, you can control it and lower it to normal. If you suffer from low blood pressure and have constant fatigue and exhaustion, you can tell your higher mind to raise your blood pressure. A woman used. This meditation to overcome. Rapid heart, Mrs. Florence D. was excessively heavy and suffered from high blood pressure and rapid heart. She learned in our lectures about Transcendental Meditation and the alpha brain wave control. She began to use meditation every day for a period of only 15 minutes. After her third attempt, she found that her heart, which was beating at the rate of 95 beats per minute, slowed down to about 80 beats per minute. Normal is about 72. At her next meditation session, she was able to bring the heart action down to normal. Now she was so encouraged that she decided to tackle her weight problem. She told her mind that she wanted to lose 50 pounds. She asked her higher mind how she could overcome her craving for sweets, carbohydrates, and starches. She meditated on this problem each day for 3 weeks, and then she noticed that she had less craving for sweets. Within 4 weeks' time, she saw that she was gradually losing weight, and in 3 months, with constant daily meditations of 15 minutes, she had actually lost 30 pounds. She is now on the way to achieving her perfect normal weight through this method. 6. To use Transcendental Meditation for purposes other than controlling the body or healing physical sickness. The same technique for going into the alpha state is used. However, during the state of meditation, it is necessary that you consciously guide your mind into the channel of thought you wish it to follow. When you have consciously selected this pattern of thinking, it goes into the autonomic system of subconscious control and will externalize in your outer circumstances of life as dynamic forms of action. For example, if you wish to experience a change in your personality and you want to be more dynamic and attractive, sit in meditation and completely relax your mind and body. Then select the mental image you wish to project of the type of person you want to be. It has been found in meditation that holding visual pictures, as one does in daydreaming, tends to fix those pictures in the consciousness. Then the sympathetic nervous system projects the mental images into their physical and material equivalents. Imagine the type of facial expression you want to wear habitually. Is it a smile or a frown that you want on your face? Visualize yourself as popular, surrounded by a group of admiring friends who are attracted to you because of your charm and magnetism. Then mentally take on the qualities that make for a dynamic and magnetic personality. See yourself as being considerate and kind. Radiate friendliness and warmth in your new personality. See yourself praising others and giving them your friendship. Build a mental aura around yourself of beauty, charm, and courtesy. People are quick to respond to someone who is sincere and outgoing in his personality. How a girl changed, from being a wallflower to one who was popular. Marjorie S. came into our work in California and had a real problem in personality maladjustment. She was shy and frightened of people. She was an orphan and never forgot those lonely years as a child when she had been deprived of love. She was in a perpetual shell and froze when she met strangers. She was 22 years of age and had a normal girl's dream of love and marriage, but she could not bring herself to respond to men who tried to date her. I gave her this regimen for building a charming personality, and then gave her this meditation to use every day, as she stood before her mirror to rebuild her new self-image. I now create the new self-image of charm and beauty that I wish to project to the outer world. I build in my aura the quality of beauty, and I think beautiful thoughts, and project them to everyone I meet. I now overcome feelings of self-consciousness and inferiority, and condition my subconscious mind to thoughts of poise, self-confidence, and charm. I love people, and I know that people will love me in return. I desire love and marriage, and I now meditate on attracting the true soulmate who will propose marriage to me. I am perfect, and I attract a perfect destiny. This girl began to change gradually. She was less timid, and as the meditation became caught up in the automatic sympathetic nervous system and was second nature, she really became more beautiful, more confident, and more poised. She was soon dating regularly, and the last time she reported to me, she had 2 proposals of marriage. 7. You may use Transcendental Meditation to project your inner subjective dreams to the outer objective world of reality. If you have a desire for financial independence and want to have a bigger income, you may use meditation to achieve this goal. If you wish to release creative ideas that can make you rich, sit quietly in meditation and say or think these words. I am now in the magic circle of God's infinite supply and abundance. I live in a rich universe and everything has been created for my use and enjoyment. I now project the sum of $100 as a life goal, knowing that I can have financial independence with this sum of money. I desire the smaller sum of $1,000 within 2 months' time for my immediate needs, and I magnetize my brain centers now with the consciousness of money and its equivalents. Remember, when you use positive meditations such as this, your brain sends out electrical and magnetic impulses to your nerves and muscles. You are then motivated to do the things and go to the places where you can achieve your greatest success. Your conscious mind is limited, but your higher superconscious mind is unlimited and knows 1,000 ways by which you might become rich. How a woman projected $5,000 through meditation. A woman in our lecture work in Los Angeles used this method of meditation to project the sum of $5,000 which she needed for some specific purpose. She was in real estate, but she had not made a sale in some weeks. She had listed a piece of property that was most unattractive for one of her clients, and for which there did not seem to be a buyer. This woman began meditating on this problem as follows. I know that there is a buyer for this property somewhere. There is no lack or limitation in God's rich universe. I shall attract the right buyer for this property, someone who shall profit from its purchase. I now relax my mind, confident that my good will come to me. 2 weeks after she began her meditation and the mental projection of the sum of $5,000 she wanted, a representative of a big oil company sought her out. He wanted to buy the old house on a corner in Los Angeles and tear it down to build a big gas station. She sold him the property, and her commission for this sale was $4,500. But remember, she had asked her higher mind for the sum of $5,000. She was pleased with the results of her meditation, but she now kept projecting the smaller sum of $500 to make her complete $5,000. Within a week, she received a letter from an uncle in Oklahoma who was quite rich, with a gift check for $500 enclosed. 8. Do you want to go into a new line of work, or own a business of your own, or have an increase in salary? Meditation can be used to achieve any of these desires. Sit in regular periods of meditation for at least 15 minutes a day. Go into the alpha stage of meditation. Mentally project the work you wish to be in. See it in all its details. See your own business. Visualize the shop or store with your name on the door, and keep meditating each day on seeing yourself in that business, being a big success. A man in New York worked for a big firm that had several executive positions, but they were all filled. He learned about mental projection and meditation, and believed in it so sincerely that we out, and had a nameplate made with his name on it, which he kept in his home. At night, when he returned home from work, he sat before that sign and projected this meditation. I now project this sign onto the door of an office, where I shall be working as an executive for my company. I see the increase in salary. I concentrate on the comforts and security it will bring for my family and myself. I am confident that this promotion will come to me in the immediate now. Within 1 month, one of the executives was retired from the firm, and out of 10 other prospects, the man who had been meditating on promotion and being an executive was chosen for the position. The sign he had made for his office was put up, and the reality he had projected through his meditation was now a fact. 9. You can use Transcendental Meditation to project trips you want to take, people you want to meet, romantic situations you wish to be in, and material objects such as cars, furs, jewels, stocks and bonds, houses and lands. In fact, any material possessions you desire can be projected to the cosmic mind, and they will gradually materialize their physical equivalents for you. To project such material things, sit quietly in the alpha state of meditation and think or say the following words. I now project these physical and material images of what I want to attract in the future. I wish to meet interesting and important people socially, who can help me further my social career and lead a life of pleasure and emotional satisfaction. I wish to attract my future soulmate for purposes of matrimony. I know that somewhere this perfect mate exists, and I now invoke the law of magnetic attraction, which will make my romantic dream come into glorious focus. I desire material objects that are the equivalents of riches, such as jewels, cars, houses, and lands. I project these dreams to the cosmic mind that knows how to bring them into full realization. I visualize these objects being mine. I mentally possess the deeds, the stocks, the money in the bank that can give me future financial security and make me rich. After you have given yourself each of these above meditations for a few moments each day, have the faith to believe that these things are on the way to materializing for you. You can make out a list of the things you wish and take it into meditation with you, and then meditate a few moments on each desire. You can frame your own words and mental pictures for the different things you want, for your needs are different from any other person. Make your statements brief, positive, and charge them with emotional intensity as you meditate, and see the things coming to you with perfect expectation of your good. How a young man won a job with the studios in publicity work. Harold R. was a student of mine in Hollywood who was working in an advertising agency writing copy. He was a college graduate and desired promotion and more money, but how could he go about it? When he learned about Transcendental Meditation, he began to go into daily meditation at night, just before going to bed, of half an hour, visualizing and projecting himself into a job in some big studio in publicity. He visualized that this would be work he enjoyed, in glamorous surroundings, and meeting people of quality and interest. He projected a salary of $200 a week. After 2 weeks of this constant meditation, Harold R. got his job, but it was not in a big studio in publicity. It was with a Los Angeles newspaper in the copy department, writing up similar ads to what he had been doing in the advertising agency. However, he received his $200 a week that he had mentally projected. But Harold R. did not stop projecting his ideal job picture. He did not know how, but he felt somehow he would win out and be hired by a studio eventually. After 2 months on his new job, he met the editor of the theatrical and movie news and went to lunch with him and a man who worked in one of the biggest studios in Hollywood. During the course of the luncheon, this man, who was a publicity man, the head of his department, remarked that they needed an assistant in his department who was used to writing publicity stories, and did the editor know of anyone? This was the change Harold R. had been waiting for. He told the man of his qualifications and was given an interview at the studio and got the job. His salary, exactly what he had been projecting. It was a strange, roundabout way to get the job, but sometimes it works in this manner. 2. How to program your new destiny through the power of transcendental meditation. Are you living a life that you did not really choose and which you do not like? It is possible that you are, for 95% of the people do not choose events in their lives, but let events choose them. You possess a higher mind within your consciousness that knows how to guide you to your right destiny. This higher mind may be contacted by going into transcendental meditation and asking it to guide you. Through meditation, you may be guided to the right work you should be doing. You can receive direct information as to how to effect changes in your life, where you should live, and how you can accomplish the things you desire. How negative mental programming affects people. Most people are programmed negatively from the moment they are born. They inherit a whole set of conscious and subconscious mind motivators which create their destinies. Most of these mind programmers are produced by the mass consciousness over the centuries and change only when you learn how to go into meditation and reprogram your higher mind centers with a whole new set of mental, physical, and spiritual values. Joe G. had been programmed since childhood to believe that he would be poor all his life. He was born on a farm in the South, to a family that worked as sharecroppers for a wealthy plantation owner. Because he was black, he had been programmed to believe that he would have to be inferior and uneducated all his life. He was told that white men had all the money, that he could never rise above the lowly circumstances of his birth. Joe G. was finally drafted into the Army and came to New York City, where he happened to drift into one of my lectures at Carnegie Hall. He had never heard about meditation, mental programming, or metaphysics before, and he was instantly impressed with the fact that anyone, no matter what his circumstances of birth, lack of education, or other negative conditions, could change his destiny and attract anything he wished in life. He sought me out after the lecture and asked me how he could use transcendental meditation to help him build a new life. He was leaving the Army in a short time and planned to return to his home and follow in the poverty-stricken footsteps of his family in the only life he knew. I showed him how to go into meditation, how to reach his higher mind and ask it for guidance. I explained to him that no one had to tell him how to be born, but that this most important event of his entire life occurred entirely without his conscious awareness or assistance. Some higher power spoke to him in the mother's womb and told him how to be born. I further explained how this wonderful cosmic mind takes over and meets all our needs after we are born. This power does not stop working when we come into the outer world, but works even better when we know how to release it. There is waiting for the newborn baby a fountain of milk, chemically arranged to nourish and sustain his body by a cosmic chemist that knew all the secret ingredients to put into that mother's milk. I asked him, "Can you not trust such an intelligence that knows more than you or any other living human being?" This was the beginning of a complete transformation in the life of Joe G. He left the Army, returned to New York, where he continued his studies in mystic philosophy with me, and soon he was working and waiting for the guidance that would tell him how to fulfill his destiny. Each day I told Joe to meditate for at least a half hour on his future destiny. I showed him how to take a slip of paper into meditation on which he wrote, "What work am I best suited to? How can I attain an education? Should I go back to my home or remain in New York?" While he sat in meditation, nothing seemed to come through, but Joe had a feeling of great calm and certainty that he would be rightly guided to his destiny. One day, when he was visiting the public library on Fifth Avenue, Joe saw a list of occupations that he could be trained for through a Veterans Assistance Program that was being operated by the city. On the list, he saw a school that trained veterans to become veterinarians. Something in his mind clicked instantly into place when he read that announcement. As though a computer in his mind had suddenly unlocked secret and hidden data, he was carried back to his days on the plantation when he had loved animals and was able to overcome many of their distempers without the aid of a doctor. He knew in that instant that he wanted to become a veterinarian. Joe enrolled in the school, and with a loan that was advanced by the Veterans Organization, he completed his education. He did not return to his hometown but set up an office in a nearby community and became one of the finest veterinarians in the business. You can be anything you wish to be. By using the amazing power of transcendental meditation, you can literally become anything you wish to be. You can mentally program your higher mind by going into the various stages of meditation, as you will learn in this book. and quickly, almost overnight, attain the mental power to change the circumstances of your life. As you form your mental habits, so your mental habits will form your new destiny. How meditation brought this girl success in marriage. 2 years ago, a young lady came to me and told me how miserable she was. She said, "All my life I have been told by my mother that no man would ever marry me. Her life was made miserable by my father, who had affairs with other women and finally divorced her for someone else." Then she told me how she had become so convinced that she would never marry that she had never dated, although she was then 22 years of age. I put this girl into a regimen of meditation at once, in which she was to begin picturing her soulmate. She was told to visualize the ideal man with qualities of kindness, gentility, fidelity, and emotional stability. Then I told her to repeat to herself over and over the following statements, as she held this picture of permanent marriage and love in her mind during her meditation periods. "I am in the magic circle of God's protective love. It is my destiny to attract perfect love. I know that my soulmate exists and that I shall attract him by invisible cosmic cords of divine love." She was to repeat that statement of cosmic law 5 times. Then she was to sit in meditation and build her future dream home with her soulmate. She was to see herself entertaining her friends there. She was told to choose the number of children that would bless her marriage and to make them a reality by seeing them as real children. Then she was to repeat the following positive statements to break the negative mental programming that had held her enslaved to the thought she could never have love and a perfect marriage. I now break the mold of past mental programming. The experiences of my mother in no way affect my future destiny. I am an independent being, capable of actions of free will, and I now choose the events that shall make up my destiny. This girl went into this type of meditation for half an hour a day for 1 week. Nothing happened at first. She reported to me every day by telephone, but she felt better, more light-hearted, and with a feeling that something wonderful was going to happen. The second week of her meditations, the miracle began. A salesman came into her office and, as if attracted by a hidden magnet, walked over to her desk, smiled, and introduced himself. She said later she knew instinctively this was the man of her dreams. They began to date the next day, and within 3 months' time she married this handsome man who turned out to be everything her dream lover had been. Take these 10 simple steps to program your new destiny through Transcendental Meditation. Step number 1. Invoke the law of cosmic order in your life daily through meditation. When you go into the stillness, say to your confused mind, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." This statement of positive force from the Bible helps focus mental and physical power. As you still mind and put your mental house in perfect order, you mentally file all your worries, anxieties, and fears into a mental filing cabinet, where they will no longer clutter up the neat appearance of your mind. As you clear this negative debris from the field of mental action, you will have a feeling of calm and a sense of harmony within yourself. How a man increased his income through this form of meditation. A man came to see me once who told me that his business was steadily losing money. He said, "Things have gotten out of hand in our office. Orders are delayed, papers mislaid, confusion is rampant. We are steadily going into the red and I don't know what to do about it." The man was highly nervous. He would start and stop in his speech, twist his hands, move his body, and show signs of general agitation. I know the symptoms only too well: mental confusion and complete disorientation, which often precede a complete nervous breakdown. After listening to his long story of how his home life had deteriorated and that outbursts of temper with his wife and 3 children had caused him to seriously consider suicide, I knew that this man had reached the end of his mental rope and was about to take the final desperate plunge into oblivion to end his mental and physical misery. I instantly put this man into the alpha state of meditation, where his brain waves were slowed down to from 8 to 12 cycles per second, by telling him to visualize his mind as being a peaceful lake and his troubled thoughts as ripples or waves on the surface of the lake. Then he was to mentally push down each little wave until it was submerged in the body of the lake. When all the waves had been removed by this mental process, his mind would be as calm and still as that lake, which could now reflect the blue heavens above, the golden sun and the green trees beside the lake. Soon a tranquil expression came over this man's face. Then I took him deeper and deeper into meditation until he was completely calm and tranquil. I gave him a series of positive mental programmers to repeat whenever he became confused, and he was to say these 5 to 10 times each until he achieved the stillness of the Alpha Lake exercise. I am in a state of harmony and peace. I now project order into my environment. My thoughts are under my control. They are peaceful, calm, loving, joyous, and confident. I am as cool and calm as that lake, and my mind is in perfect balance and order. Within 3 weeks' time, this man reported to me again. He was a changed man. His first words were, "A miracle has happened. I have stopped worrying. I don't lose my temper as often as I did, and since I put my mind in order, I seem to have more energy than ever before. Now my office seems to be more orderly, and even my wife and children seem to respond with more love and understanding." This man did not understand the miracle that had occurred. As his mind became orderly and calm, his environment took on the qualities he brought to it. For life is like a looking glass. It will reflect whatever is put before it. Step number 2. When you start your day's activities, sit for 5 minutes in meditation and program that day's activities. Make out a list, like you do when you go shopping, and list the various actions for that day. If you are a salesman, program that you will make 5 sales for that day. If you are a housewife, program yourself to a day of peaceful action, positive emotional values, and joyous experiences with your family. Program out of your mind anxiety, worry, and fear by dwelling on the positive forces you wish to invoke for that day. If you are in your own business, program that day's income, the sales your employees will make, the general atmosphere of success you wish to maintain, and the level of service your establishment shall maintain. Step number 3. Each day, while in meditation, build the cosmic magnet of success and abundance. This is done by magnetizing your brain centers with all the facets of success, mental, physical, material, and spiritual. As you sit in meditation, pass each success thought through the filaments of your brain, very much as electric current is passed through the filaments of an electric light bulb. This tends to magnetize your thought currents with whatever emotional charge is in your mind. Dwell on success in all its many aspects. See yourself making money and buying the things you want. Visualize your body being healthy and strong. See yourself attracting friends and having their love and respect. Visualize the dream house or apartment you want to live in. Mentally project the sum of $1,000 and affirm several times in meditation, "This money will come to me from unexpected sources." How a woman magnetized $1,800 more salary for her husband through this method. A letter from a woman in San Diego told me of how she had magnetized the sum of $1,800 more a year for her husband. I had given a demonstration lecture in that city and told of this method of working miracles through meditation. She began to work on projecting this sum of money for her husband. He was called into the manager's office just 2 weeks later and told that his name had been entered with those of 3 other men for a raise of exactly that amount. Step number 4. Before going into meditation, write down a list of the 10 things you want more than anything else in the world. Your list might look like this. I desire the following things. A new job with the salary I want. B, I would like the sum of $500 from unexpected sources. C, I want to take a trip to Europe for my vacation. D, I want to attract the right friends and have the type of social life I enjoy. E, I wish to develop creative gifts and talents, such as painting, writing, music, composing, and inventing. F, I desire happiness in love and marriage. G, I want to go into a business of my own. H, I would like to get new ideas for promoting my business and making more money. I would like to improve my personality and become more magnetic and attractive. J, I would like to overcome the habit of smoking. A young man who began this regimen in meditation put down such a list of 10 things he wanted to occur in his life. Within 2 months, 5 of them came to pass, and he is now confidently working on the other 5. When you achieve several of your objectives, change the list and meditate on other things you wish to happen in your life. Step number 5. Take into meditation a regimen of positive mental habits that you wish to build and program them into your higher mind centers daily. This schedule can be a daily regimen which might look like this. Monday. Today I shall invoke the law of divine order and harmony in my life. My thoughts and actions are all in accordance with order, harmony, and balance. Tuesday. This day I shall clear up all unfinished business in my mind and my environment. I shall write those letters I have put off. I shall approach the client I want to sell. I shall begin overcoming my wrong eating habits and go on a diet to lose weight. Wednesday. Today I shall meditate on the good that I expect from life. I am expectant of my good from many channels. I see every situation as ultimately leading to good, no matter its present negative appearances. My mind is now molded with the image of pleasant experiences and goodness. Thursday. This day I shall meditate on beauty in all its many forms. I am aware of inner spiritual beauty that radiates from my soul and blesses every person I meet. I am conscious of the overpowering beauty in nature, and I am in harmony with the mystical forces that create the majesty and wonder of nature, with its multicolored flowers, its graceful trees, its magnificent oceans, rivers, and lakes. I am one with this pageant of loveliness. Friday. I shall meditate today on the emotion of love and its effect on my life. I was created in the magic circle of divine love, and I express love all day to every person I meet. God is love, and this knowledge banishes the negative effects of hate, jealousy, suspicion, and unfriendliness. Saturday. Today I shall meditate on the virtues of morality, charity, and kindness. I strive to conduct myself on a high moral and ethical basis, knowing of the cosmic law of balance and harmony. I give to others of my joy, my smiles, my encouragement and praise, and in turn I receive friendship, love, and happiness. I strive to perfect my personality and achieve idealism in all facets of my being. Sunday. In my meditation today, I shall dwell on the mystery back of life, the nature of God, the human soul, and the purpose behind this mystical journey through time and space. I am aware of my oneness with cosmic mind, and I now respond with faith in the power and with joy and wonder at the miracles that express themselves in my daily life. A girl of 20 put into practice this regimen for a period of 3 weeks. She meditated each day on one of the above statements, and she later reported to me that her life suddenly began to reflect more harmony, peace, and beauty than she had ever had before. A man of 60, who lived in the awareness of age and sickness, began to meditate on this daily regimen, and soon his fears dissolved, and he actually said he felt 20 years younger than previously. Meditation clears the mental and spiritual channels and puts you into direct harmony with the higher cosmic mind power that knows what you should do every moment of your life. Step number 6. Knowledge is power. Each day make it a point to program into your higher mind centers some new form of knowledge that you may use to shape your future destiny. Learn a new word, memorize a poem, write a short essay on love or friendship or beauty. Try to draw or paint a picture from nature. Study the current scene and know what is happening in various parts of the world. As you meditate on higher knowledge, your brain centers will become magnetized with a new sense of power, and it will add immeasurably to your life experience. Step number 7. Each day program into your higher mind centers positive emotions and break the mold of past negative thoughts and habits. Meditate on confidence for a few moments and program your subconscious with this emotion. Repeat 4 or 5 times. I have confidence in myself and my future. I am created perfect. I now express that perfection in my personality, my work, and my daily life. I overcome the negative emotion of fear and know that I am surrounded by God's protective circle of light, power, and good. Do the same thing with the emotions of good, peace, forgiveness, tolerance, love, kindness, and charity. As you meditate on each positive emotion in turn and program it into your consciousness, the habit of being positive will be formed, and you will gradually break the mold of past negative thoughts. Step number 8. Program each day a sense of your true value, and build the self-image of poise, confidence, and magnetism in your personality. This meditation can be done before your mirror just before you go out for your day's activities. Say 10 times, I was born for a great destiny. I am going to give something of great value to the world today, and I shall receive in return rich rewards of money, friendship, fame, joy, and satisfaction. A famous concert singer I gave this secret to stood before his mirror and sang up and down the scale, "I am a great singer." He did this 10 or 15 times, and it seemed to help him project a quality of greatness in his voice that made him most successful. A girl who had been programmed to think she was plain and not attractive to men used this technique in meditation, and it changed her from a wallflower to a completely new and dynamic personality. She said out loud as she looked into the mirror, "I have a secret. I am beautiful and I am beloved." She began to act as though she were a great beauty, and soon she created such an aura of beauty in her personality that people thought she was most attractive. Step number 9. Use the lotus blossom meditation each day to give your mind a sense of lofty purpose and an elevation of spirits. Visualize a beautiful lotus blossom attached to you at your side. See it at the 3-foot level for everyday inspiration. The lotus is the symbol of beauty, spiritual perfection, and the soul's reflection of God. When you want higher levels of inspiration for creative work such as writing, composing music, painting, or inventing, meditate on the lotus in the 5-foot position. As the lotus is elevated, your mind will follow suit, and your spirits will be inspired to create in the image of its beauty and perfection. Use the 6 and 10-foot elevations of the lotus for extreme inspiration, for love, for magnetism, for spiritual power, and for meditating on the supreme mystery back of life. The 10-foot elevation of meditation is when the soul knows its true spiritual ecstasy and blends with the light in what is known as the finding of nirvana or the absolute step number 10. Infuse your higher mind with the power of faith. Realize that your faith can heal you of any negative condition in your life. Say to yourself 10 or 15 times, "My faith shall make me whole," until you really believe that you can accomplish anything you wish in life. A college student approached every examination with dread, certain he was going to fail. He passed with low grades until he changed his mental programming, and just before each examination he repeated 10 or 15 times, "I shall pass these examinations with high grades." He began to improve immediately, for his faith released the higher knowledge of his subconscious mind, where all knowledge is stored, and he graduated with the highest marks in his class. 3. How to expand your consciousness and enrich your life through meditation. Many young people today are striving to achieve an expanded consciousness through the use of drugs, and they may attain some degree of consciousness expansion, but it does not last and can actually be injurious to the brain and body. However, there is a method by which you may achieve an expanded consciousness and higher powers of the mind without any danger to your health and sanity. In this chapter, we shall explore these methods and show how you may achieve dynamic mind power and enrich your life through simple mystic methods of control and meditation. The 5 steps of yoga control for mind expansion through meditation. 1. Go into a state of meditation as explained in Chapter 1. 2. Control the thoughts by choosing one thought at a time and concentrate all your powers of mind on that one thought. Control your nerves and body by holding still for 5 minutes at a time. Look at a spot on the wall and direct all your mental and nervous energy to that spot, saying to yourself, "I now control my thoughts, my nerves and muscles, and assume the statue pose in which I concentrate all power and energy in my body and mind." 3. Purification and regeneration is the 3rd step for mind expansion and elevation. This is done through a special form of breathing which helps purify the bloodstream and releases the proper chemistry of brain and body. Breathe slowly through the nostrils to the count of 4. Hold the breath to the count of 4, then push in your diaphragm and expel the breath in 1 count. This is a tranquilizing, healing breath and should be used whenever you wish to clear your mind of negative debris and fill your body cells with magnetism and electricity. This energizing and purifying breath should be done at least 10 to 15 times and may be repeated 3 times daily. 4. Dedication is the 4th step in mind expansion. Each morning when you awaken, do the above breathing and then give yourself a dedication ceremony which will unite you with the source of all power back of life. A Tibetan monk's secret of life regeneration. I once met a Tibetan monk in the north of India, from one of the great lamasseries beyond the Himalayas. He carried a prayer wheel with him on which he had inscribed hundreds of prayers to the deity. Each time he turned the prayer wheel, these prayers ascended to God. He then told me the secret of his youth and vitality, for he was past 100 years of age and yet looked and acted like a man in his early 50s. Just as this prayer wheel causes hundreds of prayers to rise each time it is turned, so too I dedicate my breath each morning when I awaken to the cosmic spirit of God. As breath is the first gift he gives us, and the last one he takes back, it is important to look on breathing as one of the most vital forces in mental and spiritual regeneration. Each morning when I awaken, with my first breath, I say a prayer of thanksgiving for another day of life, and then dedicate each breath for that day to God as a living testimonial to his power, majesty, and might. In this way, each time I breathe, I am being recharged with dynamic life energy. This is the secret of my vitality and life force. 5. The next step for consciousness expansion is elevation or absorption in the light. Sit in meditation and visualize a mountain in the distance, rising majestically from the plains, then mentally ascend that mountain, starting with the awareness of the lowlands through which you must first traverse. This represents the physical basis of man's existence, his body, his appetites, his desires of the flesh. As man spends 90% of his time in being aware of this plane, he becomes more and more engrossed by his body's needs, by physical pain and sickness, age and death. His mind, when on this limited plane alone, is concentrated on making money, paying bills, being possessed by possessions, and he cannot soar into the higher realms of inspiration and glory. Only when man is able to release himself from this earthbound existence and soar into the illimitable realms of imagination is he able to obtain freedom from life's burdens and cares. How a woman achieved freedom from cares. A woman came into our lecture work in New York City who showed all the symptoms of fatigue, boredom, anxiety, inability to concentrate, that indicated she was mentally earthbound and mentally, as well as physically sick. She told me how she was caught up in the minutiae of life, cooking, washing dishes, shopping, taking care of 3 children, and never being able to relax from her chores for a moment. I gave this woman a regimen for consciousness expansion in which she was to sit in meditation each day for 15 minutes and ascend the spiritual mountaintop. She was to rise first to the level of mind and each day concentrate on building some interest in mentally stimulating ideas. She was to take an idea from some book on philosophy, psychology, or the Bible and concentrate on its meaning. She was to learn a poem or a new word each day until her mind was a storehouse of interesting ideas. Then on the next week, she was to ascend to the next level of the spiritual mountaintop, the imagination, and bring into focus some new and interesting ideas in the realm of imagination, such as seeing herself going on a trip. She was to do this each day for that week until she had strengthened the power of her imagination and could run through her mind many imaginary scenes in which she projected herself, thus freeing herself from the drudgery of her workaday world. Then, as the last stage of her climb up the spiritual mountaintop, she was to meditate on the most beautiful things she had experienced in her life, beautiful scenes she had witnessed, beautiful flowers, soaring classical music, high ideals and spiritual concepts of God and the soul. This was the last stage of her ascension to the spiritual mountaintop, and the most important, for it would carry her high above the limited mortal mind valleys of daily drudgery and boredom into the spiritual stratosphere of an expanded consciousness and her awareness of the cosmic wonders in the universe. The changes that came over this woman in 2 months were truly amazing. First of all, she lost the appearance of age and fatigue that had been so prominent before. Then she reported to me that her work did not seem so burdensome, for now her mind was occupied with her meditations as she worked, and she had the inspiration and knowledge that through her physical efforts, her husband and children were being given the comfort and well-being which made them strong, healthy, and happy. But the most amazing thing of all was that as she projected mental pictures of herself through her imagination, these things actually began to happen in her outer experiences. When she projected herself on a mental trip to Hawaii, she had no thought she would ever go there, but her husband suddenly got a big bonus from his firm, and they took a second honeymoon to that beautiful island. Use this regimen for achieving an expanded consciousness through meditation. 1. Sit in meditation and concentrate your mind power on the rich, wonderful new experiences you wish to attract. If you want to enrich your life, put rich thoughts into your consciousness. If you want to create magnificent paintings, write great novels, or compose beautiful music, meditate on the highest ideals that have been achieved by mankind in the particular field that interests you. For musical inspiration, listen to the music of Beethoven, Chopin, Mozart, and Handel while you sit in quiet meditation. The soaring beauty of that music will become caught up in your consciousness and weave its tapestry of dreams for you to emulate in your own life. How a French composer uses this method. A young composer I met in Paris a few years ago uses this method to compose magnificent music. He absorbs, concentrates, and then in meditation he creates the magnificent symphonies which seem to flow from his fingertips, as though from celestial heights. He has had tremendous success and is only 28 years of age, proving that one need not be old or experienced to do great things. A young girl I met in New York had need of $1,000 for some specific thing she wanted to do. I told her to go into meditation on the Spiritual Mountaintop and project the money as a reality. She was to imagine herself having it. She was to count it and then see herself mentally spending it for whatever she wanted. Within 3 weeks, she had the money, and it came to her in the most unexpected way from a source she had never thought possible. Her father owned some stock and had given her and her sisters 1,000 shares each, but the stock had gone down and down until it was only worth a few cents a share. The family had put it into a trunk and forgotten it. One day this girl had a desire to clean out an old trunk she found in the basement, and when she saw the stock, she asked her father if she should throw the certificates out. He checked with his broker and found they were now worth $1 a share. She had her $1,000, and in the most mysterious manner. 2. If you want to increase your good or enrich your pocketbook, sit in meditation and project the good, the money, or the wonderful experiences you desire. Climb the spiritual mountaintop and meditate on the reality of the things you desire. Visualize yourself attracting the experience you want. See yourself meeting the people you want for friends. Mentally see yourself achieving the goal you have set for yourself or doing the work you feel should be yours. As you sit in meditation, say to yourself quietly and with faith, I now rise in consciousness to my rightful domain and achieve every good and beautiful thing that God desires for me and my life. 3. To banish loneliness, to win friends and love, to acquire thrilling life experiences, sit in meditation and elevate your mind to the planes of inspiration and beauty. Affirm to yourself, I am encircled by an aura of friendship and love. I magnetize friends and loved ones. I project beauty, inspiration, and love, and I become a magnet attracting to myself that which I now hold in consciousness. How a woman in Athens, Greece. Use this formula. One day after a talk I gave in Athens, Greece, a worried-looking woman sought me out and wanted to talk to me about her problem. She was from Scotland and was having her holiday visiting the Greek islands. She told me she had lived a life of loneliness without love, and she was now certain that she could change the negative trend of her life after hearing my positive philosophy. But how? She asked me, a note of desperation creeping into her voice. I am past 30 and am afraid of men, especially foreigners. I gave her a little ritual she was to perform each day to overcome fear, and then showed her how to project the aura of beauty and love in her personality. She was taking the boat to Rhodes the next day, and when she returned I saw her once again, and her face glowed with an inner light that transformed her features and made them almost beautiful. She said, Your formula worked. I began to concentrate on being friendly and desirable, and I met this man who was a retired officer in the British Navy. His wife had died, and he was lonely. We struck it off awfully well, and he wants to see me when we return to England. 4. As you go into daily meditation, concentrate your mind on beautiful, inspiring, and idealistic thoughts. A good way to do this is to write down brief quotations about love, joy, peace, beauty, friendship, happiness, and good, and then in meditation run these through your mind, letting their full import and meaning lodge in your consciousness. Just as you become what you eat, so too you become what you think most frequently. This exercise in meditation in the Far East is known as opening the petals of the sacred lotus. The lotus is the symbol of perfection and represents man's spiritual being. In meditation, silently unfold each petal of the lotus, ascribing a different astral color to each petal. For instance, on one day, let the lotus petal be the quality of love. Hold the astral color of rosy pink in consciousness, then see the lotus opening, revealing all its cosmic colors to your inner eye. Then meditate in turn on all aspects of love. Love of man for woman, love of family, love of country, love of God. As each aspect of love is held in consciousness, be aware of its meaning. Do the same with each of the above qualities, meditating each day on a new word and adding those words or states of consciousness which you particularly wish to express your life. How a woman used this method to improve her life. Mrs. Wilma J. was in a perpetual state of agitation and anxiety. She worried, she was cross and irritable, nothing seemed to go right for her. I gave her this exercise in meditation. She began to meditate on serenity, joy, radiance, and goodwill. Within exactly 2 weeks, she reported to me that she had overcome most of her disturbances through that exercise. She meditated only 15 minutes a day and changed her mental filters daily, giving each new emotion its own astral color, some sunlight yellow, others mauve, gold, viridian green, azure blue, and orchid. And she said that as she meditated on each emotion and each color, they seemed to soothe her mind and her emotions became serene and controlled. Now we know that this ancient practice from India and China and Tibet, practiced by monks in their monasteries, has scientific credence. For in modern color therapy, scientists find that some colors are harmonious and healing, while others like red, purple, and indigo blue can be in turn irritating, arousing anger, hatred, and violence, while others like deep purple can cause a person to develop psychotic symptoms if looked at for a period of several hours. 5. When you go into meditation, it is also a good thing for you to occasionally take a mental inventory of what thoughts are there, and then have a good mental house cleaning. Clear out the debris of negative thoughts, fear of failure, accident, and sickness. Erase from consciousness the thoughts of lack and limitation, or that there is poverty in the world, and supplant in meditation the positive thought that God's universe is filled to overflowing with good, that there are riches and abundance, and that God created all these gifts just for you. This will help your mind build on a solid base for future positive action. How problems for a man created by false beliefs were overcome. I met a man once on the plane going to Chicago whose face bore the evidences of negativity and deep anxiety. In talking to him, I found out that his wife was sick. His only child, a girl, was in the hospital. He was returning to be with them, although he had to interrupt a very important business trip to do so. Then, in talking to him further, I discovered that this was nothing unusual. His whole history was one of sickness, accidents, and misery. He had been brought in a negative environment when he was a child, and everything counted in terms of before an operation or after. Time was measured in the calamities that had befallen members of the family. Was that before or after Aunt Martha fell and broke her hip? Did we do that before or after Grandpa died? I call such persons BC and AD personalities, before calamity and after disaster. Was I corrected this man's thinking and told him that events in our outer lives are accurate reflections of our inner states of consciousness. An effect is always produced by a cause, and if the causes are negative, then everything in our outer conditions of life will be negative. But if we condition our minds with positive, happy, loving thoughts, the circumstances of our lives will change accordingly and become positive. I then showed this man how to meditate on the positive values of life and minimize the negatives. He had a heart condition, also high blood pressure. He suffered from indigestion and thought he might have ulcers. I told him how in medical research in all the big universities, through using meditation to produce the healing alpha brain wave states, people were being healed of heart trouble and high blood pressure. He had never heard of these latest scientific advances, but he was instantly excited over the tremendous implications of what I told him. We exchanged cards, and I told him to keep me posted as to his progress. I heard from him again in 1 month. He told me that he could hardly believe the good things that had happened since he began to go into daily meditation. His blood pressure had dropped from nearly 200 to a normal 140. His indigestion had disappeared, and his doctor could not believe it when he next tested his heart. It functioned normally. He said, "This can only be called a miracle. Even my wife and daughter show amazing benefits from your meditations. God bless you." 4. How to help your body's health through meditation and the alpha brain wave therapy. Meditation has been found to be a miracle worker in healing the body and keeping it healthy and functioning normally. Here are some of the miracles that have been observed in the laboratory of the medical colleges throughout America. Through the system of ancient yoga meditations, it was found that the human brain releases mysterious brain waves that profoundly affect the body's functions. When the meditation entered the alpha state, it was measured on the electroencephalograph as being in the range of from between 8 to 12 cycles per second. This state of meditation gave a sense of peace and tranquility. It caused the brain and body to relax and sent mysterious forces to the heart, nerves, and muscles which caused the body to heal itself of some of the most serious disorders known to science. For the first time in centuries, medical science now knows what the yogas of India taught over 5,000 years ago, that through meditation, the mind can control the autonomic nervous system and regulate the heartbeat, the blood circulation, the operation of the lungs, the glands, the digestion, and the blood pressure. This scientific breakthrough is now being called one of the greatest miracles of the 20th century, and with it, science now believes we may overcome most disease, heal most forms of mental illness, and better still, prevent the erosion of age and premature death by actually retarding the death of the cells in the brain and body. How a woman conquered her allergies through meditation. Alice G. was afflicted with numerous complaints. She suffered headaches that did not yield to medicines. She had allergies that caused her intense suffering, nasal congestion with attendant sniffling, sneezing, and paroxysms of coughing, where she could hardly get her breath. A friend who knew of our work sent her to a series of classes one was giving on meditation and the alpha brainwave techniques for overcoming illness. I described in the class how physical illness often has its origin in mental and emotional disorders, and that some hidden cause existed mentally back of most diseases. Then I showed the class how to go into meditation to induce the healing states of mind known as the alpha state. Alice G. began her meditations the following day, and each day for half an hour she worked on creating the right mental and spiritual atmosphere for her body to heal itself. She worked for 2 weeks before she noticed any results. Then she told me that she noticed she was less tense and nervous. Her headaches stopped first. Then she began to notice that her coughing and sneezing decreased. Within 2 months' time, she reported that she felt better than she had ever felt before, and that her allergies had definitely shown signs of stopping altogether. How to go into the alpha healing state of meditation. No matter what your own physical complaint may be, trust your higher mind to heal your body. The intelligence that created your body in 9 short months, with its miracle of chemistry and ingenious systems of nerves, muscles, and blood vessels, is still in existence in the cosmic memory bank of the universe. You can only invoke this higher spiritual healing agency when you completely remove your own worrying, fretful conscious mind from the scene of action. To go into the alpha healing state of brainwave control, sit quietly in meditation and still your mind. You can begin this process of meditation by using the ancient mantra from Tibet, Om Mano Padmo Om. Say it aloud 10 to 15 times with your eyes closed. You can create an atmosphere for meditation similar to your own private shrine, with a candle burning, a sacred relic or cross before you, and a fragrant incense burning or some sweet-smelling scent in the room. This helps elevate the psychoneurocenters of the brain and releases the mind from stress and strain. Then, as you sit in meditation, invoke the mental image of the spiritual lake, in which you mentally project the picture of a beautiful lake without a ripple on its surface. Now mentally see your mind as that lake. Hold the image of stillness and let your mind and body become peaceful and still. The moment a worry, fear, or negative thought arises in your mind, it is as if a wave had risen on the mental lake. Carefully push the ripple back down into the body of the lake and say a quiet statement to yourself. My mind is now as still and peaceful as that mental lake. I am now submerging all my cares and worries in the body of the lake. I overcome all tensions and bodily pains. The creative healing power now flows from my higher mind centers to my body, and I am being healed of all discord and disease. When you have achieved a state of perfect inner stillness, you have released your body from the pressure of worry, fear, and other negative emotions. It is then that your brain waves begin to work on the body's glands, causing them to release the correct chemicals in the right proportion, and once again causing your body to be healthy. How warts were removed on children's hands. An article in one of the country's leading national magazines recently told of how psychiatrists had used this technique of meditation to remove the warts from the hands of 20 children between the ages of 10 and 12. The children were told to draw the pictures of their warts on a piece of paper, in the exact location that the warts were on their hands. Then this piece of paper with the drawing of their palm and warts was burned in a ritual. While the psychiatrist recited an invocation consigning the warts to oblivion and stating they would disappear through the magic power released by the ritual, the children observing this ritual believed that their warts would go away. Within a period of 3 or 4 weeks, the warts on all their hands had completely disappeared. How alpha brainwave meditation helps heal heart trouble. The heart is one of the most responsive organs in the human body. When one is frightened, the blood rushes to the internal organs. The heart beats faster, and adrenaline is pumped into the bloodstream. If the emotion of fear can cause the heart to beat more rapidly, then the opposite emotions of peace and calm should have a totally opposite effect on the heart. How a woman controlled her rapid heartbeat through meditation. A woman who came into our classes in New York City suffered from a condition in which the heart would race to as high as 100 or more beats per minute. The normal heart rate is approximately 72 beats per minute. When trying to go to sleep at night, she could hear her heart racing. She found herself visualizing all kinds of calamities. She broke out in a cold sweat and often had to rise from her bed and sit in a chair half the night to avoid the panic that came from her condition. When this woman learned how her mind could control her heart action and went into meditation for the first time, she was delighted to find that her heart actually did respond to her thoughts. I told her to form a fist and pump her hand, opening it and closing it as she sat in meditation. She was to visualize that hand as being her heart. She was then to direct her thoughts in meditation to her heart, with the opening and closing of her hand to the rhythm she wished her heart to beat. She was to say to herself, "My heart is now responding to my mind. I think heart and my heart reacts. I now direct my heart to beat at the rate of 72 beats per minute." She was then to count 1, 2, 3, 4, until she had established the rhythm she wanted her heart to beat. She accomplished this in 2 sessions of 15-minute meditations. She soon had such power over her heart that she could increase or decrease its beat at will. How yogas in India regulate body's metabolism. In India, yogas use this method of mind control to regulate their body's metabolism. They can stop pain at will. They can run sharp stilettos through their cheeks, arms, chest, and other parts of their body, and completely control the flow of blood and stop all pain. They can be buried alive for days without food or water, just barely breathing, and hold their life force in a suspended state of animation without suffering any ill effects. How a woman used mind control to regulate her body weight. One woman I knew in Los Angeles who studied these alpha brainwave controls in our classes was 50 pounds overweight. She learned how to go into meditation and control her metabolism. She told herself over and over, as she quietly held her mind in a deep state of alpha suspension, "I shall now gain control of my body and regulate my metabolism. I desire the loss of 50 pounds of my body weight. I shall control my desire for carbohydrates, sweets, and starches. I want to regain my former figure, and I now command my higher mind to regulate my body metabolism to keep me slender." This woman repeated this affirmation 10 to 15 times in each session of meditation. She meditated 3 times a day for 15-minute periods. At first, there was no noticeable change in her condition. After 3 days, she found she had less desire for sweets and fattening foods. She then found, after meditating for 1 week, that she began to eat less meat and more vegetables. Something told her to eat brown rice. She began a rice diet with vegetables, and she told me that within 1 month's time, she had lost 20 pounds. She felt better, her mind was clearer, and she lost all kinds of side effects that her obesity had produced, such as fatigue, headaches, muscular aches and pains, and rapid heart when she walked. Later, when she had shed 50 pounds, she had a physical checkup and found that her body was in perfect health. She told me she could never have had the mental strength to stay on such a rigid diet without the power she obtained from her daily meditations. How a smoker of 15 years stopped. It seems incredible that there has been no known cure for cigarette smoking all these years. Despite the fact that doctors now know cigarettes produce cancer, high blood pressure, and many other diseases of the lungs and circulatory system, no one has come up with a sure cure for smokers to stop their habit. One man in our lecture group in New York had the smoking habit for 15 years. He heard me tell in public lectures how 20 smokers and 19 heroin addicts had stopped their habits after a few weeks of daily meditation. This man started his meditations by going into the theta state, which slows down the brain waves to approximately 4 to 7 cycles per second. This is the brainwave state that is used for memory retention, for slowing down the mental process, and also for overcoming negative habits. I told him to visualize an hourglass with the grains of sand running through it one at a time. He was to slow down his mental rhythm to an extremely slow rate so as to fix in his consciousness the thoughts he wanted to imprint. Then, when his brain was slowed down, he was to count backwards from number 50 to 1 until he had achieved a slow rhythm. Then he was to meditate as follows, thinking these thoughts and saying these words slowly to himself. I wish to rid myself of the noxious habit of smoking. I am aware of the harmful effects smoking has on my heart, lungs, and general health. I wish to live a normal, healthy, long life, and I realize this is impossible if I continue the harmful habit of smoking. Every time I smoke a cigarette, I shall be aware that I am giving up valuable years of my life. Cigarettes are harmful to my health and peace of mind. They will taste bitter, and I shall feel a sense of nausea every time I reach for a cigarette. This man did this meditation for a period of 2 weeks daily for 15 minutes before he began to notice any difference. Then one day, after his morning coffee, when he lit a cigarette and took a few puffs, it tasted decidedly bitter. He could hardly finish the cigarette, and when he did, he felt a sudden sense of nausea. The reaction against cigarettes was so pronounced that within 1 more week he had lost all sense of craving for them and completely stopped smoking. How a woman addicted to sleeping pills. Overcame the habit. Pauline T. was a lecture member in Los Angeles who became addicted to sleeping pills. She would often lie awake for half the night, conjuring up all kinds of mental phantoms which kept her from sleeping. She obtained a prescription from her doctor for sleeping pills, and she used them for 6 months. But gradually their effects wore off, and she kept taking more and more, until one night she awakened to find that she could not remember how many pills she had taken. This so frightened her that she decided to do something to overcome this habit. She remembered how many people had died of overdoses of sleeping pills, and she sought me out for advice. I told her that the fact she could not sleep showed she was deeply disturbed mentally over some emotional problem. She admitted that she had broken off with a boyfriend who had been going with another girl. She was too proud to call him and admit she was wrong, so this preyed on her mind night and day. I showed Pauline how to go into deep meditation through taking 10 or 15 long, deep, tranquilizing breaths. Then I gave her the type of statements she was to make to her mind while she was in meditation. I shall now fall into a deep, natural, and refreshing sleep. My mind is still and peaceful as a lake in the midst of a silent forest at midnight. I am surrounded by a sea of calmness. My mind is now retreating through the corridors of time back into timelessness. I am once again a child, without worries or cares on my mind. I have faith that God will protect me and solve all my problems. I am now floating on a cloud, up, into realms of forgetfulness, peace, and beauty. I now sleep, sleep, sleep. Pauline completely stopped the sleeping pill habit in 3 weeks' time with this meditation and reported that she now fell asleep the moment she entered into her meditation and slept naturally and awakened refreshed every morning. Autonomic system can be controlled with meditation. The autonomic nervous system, which controls such functions as the heartbeat, blood pressure, digestion, healing, and glandular secretions, does not ordinarily respond to conscious control. It has been thought that the only way to reach into the subconscious, which has control of these automatic functions of the body, was through autosuggestions or through using hypnotism. However, this has been found to be ineffective in many cases. Now, with the new brainwave therapy and through meditation, it has been found that the higher mind centers respond readily to automatic conscious control. This is the entire basis for spiritual or faith healings, where miracles are performed when person believes that a higher power is going to heal him. The miracles of Lourdes are a reality, and now science realizes that when anyone puts his mind into a certain state of faith and confident expectation, miracles are possible. How a man overcame high blood pressure. A man in my New York lecture group was overweight and suffered from high blood pressure and heart trouble. He lost his temper easily, fought with his family and co-workers, and did not know how to overcome the problem that was threatening him with premature death. When he began to use meditation and put himself into the alpha state, he began to notice improvement within 2 or 3 days. By the time he had reached his second week of daily meditations, he found that he could send himself into the alpha state of meditation at will whenever he felt a fit of temper coming on. I told him at such times to close his eyes for a moment and visualize his blood being like a red ball at the base of a thermometer. When he became angry, that red ball would climb up the thermometer to the top and burst. This was the danger signal of what was happening to him as his blood pressure rose. He began to practice this mind control, and soon he could enter into the alpha state of peaceful meditation at a moment's notice. Within 3 weeks' time, he went to his physician and had his blood pressure taken. It had dropped from a perpetual 200 to 150. While the doctor watched, this man demonstrated how he could control his blood pressure at will, and he mentally projected the red ball up the thermometer until it had reached an alarming 200. How a 65-year-old woman overcame low blood pressure. Another instance of blood pressure imbalance was a frail woman of 65 who suffered from chronic fatigue and who thought her diet or age was at fault. Her heartbeat was slow, irregular, and almost imperceptible. Her blood pressure fell to 115. She feared death and worried about her condition. She learned how to go into meditation in one of my classes and began to use this method every day to send her blood pressure up. Within 1 week, she had amazing results, and her health improved. Not only did she have more energy, but she overcame many symptoms she had, such as irregular beating of the heart, and her temperament became more optimistic, cheerful, and outgoing. Her blood pressure rose to normal, and she maintained this for many months without change. The regime for body control through meditation. 1. Each day, put yourself into the alpha brainwave pattern by closing your eyes several times a day and going into a few moments of meditation. Repeat to yourself the words, "Be still and know that I am God." Then keep telling your mind to remain still and peaceful. 2. Then visualize the spiritual lake extending from the sides of your temples and encompassing the whole world. Then mentally submerge your worries, fears, and anxieties into the body of the lake until it is perfectly smooth. Now see your mind as the surface of that lake, like a mirror, reflecting the blue skies and the golden sun. 3. Breathe deeply 10 or 15 times, giving yourself the following meditation, saying the words to yourself or aloud, "I am peaceful and still. My problems and worries are now submerged in the cosmic lake where they are being dissolved and returned to their native nothingness. I am serene in the midst of life's worries, and my mind now reflects the golden light of God's infinite presence. I am surrounded by the magic circle of love and peace and beauty, and I am free, free, free." 4. If you are suffering from some physical disability, and you feel the life intelligence and blood to go to that organ healing it perfectly, that some organ is affected, go into quiet meditation and then direct. If it is the heart, say to your higher mind, "You will now cause the blood to flow to my heart, carrying its life force there and healing it perfectly." If it is the kidneys or gallbladder or stomach, use the same technique, changing the words to fit your particular needs. You do not need to know the location of the gallbladder or other organs of the body. Your higher mind knows their location and will respond to your directions to send the life force to whatever organ you wish to stimulate. 5. If it is a bad habit that you wish to overcome, use the same technique that was given for overcoming the smoking habit. If it is a problem of heavy drinking, go into meditation and say the following statement. I realize drinking excessively is harmful to my health. I lose all desire for alcohol. I now urge my higher mind to cause me to lose all liking for alcohol in any form. If I take a drink, shall find the taste unpleasant and put it down at once. If it is a problem of gambling, sit in meditation each day for 15 minutes or so and repeat the following statement. I know that gambling is destructive and unproductive. You cannot get something for nothing in life. I now ask my higher mind to rid me of the desire for gambling. 6. To raise the body's energy level and overcome fatigue and aging, go into meditation and mentally elevate yourself to high levels of creativity by visualizing yourself doing the things you desire, such as swimming, dancing, playing tennis, or golf. Give your higher mind commands such as this one. The life force flows through my mind and body cells, giving me youth, energy, and a superabundance of vitality. I now order my higher mind centers to release the chemistry of youth within my body. I am ageless and timeless, and my soul is immortal. I shall live to be 100 years of age with all my faculties and a zest for life. How an 85-year-old man overcame age. Frank L. was chronically ill from what his doctors called senility and symptoms of old age. His family had thought seriously of entering him into a rest home for the aged, but a neighbor who had been to some of my lectures in New York urged them to bring him to one of our meetings on meditation and brainwave therapy. Fortunately, they did, and they were amazed at how interested the old man was as he listened to the incredible tales of how people had overcome all manner of sickness, debility, and old age symptoms through meditation and the miracle power of brainwave therapy. I had said during the lecture that an old person must not keep pounding mentally on the fact he is old, but to reverse the cosmic time clock and see oneself as getting younger. I told the story about Jack Benny, and how he jokingly referred to himself as being perpetually 39, and how even into his 70s he was making people laugh and earning a fortune each year. This story so impressed Frank that his son later told me he returned to their home and set his cosmic age at 50. He began a period of daily meditation and affirming his cosmic age. He started to walk each day and visit friends nearby. He cultivated a hobby and was soon mowing the lawns, tending the flowers, and making little toys out of wood for his grandchildren. Within 3 months' time, Frank L. was like a younger man, and he never did return to his sick bed and his chronic mental habits of thinking himself old and useless. 5. How to build a positive, happy life through dynamic laws of meditation. All life is controlled by a pattern of invisible cosmic laws which man must obey if he wishes to find happiness and success. When we violate the laws of health and overeat or overdrink or dissipate, we suffer consequences in bodily discomfort and sickness. When we cheat, lie, steal, or commit moral infractions of the cosmic laws, we are punished by mental anguish, illness, and accident. There is an ancient law from the Far East called the law of karma. This law decrees that we shall be rewarded for every good thought and act and punished for every wrong deed we commit. We can set into motion the effects we wish to achieve in our lives by instituting the right positive causes. Then we begin to experience the immediate benefits of this great karmic law in our lives. In this chapter, we shall study the dynamic karmic laws that exist in the universe and see how we can benefit from them by invoking the right state of meditation for their full execution. How a woman violated karmic laws and suffered. A woman came into our work in Los Angeles who told me a harrowing story of mental and physical anguish because she had violated these cosmic laws. She had been happily married for 10 years and had never cheated on her husband. She had 3 children and was a devoted housewife and mother. However, one summer while on a trip, she met a man who attracted her, and she submitted to his advances. She later regretted her emotional indiscretion and broke off seeing this man. However, karma was at work to punish her for her violation of moral and spiritual laws, and she soon discovered she was pregnant. Now she faced a real problem, for she could not be sure if it was the result of her affair or from her husband. She could not make up her mind what to do, and she sought me out for my advice and counseling. I told her she had broken a cosmic law, and that the suffering she was going through was a result of her indiscretion. She would have to face the future with the knowledge that the child might be the result of her temporary affair, and she could never wholeheartedly know the truth. This would only add to her mental and spiritual agony over the years. "But should I tell my husband and almost certainly lose his love and respect?" she asked. "If do tell him and he divorces you," I said, "you can almost be sure the courts will award the children to him, and you will be left with only the child from the result of an affair with a stranger. I do not think this is wise." Then I explained to the distraught woman that she could not afford to reveal her indiscretion to her husband and risk the breaking up of her happy home. She had made a mistake. She would have to live with that mistake the rest of her life. This was sufficient karmic punishment to wipe away the evil thing that she had allowed to happen. This woman followed my advice. She did not obtain an abortion, for it was against her religion to terminate the embryonic life. She made up her mind that she would make it up to her husband and children by loving them and serving them in the future. She would accept the coming child as part of her karmic duty and lavish as much love and affection on him as she did on her other children. This decision proved right, for when the time came for her child to be born, it was a stillbirth. Her husband never knew the truth, but in this woman's heart and mind, she must forever bear the cosmic guilt and karmic suffering for the human error she committed. Most of life's mistakes can be avoided. When we learn how to use the dynamic laws of meditation, we receive guidance from a higher power that causes us to avoid most of life's mistakes. People are made sick and miserable, mentally and physically, because they do not go into meditation every day and ask for this higher intuitive guidance from the cosmic mind that knows all, sees all, and is all. These 10 dynamic laws of meditation make for a healthy, happy life experience. Law number 1, peace of mind and peace of soul. When you live under cosmic laws of good, truth, and love, your mind will be at peace with yourself and the world. Go into meditation and say at least 10 times, "I am at peace with myself and the world. Peace, be still, and know that I am God." Let your daily karmic actions be harmonious with the cosmic laws of the universe. Do not let yourself be swayed by emotions of greed, selfishness, and hatred, for these are negative forces that release karmic forces of mental unrest, bodily sickness, and physical danger. A man hated his business rival. He spread ugly rumors about him, told of the man's supposed dishonesty and evil. This man never knew why he developed ulcers and high blood pressure with its attendant cardiac involvement. He was sick and miserable. He became so irritable that his wife finally left him for another man. When he came to me, he cried in anguish, "What have I done that God should be punishing me?" I pointed out the relationship between karmic action and reaction. The laws of cause and effect are working in your life, I told him. You are not being punished by God, but you are punishing yourself for the evil you have done. Then I gave him the regimen by which he could be cured. I told him to go into daily meditation for half an hour, to forgive himself and to forgive his business rival, to bless him and release him. Then he was to pray to God for forgiveness of his karmic evil. He was then to get in touch with his wife and beg her forgiveness and tell her he still loved her and would change. This man followed this regimen and achieved an amazing healing. Not only did his wife come back to him, but his physical symptoms of bodily illness diminished, and he is on the way to achieving a balanced, happy, and healthy life. Law number 2, for achieving good bodily health, youthful vigor, and energy. Mental action reflects in bodily and external reaction. To set into motion the karmic pattern of mental action for good health and youthful vigor, go into a few moments meditation each day before beginning your day's activities. Hold your mind still and meditate as follows. I am now in the divine and cosmic stream of life energy and vitality. My mind is peaceful and calm. My body reflects this tranquility. The cells of my body shall sing the song of health all day. I think and act in a positive, constructive manner, and my outer circumstances reflect order, harmony, and balance. Then all during the day let yourself indulge in a regimen of deep, diaphragmatic breathing, in which you inhale 10 to 15 times, exhaling the breath, and feeling that you are drinking a golden elixir of life, which spreads through your entire body, giving you life, energy, youth, and health. A woman who was having many problems in her home and business felt constantly fatigued. She tried vitamins and every known diet. Nothing worked, for the trouble was in her karmic pattern of thinking and acting. She let everything annoy her. She lost her temper easily. She criticized others. She found fault with her husband and children. She had so much venom of hatred and resentment in her mind and body that it was devitalizing her and sapping all her strength. After coming to a few of our lectures, this woman learned about meditation and the laws of karma. She began to practice them in her daily life, using the deep breathing techniques to get plenty of magnetism and electricity and life energy into her body cells. Soon, she was sleeping better. She stopped taking sleeping pills. She began to smoke less and stopped drinking several cups of coffee a day to give her pep. As her mind and body built their own inner defenses, and when the short-circuiting of her emotional energies stopped, this woman experienced immediate benefits. It took her only 2 months to completely achieve a healthy, happy, and serene state of mind. Law number 3. Meditation for solving daily problems as they arise. When we allow problems to multiply and grow without solving them, they tend to overpower us and bring about nervous tension and illness. To solve daily problems as they arise, go into a few moments of meditation and affirm, I am now in a pool of inner and outer stillness, in which all my problems are being submerged in the spiritual lake. I am serene and calm. My problems are converted into life experiences for my spiritual growth. I know that the solution to my problem is on the way, and I joyously and confidently await my good. A doctor that I know uses this meditation at least 10 to 15 times a day. He has suffered from angina pectoris for many years, and his life is so burdened with work that he can hardly get through his day. When he learned about meditation and how to clear the mental decks for action, he began to affirm this law after each patient left and before another arrived. He said that this gave him the strength to get through each day without breaking down. Even his heart condition seemed to improve after he learned how to meditate. The law of meditation helps an actor, a star who has appeared on Broadway in many plays, is not as young as he once was, and he felt the need of some help in getting through his arduous roles. I showed him how to use this law of meditation. Just before he steps out on the stage, he visualizes himself surrounded by a golden aura of life, light, and energy. He affirms, I am surrounded by infinite life, energy, and vitality. I am sustained and controlled by a higher power and shall perform magnificently tonight. This man is noted for his dynamic portrayal of his characters and is more effective now than when he was younger. Law number 4. Meditation for overcoming worry, fear, hatred, and other negative, the study of alpha brainwave therapy in the modern scientific laboratories. It has been found that people who indulge in emotions of fear, worry, hatred, selfishness, greed, jealousy, and revenge produce brainwaves that actually tend to poison their bodies and make them to overcome any negative emotion, no matter its nature, go into sick meditation and dwell on the positive emotions. To master worry, mentally affirm quietly for a few moments, I now erase all worries from my mind. I am protected by God, and I have confidence in my future destiny. To overcome the effects of fear, go into a few moments meditation and say the 23rd Psalm, and then say quietly to yourself as you hold your mind still, I now program fear out of my consciousness and in its place. I put trust and confidence in the source of my life and power. I am surrounded by an aura of protection, and the magic circle of God's presence is with me wherever I go. A woman was saved from danger through this method. A woman reported to me that she was walking one night on the streets of New York, fearful and expectant of danger. Suddenly, a young man darted out of the shadows and grabbed her pocketbook, pulling her to the ground. She remembered a sentence I had used at one of my lectures, and she said out loud, I shall fear no evil. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. She said this with such force that the young man instantly let go of her pocketbook and ran away. To overcome hatred, greed, selfishness, and other negative emotions. Go into a moment of quiet meditation and affirm to your higher mind centers, I cannot perform any act contrary to the principles of good, love, and integrity. I now put myself in attunement with cosmic mind and am filled with divine love. I forgive all those who had harmed me, and I project love and understanding to every person I meet. Law number 5. Meditation to build spiritual values of honesty, high morality, and integrity in your character. Most misery in life comes because we build the wrong mental and spiritual values. We become material-minded and forget the dynamic spiritual laws that are at the basis of all civilization. To fortify yourself against the forces of misery, discontent, and pain, go into a quiet meditation and affirm, I now incorporate in my consciousness the highest standards and ideals that I can conceive. I know that I am created in the image and likeness of God. Therefore, my thoughts and actions shall be godlike, inspiring, and uplifting. Then each day practice observance of the great spiritual code known as the 10 Commandments. Follow the precepts of the Golden Rule and the high moral laws given in the Sermon on the Mount. A man built a great fortune through this method. A great businessman named J.C. Penney built his enormous fortune of over $1 billion through following this regimen of integrity in his dealings with the public. He told his employees to give every customer a fair deal and quality for his money. This golden rule principle not only made him a very rich man, but when he died at the age of 95, he was still working daily in his office for many hours. Our minds and bodies thrive on this regime of spiritual integrity. Law number 6. Each day strive to do something good and constructive for someone else. Obey your charitable impulses, give smiles and receive friendship. Give encouragement and praise others, and they will respond with better work and more cooperation. Give love and win love and respect. In meditation, each day review the basic law of good. Meditate as follows. God is good, therefore I shall be good and deal with my fellow men with honesty and goodness, and I shall receive rewards and benefits that are valuable. God is love, therefore I shall conduct myself in a loving manner and be loved in return by my fellow men. How a teacher overcame problems through this law. A teacher in grammar school had tremendous problems with racially mixed class in New York City. She was nervous and tense, and her students seemed to sense fear in her aura. She learned about this meditation, and when things got out of hand, she went into a moment of quiet meditation and affirmed, I am governed by the law of divine love. These students are united by bonds of love. I see perfection in them and their actions, and they shall now respond to my praise and encouragement. The love of cosmic cooperation brings us all into direct communication with a superior intelligence that now prevails in this classroom. This meditation, repeated several times a day, caused this teacher to become so relaxed and peaceful within that it removed all her tensions, anxiety, and doubt. As their teacher changed her attitude and removed the irritations and frictions from her own consciousness, the students became less obstreperous and gave her less trouble than formerly. A lawyer won more cases through practicing this law. A young attorney, who usually went into court with a belligerent attitude towards the prosecuting attorney and judge, lost most of his cases. He told me of his difficulties. I then gave him a meditation based on the teachings of Lao Tse and told him to remove arrogance, hostility, and anger from his mind, and to let his words reflect peace, calmness, and a sense of victory. I then gave him this sentence from the philosophy of Lao Tse, which he was to repeat to himself when he was in court. A falling drop of water shall at last carve the hardest rock. Then he was to meditate as follows. The gentle flow of spirit now removes the obstructing forces that stand in the way of justice. I am a channel for divine justice, and no person or thing shall arouse my anger or stay my victory. Opposing attorneys soon discovered they could not confuse and irritate him and began to marvel at his cool delivery. He soon gained a reputation for being level-headed and calm when others lost their poise and made serious blunders. This young man went on to become one of Southern California's most successful criminal attorneys, winning 90% of his cases. Law number 7. Adopt an optimistic, cheerful nature which sees only good in everyone and everything. This attitude removes many of the nervous tensions that come when you program your mind to disaster. To meditate on the positive states of consciousness and remove the negative emotional charges of the above and other negative words, sit quietly in meditation and repeat the following sentences, substituting one of the positive words given above, until you have removed the negative charges from your consciousness and replaced them with the positive forces. I now break the mold of sickness and substitute the thought of perfect health. I am mentally and physically perfect. I program into my higher mind centers the consciousness of success, mentally, physically, financially, socially, and spiritually. I am successful. I am aware of the infinite riches in the universe, created for my use and enjoyment. I now accept abundance. I reflect poise and confidence in my personality, my words and actions, and negate all fear thoughts. I am filled with the emotion of love and remove hate, animosity, and rancor from my mind centers. I am aligned with great good and I gain benefits from my lie activities, which enrich my life experience. I am at peace with the world and with myself. No power can move me from the safe anchor of calm and order. I reflect calmness and order at the center of my being and in the outer periphery of my life circumstances. I am spiritually young and eternally force of youth, energy, and vitality. I remove the negative charges of defeat and failure and live in the consciousness of infinite possibilities in every realm of my life experience. I meditate on the unlimited and boundless universe in which cosmic expansion, growth, riches, and abundance are mine by divine law. Saw a salesman in real estate use this technique of meditation for improving his sales until he sold more property than 3 of the other salesmen combined. A young lady who was having problems in romance had been programmed negatively all her life about love and marriage. She began to change her meditations to include the states of consciousness represented by the words success, confidence, gain, peace, and love, and she won the heart of a young doctor and married him. How he programmed himself into success and happiness. A man who had been living in the awareness of his limitations and disaster constantly had 3 accidents. He failed twice in his own business. His marriage ended in failure. He was so programmed to failure, disaster, loss, and fear and hate that he created his vortex of negative happenings. I showed him the method for meditating on success, confidence, love, gain, calmness, and order, and he was soon functioning as a happy, healthy, and successful human being. Law number 8. Be aware of the beauty of life and accept the universe and all therein as being your heritage. Most people live a life of drudgery, ugliness, and mediocrity. They fail to elevate their consciousness to heights of beauty and inspiration, and they miss out on most of the joyous experiences of life. Each day, spend a few moments on meditation, in which you once more see the world through the eyes of a child. Affirm, all around me there is beauty and magic. I am aware of the beauty in nature. I see sunsets and oceans, mountains and moonlit skies. I stand in awe at the wonder of the universe, and I accept these cosmic miracles as being for my enjoyment and use. Then meditate on the most memorable and beautiful scenes that you have viewed in the past. Run through your mind the most precious moments that you hold in memory. These meditations will add to your mental and spiritual enrichment and cause you to focus beauty in your consciousness. Law number 9. Share loving experiences with your family and friends and express love daily as a positive, constructive emotion. To incorporate this divine emotion in your consciousness, sit for only a few moments a day and meditate as follows. I am now in the magic circle of love. I hold in my mind loving thoughts and perform loving actions towards my fellow men. I release all the glittering reflections from the cosmic diamond of love and love my family, humanity, and God. A young woman of 25 who lived a life of loneliness and misery believed she would never attract permanent love. She had many dates but found them unsatisfactory and told me that all men seemed fickle and only wanted an emotional involvement without real love. I gave her this meditation to use every day. I told her to change her consciousness and begin to elevate love to its true plane of divinity as the noblest and most beautiful of all emotions. She began her daily meditation on love and reported to me that she had at last met a man she thought worthy of marriage. The brainwave patterns he held regarding love were identical to hers. Like had attracted like, under the great cosmic law of magnetism, and they are on their way to a happy marriage together. Law number 10. Attune your mind to a glorious unison with God, the divine principle back of life, and achieve a sense of oneness with cosmic power and fulfillment. This state of consciousness on which you are to meditate is known as darshan in Sanskrit, the finding of cosmic fulfillment or blending with the light. This is the highest stage of meditation which man may achieve. To attain darshan, meditate as follows. I am one with infinite intelligence, and my mind and soul now reflect the light. I am one with infinite good, and my life reflects goodness. I am one with infinite truth, and my life is perfect. I am one with infinite love, and my life becomes beautiful. I am one with infinite joy and know the supreme happiness that comes when one has discovered the divine romance that lasts throughout eternity. 6. How to increase your income and grow rich through meditation. The secret back of the world's greatest fortunes is the mystical owner of Transcendental Meditation. Such rich men as Rockefeller, Carnegie, Onassis, or Howard Hughes built their vast financial empires because they consciously concentrated all the power of their minds on a single objective: to become rich. Concentration is a form of intense meditation. In this chapter, we shall explore the methods by which you may become successful and attain riches on all planes. Awesome powers of the mind released through concentration and meditation. When the mind is concentrated in a dynamic, radiant stream of energy towards any single objective, it helps release tremendous power that can literally perform miracles. The brainwave rhythm found to be most effective for meditation on achieving riches and success is that which measures between 14 and 28 cycles per second, and known in the scientific laboratories as the beta brain wave. When you concentrate and meditate with intensity, it increases the rhythm of the mind and causes the brain waves to radiate electrical and magnetic properties which have a profound effect on the body and the environment. A successful person is one who generally generates tremendous quantities of electrical brain energy. Geniuses have a great capacity for concentration and hard work. They never seem to tire. They are fired with enthusiasm and creativity. In fact, all creativity, whether it is in writing a novel, composing a song, inventing an object, or devising a new business or industrial technique, requires hours of intense and dynamic concentration and meditation. How a man in advertising used meditation to get ideas. A student of mine in New York who worked in an advertising agency for the usual salary was so inspired when he learned about how one could use meditation to increase his income that he began daily sessions of only half an hour each to meditate on new ideas for his company's accounts. The first week he got 2 marvelous new ideas that brought him substantial bonuses from his boss. Money is important in your life, and you cannot live without it. However, money is not success. A successful person will usually have money come to him through industry, thrift, and giving something of value to the world. But a man may become rich through unscrupulous methods and still be one of the world's greatest failures. In meditating on achieving riches, learn to balance your life. Do not love money and make it the obsession of your life, for it will tend to unbalance you, as in the case of a miser. The Bible says, "Love of money is the root of all evil." Observe these 5 rules. About money. 1. Money is a medium of exchange and in itself is not valuable. 2. True permanent values are determined by your own creative effort and what you count as important to you. 3. Money represents the frozen assets of mind and creative spirit. One idea, if it is constructive, can make you $1 million. 4. A man from the neck down is only worth 98 cents worth of chemicals. From the neck up, in the realm of creative ideas, imagination, and mental power, he is worth illimitable millions. 5. Money obeys certain cosmic laws and principles, and the old adage, "money goes to money," is true. As you magnetize the brain centers with the thought you are going to be rich and meditate daily on riches, you will begin to attract the money you hold in consciousness. How a businessman used meditation to grow rich. A man who worked for a big hardware wholesale firm learned in our lectures about how meditation could help him become rich. He began to meditate on some product which he might sell and become wealthy. Each day he sat in the stillness and projected, through meditation, the thought, "I shall find some new product which I can sell exclusively and make a fortune." A dozen times a day he thought of this idea, but he did not know what kind of a product, as there did not seem to be anything new in his field. One day his firm sent him to Germany, as he was of German descent and spoke the language perfectly, to see about releasing some American products in that country. While he was there, he kept meditating that he would discover something he could sell and make a fortune. One day, quite by accident, he found a new kind of can opener that was a great improvement over the American variety. His intuition told him this was IT. He tied up distribution rights for America and returned to train salesmen and prepare a wide advertising campaign to sell this new product. The item sold rapidly, And this man is now adding other items which he imports from Japan and Germany to his growing line. He is on the way to making a fortune. Take these 5 simple steps to make your mind a money magnet. 1. Each day, meditate on magnetizing your brain centers with the success theme. Study business magazines for new ideas. Review old methods used in business and see how you can improve on them. Desire success and concentrate each day for at least 15 minutes on money and how to get more. 2. Sit in meditation and go on a mental shopping spree. Visualize yourself buying the car that you desire. See yourself driving it and visiting places you want to go. Mentally buy the dream home you want to live in. Then furnish it by visualizing each room done in the style and type of furniture you want. Select the clothes, jewels, cameras, tape records, record players, and other items that you always dreamed of owning, and then see yourself having and using the items. To make this exercise in meditation on riches more real, get a scrapbook and cut pictures out of magazines and newspapers of the dream home, the car, the furnishings for your home that you want, and them in your scrapbook. Then each day meditate for 5 or 10 minutes on these possessions and see them as actually being yours. This sin the creative centers of your brain with the emotion of desire and brings them into focus in your consciousness. Paste. How a couple won their dream home through meditation. While lecturing in Carnegie Hall, a young couple told me their dream. They wanted a beautiful home in the country in which they could rear their family. But the husband made a very small salary, and there seemed no chance for them to ever achieve this impossible dream. One day, while sitting in meditation, the girl got a psychic hunch to buy an Irish sweepstakes ticket. She told me about it, and I told her I would pray with her that her ticket would win the $100,000. This was a chance in a million that she would win, but when the numbers were drawn, her horse came up and won the $100,000. Sometimes God works in a mysterious way. His wonders to perform, and there may not have been any other way for this couple to buy their dream home. I have seen instances where people have been guided to invest in a certain stock or play a certain number in roulette and win, but this is not always advocated unless one does it only occasionally and can afford to lose. 3. Carry in your pocketbook a check made out to yourself for $1 million. Sign it God, the universal banker. Put your name on it, and every time you open your pocketbook and see that check, you are magnetizing your brain centers with the thought that God is your source of supply and abundance. Meditate each day on this fact and see the vast cornucopia of the universe filled with treasures and pouring into your mind and your environment every good and wondrous gift that you desire. How a young woman demonstrated $5,000 through this meditation. A young woman who needed money to help her mother obtain an operation for cataracts began to use this meditation to attract money. She said to herself every morning when she arose, God is my universal supply. I now magnetize my mind with the idea of infinite riches. I attract to myself the sum of $5,000 so I can help my mother regain her perfect vision. Then this woman would sit and meditate on the check made out to herself for $1 million. She realized that the world was filled with treasures and that $5,000 was nothing. She also meditated on her mother's perfect vision, realizing that no amount of money could be set as a value for that priceless gift of sight. After 2 weeks of this type of meditation, the mother received a letter from a brother who had gone to Australia 20 years before and had become estranged from the family. He had struck it rich with an opal mine and sent a check for exactly $5,000 to his sister. 4. Occasionally put yourself into the atmosphere of wealth and opulence. Go to a good restaurant occasionally and observe how rich people live. Sit in a hotel lobby like the Waldorf Astoria in New York and absorb the atmosphere of opulence and abundance. Visit the stock market in your city and buy the Wall Street Journal and read about how vast fortunes are made and lost. Buy or take books from the public library on the lives of Morgan, Rockefeller, Onassis, Paul Getty, Howard Hughes, and other multimillionaires. Learn their methods, their thoughts, their philosophies, and then try to emulate some of their principles and apply them to your own life. How a young man used this method to become a success. A young man from Greece named Chris P. came into our lecture work in New York City and applied these principles to his life. He worked as a waiter in a Greek restaurant, but he was not satisfied with his slow progress. He sat in daily meditation to ask for guidance on how to be more successful. He got a hunch to apply for a job in a stock brokerage office in Manhattan so he could be in the atmosphere of wealth. His work was to deliver stocks and other papers between brokerage offices. In this way, he had access to confidential papers, which often gave inside information on stocks that were good investments. Chris did not have any cash to invest, but he knew the owner of the Greek restaurant where he had worked, and he impressed him with the knowledge he had gained about stocks. One certain stock, American Industries, was very low. Chris saw inside information that this stock would go up, so he urged his former boss to invest in it and promised to give Chris part of his earnings. The boss took the information and bought 1,000 shares of the stock, and when it began to go up, Chris told him when to sell it, and they made thousands of dollars on their investment. From that time on, Chris had money with which to play the market, and still keeping his job as a messenger, he kept getting tips that made him the sum of $20,000 within 3 years' time. 5. When you meditate on success and money, do not simply ask for money, but have some reason why you want money. This is called cosmic motivation and gives an added impetus to your mind to make a fortune for some specific purpose. There are 3 cosmic motivators on which you should meditate each day: a desire to help yourself or your family, a desire to create beauty for the world, a desire to educate, uplift, inspire, and improve the world to higher levels of civilization. Almost all great fortunes have been built through one or all of these cosmic motivators. Sit in meditation each day and put in the forefront of your mind one or more of these cosmic motivators. Affirm to yourself, I am now inspired to creative action and the building of a fortune for the purpose of helping my family, of creating beauty for the world, and to uplift and improve the standards of humanity, to abolish war, to create peace, and otherwise bring God's blessings to the world. How a woman founded a music school for orphans. A woman in our lecture group was a musician, but had married early and given up her career. She had no children of her own, but loved them and began to work with orphans. One day in meditation, she got the inspiring idea to found a music school and give scholarships to orphans who were talented musically. She gave a concert and announced her plans. She raised the sum of $7,000 with pledges for more to help her found the school. In the years past, she has helped 1,000s of orphans obtain a musical education without charge and has kept herself occupied and happy through the years. Follow this regimen to increase your income and grow rich. 1. Take a mental inventory of the universal treasures. To start your mind on the pathway to riches and abundance, on all planes, first take a mental inventory of the universal treasures that exist for you to use and enjoy. God has created not one but thousands of varieties of trees, plants, fruits, and vegetables to nourish mankind and provide shelter for his family. Every time you see a growing tree, meditate on the fact that this is your future dream home. There is enough uncut lumber in one forest in Russia alone to build and furnish a home the size of the White House in Washington, D.C. for every family in the entire world. See how the earth and oceans teem with treasures. There is coal, steel, oil, copper, and uranium to furnish mankind with treasures for generations to come. And now, in the realm of atomic power, new forms of power will be introduced to humanity which, so science says, will cause each person to fly with his own little personal atomic power station and go through the air to any place on the face of the earth with ease. Scientists are also predicting that man will harness cosmic magnetism in his flying machines and be able to fly at the incredible speed of 250,000 miles per hour. How a businessman invoked these laws of meditation and became enormously successful. William S. was a businessman in Southern California who invoked these laws of meditation and became enormously successful and rich. When Mr. S. came into our classes and learned how to meditate, he was dabbling in many different things trying to make money. He complained to me, "Here I am at 45 years of age with a wife and 2 grown sons, and I have been a colossal failure all my life." I changed his thinking and told him to think of himself not as a failure, but a delayed success. I told him how to change his thinking, and in classes he and his wife learned how to go into meditation and use this power to open the centers of consciousness for wealth. He began his daily meditation sessions with this statement: I am aware that the world is teeming with riches and abundance. I now claim my share of the world's wealth. Then he was to mentally ask for higher guidance to the source of his riches. His conscious mind had tried everything and failed. I told him to no longer trust such an unreliable source for his future guidance. I told him to open higher psychic centers through meditation and then sit in stillness at least a half an hour a day, waiting for guidance to come through. He took into his meditation with him a piece of paper on which he had written, "I desire financial security for my family. I ask for the sum of $50,000 or more so I can have financial freedom in the future. I have faith in the power of my higher mind to manifest anything I desire. I give thanks for my supply and abundance and confidently await results." After several days of meditation, while he was walking one day on the outskirts of the town he happened to live, which was in California, he noticed the wide expanses of land that stretched away as far as the eye could see. He mentally claimed this land, and his mind began to expand to see himself as owning it and subdividing it for homes. But how? He didn't have more than $500 in the bank, and his future was most insecure. He continued meditating, and one day he was guided to read a book on real estate development, in which he learned about something called option buying. He had never heard of such a thing, but he studied the principles given in the book and found out how it worked. He was now convinced that his higher mind was trying to tell him something about how he could become rich. He consulted an attorney and formed a corporation for land development. Without a penny, he began to buy up land in the outskirts of the city, and on the option principle, he began to put big ads in Los Angeles papers talking about the wholesome air and beautiful environment, and offering lots to city people who were anxious to get away from the confusion and pollution of a big city. He conducted tours with a bus to his development, and people began to buy lots and acreage. With this money, he was able to pay down payments on his land when the options came due, and soon he had 4 salesmen working for him and a new city sprouting up before his very eyes. 2. If you have not had any luck in using your conscious mind to attract success and riches, try meditation and contact the higher subconscious mind for this purpose. Sit in meditation for 15 minutes a day and give your subconscious mind the instructions that you want it to obey. You can use the following meditation for this purpose. I now call upon my subconscious mind to guide me automatically to obtaining wealth. I instruct it to give me ideas at night while I sleep, and during the day, on how to increase my income and become more successful. I desire the sum of $1,000 within 2 months' time from unexpected sources. A man in the manufacturing business uses this technique of meditation to bring him new ideas for selling his products. He meditates just before going to sleep and asks for guidance. He invariably receives some new ideas while sleeping and awakens to jot them down. He is always amazed when he reads them over the next day. He marvels that his conscious mind can never think as clearly when he is awake. 3. Program your higher mind with the positive idea that riches are all about you and that it is easy to become successful and rich. Look at every building and let it remind you of infinite lumber, cement, and building materials that exist in the world. Look at clothing in the windows of shops and program your mind that everything you need to wear in the future is already being produced somewhere in the world. Every time you eat a meal or see food in a restaurant, remind your higher mind that your nourishment has already been arranged for all time to come and that you will be lacking in nothing to nourish your body perfectly. When you look at gold and silver and jewelry in shop windows, tell yourself, the storehouse of cosmic riches is now open and pours forth its abundance for my use and enjoyment. 4. Whenever you ride in a bus, taxi, or subway, affirm, I now possess the greatest limousine in the world, and it is chauffeured for me and efficiently meets my needs. Whenever you walk in a park, remind yourself, this is my free estate and I now claim it. I am richer than Rockefeller. 5. Each time you turn on your television or radio set, meditate on this reality. This program has been especially prepared for me by skilled artists and workmen. I now accept $1 million entertainment from $1 billion industry, and I am enriched, entertained, and educated by this program. 6. Each time you walk into an art gallery, a public library, or a museum, silently affirm your riches as follows. I accept these billions of dollars worth of treasures as mine. I now enjoy this heritage of the thousands of creative minds that have labored to bring me beauty, inspiration, education, and culture. I am blessed and enriched by this knowledge. 7. Every time you look at some magnificent scene in nature and enjoy a sunrise or sunset, or a vista of the ocean stretching out to the distant horizon or the starlit sky with its full moon, stop for a moment and remind yourself in quiet meditation of how truly rich you are and how you have inherited the universe and all therein. Father, I thank Thee for all these blessings of natural beauty. I marvel at the golden sun. I absorb the infinite beauty of stars and moon and the silvery splendor spread upon the earth's seas for my enjoyment. I absorb the wonder of cerulean blue skies, oceans reaching out to infinity, and the cosmic wonder of all created things which have been brought forth for my delectation and use. 7. The 4 stages of mystic meditation to achieve psychic and clairvoyant perception. Every person is born with psychic and clairvoyant powers. When you were created, you possessed a mysterious psychic communication with your mother's brain and body, which was able to tell your growing body what chemicals you needed to form a perfect child in 9 months' time. There are invisible lines of psychic communication between all living things in the universe. When you know how to use this power, you will be intuitively guided to your right destiny in life. In this chapter, we shall learn how to rediscover this psychic power, which you may have lost through the years. Psychic power expresses itself in many forms. It is known as intuition, clairvoyance, clairaudience, precognition, mental telepathy, telekinesis. These various forms of psychism are the same. Mystic meditation is the cosmic perception and spiritism. The techniques for developing all means by which you may reach into the higher psychic centers of consciousness and channel the tremendous forces that await your joyous discovery. Scientist proves even plants are perceptive. A scientist recently performed amazing experiments with the electroencephalograph, in which he proved that even plants possess cosmic and psychic perception and are aware of things going on in their environment. When the scientist approached the plant with a knife and said, "I am going to cut off your leaves," the plant released distress and alarm signals on the measuring machine, showing that it not only heard but understood the spoken threat to its safety. Then the scientist did the same thing with fire, threatening to burn the plant, and once again it reacted with alarm signals. Then the scientist changed his tactics and merely thought the words, "I am going to cut off your leaves." The plant instantly reacted with alarm, showing that it was aware not only of the spoken threat, but also of the thoughts directed to it. This proved conclusively that all living things are in psychic communication with each other, and with some higher cosmic intelligence that makes us all interrelated. However, the most significant proof that plants are capable of receiving the transmission of thoughts came about quite accidentally. When the scientist's wife put live shrimp into boiling water, the plant sent out the same distress signals that it had emitted when its own safety was threatened. This proved that it had perception and awareness of what was going on in its environment. Why some people have a green thumb. This is why some people who love plants and all growing things have the proverbial green thumb, and things grow under the impetus of their love better than they do for others. A minister tried an experiment with praying over seed and blessing it. This seed multiplied and grew better and yielded a bigger crop than seed which was not prayed over. Then when some seed that had been planted was cursed, the seed shriveled and died. Scientists now know that this principle of blessing or cursing may be indulged by people, and they will thrive and flourish, be healthy, prosperous, and successful when the right meditations are released. And when the wrong meditations are indulged, the human brain and body react in a negative way and develop all kinds of limitations, illnesses, and symptoms of distress and failure. How a woman cursed herself and her environment to her disadvantage. An example of how this power works negatively to destroy was that of a woman who was sick from a variety of illnesses. She could find no reason for her illness physically, but the symptoms were very real. She suffered from rapid heart. Her blood pressure fluctuated. Sometimes it was very high and sometimes very low. She felt constantly tired and depressed and had no joy in living. After talking to this woman for half an hour, I found the cause of her strange symptoms. She had been married 10 years when she discovered that her husband was having an affair with another woman. Her first reaction was one of shock and hatred. She could never forgive her husband. and she would not divorce him, for it was against her religion to do so. She lived for 5 years in a home that was filled with bitterness and hate. She began developing strange symptoms within a few months' time, and at times she was in such pain and she had seriously considered killing herself. It was at this stage that I met her. She sought me out in desperation, for as she told me, she had reached the end of the rope and did not know what to do or where to go. I urged this woman to go into daily periods of meditation and ask for guidance from her higher psychic centers. She was so confused that there was no contact with this higher power. Then she was to forgive her husband, and if possible, to try to rebuild the life they had known formerly. At first, this woman received no guidance while she sat in meditation, but gradually, as she stopped hating her husband and began to forgive him, her mind cleared up, and one day in meditation she felt a sudden release within her mind and body. She knew that by forgiving her husband she also forgave herself, and from that moment on, her relationship with her husband changed. They gradually adjusted their differences and went on to a much happier marriage than formerly. Her health problems miraculously disappeared within 6 weeks' time. How to achieve the 4 stages of mystic meditation for psychic and clairvoyant perception 1. In your first stage of meditation, sit quietly for a few moments and put yourself into what is known as the alpha state. This is the state where your brain rhythms are slowed down to between 8 to 12 cycles per second. In this state of consciousness, you will contemplate on the mind and its many facets. Be aware that you possess a higher mind than your conscious mind. As you hold your mind still, visualize the lake and see its surface calm and still. As you contemplate on mind, be aware every time a disturbing or negative thought rises to the surface of consciousness. When you have achieved absolute stillness of your conscious mind, your higher psychic faculties will be opened and will make their revelations to your consciousness. 2. When you have achieved this absolute stillness of the alpha brain wave state, you may ask your higher psychic centers various questions and await the answers. What work should I do? Whom should I marry? Where can I get the $1,000 I need? What business should I go in? Should I trust this man? Where should I live? You may not receive an immediate answer while sitting in meditation, so go about your regular activities, and the answer may come about in the most unexpected way. How a man used this technique and received business guidance. A man I once knew had a tremendous business problem, and he did not know what to do. He learned of this technique of meditating, and each day, for a few moments, he went into the alpha state and asked his higher psychic centers what he should do. Within 3 days' time, this man was guided to write a letter to someone in another state who was in the same business. This man suggested a merger of their 2 companies, and this solved all the problems that had been puzzling him. No doubt his higher mind sent through the instructions to write that letter that solved his problem. How a girl was warned about her fiancé. A girl had been going with a young man who wanted to marry her. He was seemingly respectable, had a good job, and the girl felt she was very much in love with him. However, she felt a vague sense of unease as the date for their wedding approached. She learned about psychic perception from me and sat in meditation for a week or so, and kept getting this psychic feeling that something was wrong. One day, quite by accident, she was sitting in a beauty parlor having her hair done, when she heard 2 women talking. She heard the name of her boyfriend, and out of curiosity she listened. She was shocked when she heard one of the women say that her fiancé was being sued by an unmarried girl who claimed he was the father of her child. She rushed home and confronted the young man, and he admitted that he had lied to her and confessed that the story was true. If this girl had not sat in meditation and contacted her higher mind, it is unlikely she would have discovered the truth about her intended husband. She broke the engagement and was grateful she had found out in time. 3. Telepathic communication with others is now scientifically proved to be possible. In a famous medical college, a woman psychologist conducted an experiment with 38 students. She had them concentrate on sending thought forms telepathically to a group of 38 soldiers stationed near Denver, Colorado. 50% of these experiments proved successful. When the sender and receiver were in tune with each other, it was found that their brain waves became identical. Twins were used in another experiment, and they had telepathic communication with each other at a distance of over 300 miles. At the exact moment of attunement with each other, Their brain waves became identical, and their hearts beat as one. When you wish to project your thoughts to the mind of another person, sit in quiet meditation. Remove all worries and anxieties from your mind. Relax your mind and body by saying the mystic mantra from Tibet, Om Mane Padme Om. Do this 10 to 15 times, breathing deeply as you do so. The breath furnishes the electrical and magnetic motive power for transmission or reception of thought. Hold the face of the person in the forefront of your mind as you project your thought. Then say your words to yourself or aloud. John, I want you to get in touch with me. It is important that you call me. Or if it is a form of action that you wish the person to take, give the mental command repeating it several times in a firm, quiet voice, feeling emotionally that you are speaking direct to the person. How a businessman detected fraud through this method. A man who had come to some of my classes on mental telepathy in New York City felt that his business partner was committing fraud and keeping some of the income. Instead of confronting him in person, he employed mental telepathy to reach his business partner's mind. He sat in meditation a few moments each night before going to sleep. He talked to his business partner saying, Harry, I know you are keeping out money from our accounts. I insist that you stop this practice and that you will voluntarily tell me about your thefts and make restitution. In exactly 1 week, his business partner came into his home and told him he wanted to talk to him. They sat in the library, and the man confessed all his thefts. He begged forgiveness, promised restitution, and offered to sell his share of the business to his partner. He had been losing heavily in gambling and had stolen the money to cover his gambling losses. 4. To receive the thoughts of others, go into the stillness and meditate on the person you wish to be in communication with. This type of meditation can be indulged any time of the day or night, and it does not matter if the person is thousands of miles away. As you hold the person's face in mind, feel the emotions that you would normally feel if you were with the person. Then sit quietly and let thoughts pour into your mind. When you are psychically attuned to the person, you will have a feeling of oneness, and your mind will feel it is being given thoughts from an outer source. A woman was sitting thinking about a friend she had not seen for some months. She was wondering where she was and what she was doing. Within 5 minutes, her phone rang, and she was startled to hear her friend's voice. She said, I got back into town yesterday, and I just felt a hunch to call you now. You must have been thinking about me. 5. To participate in the psychic phenomena known as clairvoyance and clairaudience, you go into the stillness and hold your mind perfectly calm and still. Then let pictures pass through your mind, without any conscious direction or control on your part. Many times that you are merely using your imagination, but very often you are tuning in on actual clairvoyant images that have been released by someone's mind. Clairvoyant warnings of danger. A woman had a very disturbing clairvoyant vision that came to her at night while she slept. She saw an automobile turning over and bursting into flames. She could not go back to sleep, and the next morning she told her husband of what she had seen. 2 days later, she received word that her brother was killed in a motor accident in which his car had turned over in Italy, and he had burned to death. If you practice the reception of clairvoyant images, you may get warnings of danger that you can avoid. You may also receive ideas that will help you financially, or some idea for an invention, a song, a story, or a painting may come through clairvoyantly, which can make you a great deal of money. Clairvoyant authors. I know an author who gets all his stories clairvoyantly. He sits in meditation and lets his mind become a blank. Then on the screen of his mind, he projects all the characters that he uses in his story. Even the dialogue and description come through perfectly. Robert Louis Stevenson claimed that he received all his stories clairvoyantly. He was bedridden for years, and he said that his characters paraded before his mind's eye and performed their actions and spoke their words perfectly. All he did was to record these clairvoyant images on paper. 6. To receive predictions of your future, known as precognition, sit in meditation and ask for your higher psychic mind to unfold the design of your future destiny. As everything you will ever do is inscribed on the Akashic record of your spiritual self, these events and incidents will unravel before your psychic gaze very much like pictures that are projected by a motion picture projector on a screen. Start this process of precognition by deliberately holding certain scenes in your mind and then asking this higher psychic mind to reveal something to you about the events which will occur. Sit in stillness and meditate on the reality back of life. See your life unfolding progressively to its ultimate and logical conclusion. Your soul will know of its mystical purpose for living and reveal to you the golden tapestry of dreams which can make up your glorious future destiny. I remember once rowing on a shallow lake in upstate New York. As the boat idled near shore, I looked down into the waters and saw many little black beetles swimming in the mud at the bottom of the lake. Finally, one of them crawled up the oar and emerged from the water. It sat there for some time until it was thoroughly dry. Then I observed a miracle occurring before my very eyes. The hard shell of the beetle split up the back, and from the shell there emerged a dragonfly with iridescent wings and 1,700 eyes. In a few moments, this miraculous creature flew away into the sunshine, and a puff of wind blew the black empty shell back into the water. It sank to the bottom of the stream, and the little crawling creatures in the mud swam around it curiously, never realizing that they were part of a miracle which would one day bring about their metamorphosis from crawling creatures in the mud to winged miracles able to fly. Your soul has visions and perceptions denied to your mortal mind. Sit in meditation daily and seek out the guidance of your higher mind. The soul is the vehicle for the transmission of higher impulses, and only in meditation and stillness can you be aware of the divine voice that speaks to man in the stillness of his own immortal soul. 8. How to use the dreamless sleep meditation to overcome life's daily problems. From ancient India, there comes to us a powerful state of meditation called sushupti, the dreamless sleep. In this state of meditation, you can rise above sickness and pain. You can solve problems and not experience worry and anxiety from them. You can literally become a super being with amazing powers of the mind and body. Yogis who practice this sushupti meditation are able to walk over red-hot coals and experience no pain. They can stop the flow of blood at will. They can regulate their heartbeat and blood pressure. They are able to go without food or water for several days. They can be buried alive and are able to suspend their breathing and other body functions. How you can use sushupti meditation. While awake. As taught in the Far East, the state of meditation known as sushupti can be used when you are wide awake. You can consciously will yourself into this state of meditation and achieve a condition akin to self-hypnosis, in which you will have keen perception and tap higher powers of the mind which you could never do in ordinary states of consciousness. You may use sushupti to escape life's pain. This meditation of sushupti may be used to escape pain, to overcome disturbing problems, and to immunize you from the agony of heartbreak, loneliness, sickness, and suffering of all kinds. A woman I once knew, who had studied this branch of Oriental philosophy with me, was in a situation in her life where she went through painful agony for weeks, and she was able to rise above the suffering by daily going into the meditation of sushupti. Her little 6-year-old daughter was left alone in the house for a short time and played with matches. When the mother returned to the house, she found her daughter lying in the living room, her clothing completely burned off her body. The child was unconscious and badly burned over 2/3 of her body. At the hospital, doctors despaired of saving the little girl's life. Her mother prayed frantically for a miracle. Then she remembered about the meditation for sushupti, and she knew that if she was to keep from going crazy with grief, she must do something fast. She went into sushupti and put her mind out of reach of the pain and despair she was experiencing. A great calm settled over her, and for days, her husband later told her, she walked around doing everything automatically and instinctively, but like a sleepwalker. She never again had a sense of violent grief or guilt or pain. 2. With your eyes closed, visualize the spiritual mountaintop in the distance. You have seen pictures of Mount Everest or Fujiyama with their snow-capped peaks. Try to form this mental image of a mountain, and then mentally ascend up that mountain by gradual stages. As you begin your climb up from the lowlands of pain, sickness, mortal suffering, war, and death, meditate as follows. I now ascend the spiritual mountaintop, rising above the lowlands of mortal mind suffering and pain. I aspire now to the limitless celestial realms where I can expand my consciousness to encompass eternity. No life experience can now hold my aspiring soul. I rise above all problems and all physical obstructions into the spiritual stratosphere where I find the true reality back of life. All my earth experiences now become as dreams, fading away into their native nothingness, and I enter into the state of Sushupti, the eternal dream where I partake of God's consciousness of immortality. I am free of suffering. I am free of pain. I am free of earthly loss and bereavement. I know only eternal joy and ecstasy as I now achieve the spiritual mountaintop and find God's dwelling place. 3. To achieve the state of Sushupti meditation for controlling the body and its functions, go into quiet meditation, visualizing the spiritual mountaintop. Then mentally force your mind to any part of the body that you wish to control. If you have been told by your doctor that you have a heart condition, direct the life force to the heart with the following meditation and command. I now direct my psychic energy and life force to my heart. It is now being regulated to beat at approximately 72 beats per minute. I direct this life force to heal my heart and to bring my blood pressure to normal. I remove all thoughts of fear and anxiety from my mind, and I am in perfect health. 4. To overcome insomnia and go to sleep immediately, use the meditation of Sushupti as follows. Lie in your bed in a perfectly relaxed state and breathe 10 or 15 times, deeply and exhaling the breath as though you are sighing. Gently close your eyes and meditate as follows. I now enter the dreamless sleep of Sushupti. My mind is peaceful and still. I now ascend the spiritual mountaintop. I am relaxed and feel a deep sense of peace and tranquility. I am one with all the cosmic forces of peace, beauty, love, and joy. I rise now and ascend to the supernal heights as my body becomes lighter, and I float away, as though on a cloud. Peace, peace, peace. 5. To solve problems and daily worries, go into the state of meditation known as Sushupti as follows. Sit quietly in a chair or lie on your bed. Close your eyes and do the deep breathing 10 or 15 times. Then make your body rigid for a few seconds and then relax your body. Do this 4 or 5 times until you are relaxed from head to toe. Then give yourself the following meditation as you keep your eyes closed. I am now withdrawing my sense perceptions from the outer world of problems and turmoil. I am now within my own cathedral of the soul, where my senses are lulled into a state of perpetual peace. Through the stained glass windows of my soul, I now meditate on the golden glow of God's eternal presence. My mind and body are now suffused with the light of peace, infinite love, and truth. I rise now to the spiritual mountaintop, leaving the shadow-filled lowlands of mortal mind despair far behind me. Then have a feeling of rising, as though going up in an airplane until you feel a sense of complete detachment from the world and its problems. 6. To release creative power and enhance your imagination for some special inspiration, you can use the meditation of Sushupti. Many artists paint better because they use this meditation. Writers and poets go into Sushupti when they want inspiration to create magnificent masterpieces. Inventors have used this technique for meditation when they desired some special knowledge to invent some object. This meditation is good for anyone who wants to release his powers of imagination for creative work. A businessman I once knew often did this Sushupti meditation a few moments several times a day when he wanted to have new ideas to improve his business. A famous actress I know in Hollywood learned of this meditation, and just before stepping before the cameras, she goes into a 5-minute meditation of Sushupti, in which she achieves a state of suspension of her conscious mind, and she says she literally becomes the character she meditates on. Sit in meditation for special creative powers and quietly treat your higher mind centers with this meditation. I now suspend my conscious mind and open my creative centers of vision and imagination. I am now a channel for the reception of new and wonderful ideas for my work. I am in the center of a creative whirlpool, and my imagination is now stimulated to create something of great and enduring beauty for the world. 7. You can use the meditation of Sushupti to release what the mystics of India call the celestial pranic fire within your brain and body. This is helpful for achieving absolute mastery of your brain and body. It is used to control the nervous energy of the body. It is helpful for removing obstacles and disturbing elements from your environment. It can be used to create a dynamic personality of magnetism, poise, charm, and power. Sit in meditation and breathe deeply 10 or 15 times. Hold the breath to a count of 4. When you breathe in, visualize the breath or pranic life force flowing down the left side of the spinal column. Then hold the breath to the count of 4, and then release the breath, visualizing the breath like a golden ball of fire rising up the right side of the spinal column. When it reaches the base of the brain, see this ball of golden flame bursting like a fireworks display and showering the entire brain area with its celestial flame. A concert pianist uses sushupti to enchant audiences. I know a famous concert pianist who has appeared in Carnegie Hall many times, who uses this state of sushupti to arouse his creative brain centers with such power that he is able to hold his audiences spellbound throughout his performance. He meditates for 10 minutes before he faces his audience and projects the creative golden flame to his brain centers. He says that this meditation relaxes him, and he feels that the earthbound, negative forces that have been accumulating in his brain are completely burned away, leaving the pure, celestial inspiration of heavenly music within his mind and soul. 9. How to develop superior mental powers and achieve mastery of life through meditation. In the mystic lands of the Far East, where meditation originated, anyone who had conquered himself and mastered life was called a master. These great masters or gurus were able to completely control the power of the mind and body. They could perform miracles of healing. They had boundless energy. They delayed the erosions of age, and many of them achieved lifespans of 120 years of age and more. In this chapter, we shall learn how to use the power of transcendental meditation to develop superior mental powers and achieve mastery of life. The 4 Sacred Meditations. There are 4 sacred meditations which you can use that bring what is known as absorption with the light. The light being cosmic spirit, or what we in our Western world call God. This cosmic mind that radiates throughout time and space can only be contacted when your own conscious mind is still. Then you may reach through the cloud banks of confusion and misinformation and contact the cosmic mind, which is the repository of all knowledge and all power. The cosmic memory bank can be tapped by your own higher psychic mind centers. You can use this knowledge to shape any world you choose. For centuries, man was earthbound because he did not expand his consciousness to these higher planes. A little over 100 years ago, there were no automobiles, no airplanes, television, telephones, motion pictures, or electric lights. When man grew wings of the soul, he tapped the invisible cosmic memory bank and received the divine inspiration to create greatness. First, sacred meditation. Sit in the stillness and go into the first absorption. This is known as the meditation of mind on mind, and is for the purpose of awakening the higher mind centers to bring your mind into contact with the cosmic mind that knows all things. Say the sacred mantra from Tibet 10 times aloud. Om Man Padme Om. Breathe deeply before you say each mantra, and after you say the Om, gently close your lips, holding the Om for a few seconds, before saying the main Padme Om. Let the vibrations rise into the head region. This gives a gentle massage to the head and helps open the higher centers, known as chakras, where the intuitive mind power resides. Now meditate on your conscious mind. Be aware of memory, imagination, visualization, concentration, and all attributes of mind. Repeat the following meditation to yourself. I am now aware of mind in all its aspects. My conscious mind now makes choices of the thoughts I shall think. I am aware of memory and imagination. I now tap the hidden knowledge that is within the cosmic memory bank. My mind is now attuned to the higher cosmic mind that knows all, sees all, and is all things. I release the power of my imagination. I am in the light of creative mind power. I concentrate all the power of my mind on memory retention, on mental images of the world I wish to create. I live in the mental world of my own choice. I project thought forms of health, and my body responds with vitality and energy. I project thought forms of success and riches, and I am guided to the more abundant life. I project thought forms of superior mental power, and I become creative. Science calls this meditation theta state. In the scientific laboratories, it has now been found that when a person goes into this form of meditation and absorption with the light, it reduces the brain waves to a slow rhythm of from 4 to 7 cycles per second. This is the state of meditation used by geniuses who slowly evolve their creative patterns and ideas for art, music, literature, inventions, and discoveries of new ideas. How a college student increased his grades through theta. Through this theta state of meditation, a college student who was getting consistently low grades was able to improve his grades and passed at the head of his class. He had no memory retention until he learned how to slow down the brain rhythm and achieve the first absorption in mystic meditation. To attain absolute power in concentration and achieve the theta state of meditation, go back in your memory to the earliest recollections you have of your childhood. As you slow down the stream of consciousness to the theta state, you focus the powers of the mind specifically on one thing at a time. Memory retention utilizes this same principle. As you slow down your thought processes and fix mental images in your mind by concentration on them, they will leave deep imprints on the convolutions of your brain, and you will have total recall of everything you see, hear, read, or think. How a man used this meditation to become a super salesman. A man I once knew who was a salesman of household appliances lacked concentration and could never close a sale. He came into a study of these theta principles and began to practice the first absorption. He used the theta meditation and affirmed that his mind was superior, that he would be persuasive and forceful in his presentation of the sales points he wanted to make. Each time before he approached a customer, he would go into the theta state and meditate as follows. I now slow down my conscious mind. I am in the theta meditation. I shall speak slowly and convincingly. I shall remember all the good points about my product. I tap the hidden reserves of mind power and shall close this sale successfully. The first week he sold every customer he approached. He is now the district sales manager for his firm. To tap your higher subconscious mind power, give yourself this meditation as you hold your mind absolutely still. I am now aware of my subconscious mind power. I relegate all automatic functions to its control. I withdraw my conscious mind from interfering with this higher power. I ask it to guide me to my right work. I wish to become a creative genius, to paint pictures, write great stories, compose music. Here you must substitute whatever creative gifts you desire. Do not limit yourself, for you can become proficient in many fields. Churchill was a statesman, but also a great writer, orator, painter, and he had many other gifts. How a woman used this meditation and became a sculptor. A 35-year-old woman I once met in my lectures told me she was just an ordinary housewife with no talent of any kind. I asked her what she would like to be, and she replied, I would love to have been an artist, but I can't even draw a straight line. I then told her of this meditation for releasing creative genius, and she began to use it daily. Within 2 weeks' time, she was impelled to enroll in a course in sculpturing that was being given by her church, and she soon found she had tremendous talent for art. Meditation to release superconscious mind power. The third phase of superior mind power you can tap and release through your consciousness is that of the superconscious mind. This was called by William James of Harvard University the universal mind. In mysticism, it is referred to as the cosmic mind, which creates all things. Sit quietly in meditation and meditate as follows. I am aware of the supreme power back of the universe, which man calls God. I know that this superior mind created all things and sustains me. I now enter into the state of absorption with the light of God's infinite presence. My mind reflects his mind, and I am aware of superior powers working through all levels of my consciousness. I am one with the light of truth, and truth reflects in my life. I am one with the light of peace, and my life is peaceful. I am one with the light of joy, and I reflect happiness in my daily life. The second sacred meditation. For a high degree of superior mental and spiritual power, the initiate in sacred meditation in the yoga schools of philosophy is taken into the second stage of absorption with the light. Sit in the stillness as before, and repeat the sacred mantra, Om Man Padme Om. When your mind is perfectly still, indulge in contemplation of the mind on body and all its attributes. Quietly project your thoughts into a rhythm, which is measured on the electroencephalograph as between 8 to 12 cycles per second and known as the alpha state. This is the meditation to use when you wish to achieve healing powers to overcome specific physical ailments. It is to be used to enhance the five senses so you will see, hear, feel, taste, and smell with increased sensitivity. This is the meditation to use when you wish to overcome some negative habit, such as smoking, alcoholism, or gambling. As you sit in meditation, put yourself into the alpha state by seeing the spiritual lake without a ripple on its surface. Then, with your eyes closed, say the following meditation. You may read this at first, until you memorize it. Then, whenever you wish to achieve the alpha state of meditation, you may say this meditation. I am now going into the alpha state of meditation. I see the spiritual lake, and my mind becomes as peaceful and still as that lake. I now contemplate the power of mind on body and all my five senses. I am aware of my mind in all its aspects. A higher power now flows through the creative centers of mind, making me superior consciously and subconsciously. All the organs of my body now respond to this flow of cosmic mind power. I contemplate my eyes and know that they are the perfect channels for my perception of the world about me. I now relax my conscious mind and let the higher power flow through my eyes, seeing everything perfectly. When you meditate on the eyes, breathe deeply 10 or 15 times, sending the pranic life force up the spinal column and shooting it over the top of the head to the forefront of your head. At the same time, open the eyes and close them with the feeling that you are shooting sparks through your eyeballs. This gently massages the eyeball and helps contract and expand the optic lens, and helps improve the optic nerve which transmits the electrical impulses to the higher brain, where true vision occurs. This exercise in meditation has helped improve the vision of many people I know. In dozens of cases of those who wore glasses for reading, it has improved their vision so much that they were able to read perfectly without glasses. Now do the same meditation for the sense of hearing. Contemplate the ears and their function, and say the following meditation. I am aware of the sense of hearing. I now listen to every sound in my environment. I hear voices on the street, music at a distance, the sounds of birds, crickets, and all of nature. My sense perceptions now become acute, and my auditory nerve responds to the slightest vibrations in the atmosphere about me. How a concert violinist achieved high sensitivity. A famous concert violinist whom I met in Carnegie Hall when I lectured there for years has achieved a high degree of sensitivity through this meditation. He produces sounds of such incredible beauty that critics all praise him highly. Each day, choose a different sense perception for your meditation, rotating them until you have achieved perfection in all five senses. A dress designer achieved great skill through meditation. I knew a dress designer who worked for one of the biggest studios in Hollywood, who began yoga meditations in my classes, and gained such proficiency in his trade that he could design gowns that were so startling and different, he became one of Hollywood's highest-paid fashion designers. The third absorption in the light. Now you are ready to go into the third absorption in the light, which you can achieve through daily meditation. This meditation consists in contemplation on the cosmic virtues and qualities of mind. Meditate on the first virtue for 5 minutes. Truth. Say the following meditation. I now contemplate truth. I reflect truth in my daily life. I am true to myself and to others. I recognize cosmic truth as the unifying principle back of the universe. Good. For 5 minutes, meditate on the quality of goodness as follows. I now reflect good in my thoughts, words, and deeds. God is good, and when I operate under the law of goodness, I am godly. My life prospers with good, and I am aware that only good can overcome the negative power of evil. Charity. Meditate on this virtue as follows for a few moments each day. It is more blessed to give than to receive. I am now in the cosmic flow of good, and my life is filled to overflowing with all the good things of life. Beauty. Meditate a few moments each day on this quality as follows. I am aware of infinite beauty in all of nature. I am surrounded by God's golden presence in blooming flowers, green trees, blue skies, and distant mountains. I adorn my thoughts with beauty, and I become beautiful. I register only that which is beautiful in my environment and ignore that which is ugly and debasing. Compassion. I now meditate on this virtue, and my heart is compassionate for all living creatures. I am one with the vast brotherhood of all human beings. I give of my sympathy, consideration, and kindness to others, and I am in turn blessed with happiness, peace, and abundance. Love. Meditate on this virtue as follows. I am aware of the divine emotion of love in all its cosmic facets. God is love. I am one with infinite love. I love my fellow men, and I reflect love daily in my relations with others. A girl who could not find true love used this meditation. A 23-year-old young lady once came to me complaining that she could not find true love. Every boy she went out with responded with a physical type of love that left her disgusted. I gave her this emotion of love to meditate on every day and told her to say the words over and over many times a day. She soon radiated a form of inner spiritual beauty that worked like a magnet to attract to her the higher type of man who was not interested in physical love alone. She became engaged to marry a fine young man within 3 months' time. How a man increased his flow of money through meditation. A man who told me he could never get enough money to get out of debt used 2 of these meditations, good and charity. He began to make himself a channel for good. He started the flow of riches and abundance by giving to others, and soon he had attracted $2,500 from an unexpected source. We magnetize that which we meditate on. Someone has said, "Show me a man's secret thoughts, and I shall be able to predict the future events of his life." The fourth absorption, in the light. The fourth and last absorption in the light is known as the meditation on divine ecstasy, in which one blends with the light. This is known as achieving the state of nirvana, which is beyond pleasure or pain, and causes you to rise to the cosmic heights of meditation. In this sacred meditation, light a white candle and prepare a shrine with some sacred relic that you believe in, such as a medal, a rosary, a cross, or some other emblem of your faith in God. You can have incense burning or some fragrant perfume. This helps in stimulating the higher centers of consciousness. In this meditation, open the 3 petals of the sacred lotus blossom. Visualize the perfect multicolored lotus in all its perfection. This, in the Far East, is a symbol of the Godhead in man, the ultimate perfection that resides within the immortal soul. The first petal that is opened in this meditation is one symbolical of the omniscience of God. Meditate as follows. I now open the sacred petal of omniscience. I am in the light of God's all-knowing, all-wise sacred presence. The secrets of the universe are now known to my higher mind. My soul is bathed by the golden light of cosmic spirit, and I enter into the divine romance, where my soul shall dwell in perpetual union with the light of God's infinite peace, infinite beauty, infinite good, infinite joy, and infinite love. The second petal of the sacred lotus that you now open in meditation is that of omnipresence. Again, visualize the lotus in all its multicolored loveliness. See the petals opening one by one, revealing the translucent beauty within that represents the imprisoned splendor of your soul. Meditate as follows, as you hold this picture in your mind of the perfection and beauty of the lotus. I now take on the omnipresence of infinite spirit that is everywhere present and knows all things. I enter into that vast cosmic realm of infinite intelligence where my soul is transported to infinite bliss in a blending with the light of nirvana. I am above all pleasure and pain. My body and its appetites is now under control. I am all mind and intellect and spirit. I am aware of the transcendental realm of pure spirit in which my soul is transported to the celestial heights of love and ecstasy. I am one with the light. The third petal of the sacred lotus that you can now open in meditation is omnipotence. Meditate as follows. God's infinite presence is everywhere present, in all things, and flowing through all creation in his glorious golden self. I see his sublimity and his majesty in every towering mountain, in every flowering bush, and in every fragrant tree. I hear his voice in the falling rain, the thundering waterfall, the happy song of birds at eventide. I see his golden countenance in every incandescent sunrise and sunset, in the multicolored, fragrant flowers that bedeck the face of earth, in the glittering moonlight and star glow that illumines the purple mantle of night. In the cascading golden light of the sun which bathes the earth and causes all things to grow to nourish and sustain mankind, I am aware of his power and his might. I recognize his omnipotence, his infinite power, and my soul reflects this cosmic splendor and pays homage to his eternity. My soul now wears its mantle of immortality with sublimity and majesty, and I am one with the light of his infinite presence. 10. How to open the 7 sacred chakras of consciousness for ESP powers and cosmic perception. Transcendental meditation can be used to give you amazing powers of the mind and soul. There are 7 sacred chakras of consciousness which have their location in the brain and body. When these are opened through the proper meditations, you will have instant powers of extrasensory perception. You will possess cosmic perception and astral vision that gives you the ability to know secrets denied to ordinary mortals. In this chapter, we shall investigate this most profound mystery from the mysticism of the Far East and learn how to enhance psychic powers that make you supernormal. Before learning how to open these 7 sacred chakras through meditation, it is important that you understand man is a threefold being. The physical body, with its material needs, often makes demands on the mind for its care and guidance. When the physical self is allowed to rule the consciousness, man is no better off than animals, who follow the dictates of their physical appetites only. When man learns how to control this physical body with its incessant demands and rises into a higher strata of consciousness, he is freed of the body's aches and pains and constant complaints. This is what yoga attempt to do through the opening of the 7 sacred chakras. Relegate to each area of the mind and body its proper control, so the soul of man is free and can follow its divine promptings and achieve spiritual illumination. How a woman bound with earthly troubles suffered needlessly. A woman I once knew suffered constantly from all kinds of complaints. Not only was she suffering physically, but she was undergoing mental torture as well. She took many different types of medicines for her physical ailments. She went to a psychiatrist at a cost of $25 a visit for her mental anguish, and she besieged her church minister for his aid in helping her solve her spiritual problems of mental guilt and soul anguish. There is no need of going into the nature of her many complaints, but she was a slave to her body and its incessant needs. I gave her this method for opening the 7 sacred chakras of mind, body, and soul, and the proper meditations for each. She began to use them daily for only 15 minutes, and soon she was mentally, physically, and spiritually unified and healed perfectly. This branch of yoga control is known as the Raja, or Royal Yoga, and deals with opening the higher centers of consciousness through a rigid system of mind control, breathing, and meditation. The regimen to use for opening the 7 sacred chakras through meditation. 1. The first chakra is located in the vital zone below the navel, controlling the organs of reproduction and the vital life force. The physical function of this chakra is for purposes of perpetuating the human race through reproduction. However, the emotions generated through this vital zone are often misused and degenerate into animalism, passion, and lust, making man a slave to his basic sex nature. How a young man ruined his life through ignorance of chakras' laws. Ignorance of the spiritual laws and the true purpose of the sexual instinct in man can often bring ruination to a person's life. A young man of 22 came to me in real trouble. 2 girls he had dated were both pregnant, and he didn't know what to do. His uncontrolled passions in each instance had led him to lie to them, telling them he was going to marry them. Now, he told me, neither girl knows about the other. I can't marry them both, and I'm not sure that I love either of them. What in the world can I do? I told him it would be wrong for him to escape his responsibilities, and yet he could not marry either girl. I advised him to confess the truth to the girls and admit that he had lied to them about marriage, telling them about the other girl. He followed my advice and confessed his deception to each of the girls. They both turned on him and refused to have anything further to do with him, but this did not solve the problem of their pregnancy. After seeking counsel from their family physicians, each girl decided on her own to have an abortion. The young man agreed to pay for this expense, but the moral guilt that he incurred will haunt him throughout his entire life and cloud any future marriage with fear of detection and other possible repercussions. He solved his problem, but he is spiritually guilty of violating basic cosmic laws, and he must pay a karmic debt throughout his lifetime. How to open the first chakra. As you sit in quiet meditation, with your eyes closed, concentrate your attention to the vital zone, See the sacred lotus blossom and mentally open 3 petals, meditating on the color red, and ascribe to the 3 petals the qualities of love, inspiration, and ecstasy. Say or think the following meditation. I am now aware of the cosmic fire within my mind and body. It is now directed into its proper sphere of action as creative life force and energy. I sublimate this celestial fire into the divine emotion of love, ennobling, elevating, and refining all my senses and causing me to rise above lust, animalism, and sensuality. I sublimate this divine emotion into inspiration and ecstasy. I become a creative channel and express great ideas for the P of the world. I express love unselfishly to all people, and I am good inspired to great creative deeds through this noble passion of love. A widow used this meditation to become a social worker. Not a 55-year-old widow was lost in grief when I first met her. She wore black perpetually in mourning for her husband. She did know what to do or where to go. A friend brought her to one of my lectures where I told about how one can sublimate love into the spiritual realm of action. She told me later that she did not want to marry again, but she wanted to have some kind of creative activity. I gave her this meditation to use, and after 2 weeks she returned and told me the answer had come through in meditation. She was guided to do social work with underprivileged children. She had never had a family of her own, and she was starved for love. Sublimating the emotion of love into this work gave this woman great happiness, and perhaps one day she will stop grieving for her husband and find some man she can love and marry. 2. The second chakra is located in the navel region, the stomach area. This section rules the physical and material body, with its appetite for food, its conversion of food into mental energy and creative ideas. When this chakra holds man earthbound, a slave to his desire for food, he becomes a glutton and suffers from all kinds of negative effects. The purpose of this meditation is to elevate this chakra into its mental and spiritual equivalent, elevating man above the realm of animalism and physical appetites. To open this second chakra, sit in quiet meditation and direct your thoughts into the region of the stomach. Be aware of the true purpose and function of this vital area. It is to sustain man physically and give him power to remain healthy and strong so he can fulfill his life function. Visualize the sacred lotus blossom and ascribe 5 petals to this chakra with the color orange. The 5 petals that you will open in this chakra are life, vitality, growth, youth, creativity. Meditate as follows for opening this second chakra. I now open the second chakra of consciousness. I am in attunement with the life force. My appetites are now under control of my higher mind. I transmute physical force and energy into a stream of youth and vitality that causes me to fulfill my we goal perfectly. I grow and evolve mentally, physically, and spiritually. I now convert this physical force into creativity to shape my life destiny. I release my physical energy into creative ideas of beauty, constructive good, and cosmic perfection. 3. The third sacred chakra is located in the solar plexus, or what is known as the diaphragm. This is located a little above the stomach area and controls the vital function of breathing and life prana. To open this chakra, ascribe 4 petals of the lotus blossom to it and the color green. The 4 petals that you will now meditate on opening are energy, faith, joy, and hope. As this area controls the life prana or breath, when you meditate, draw in the breath to the count of 4 and hold it. Count 4, and then release it as a deep sigh. Then meditate as follows. I now inhale the pranic life force through my breath. Breath is life, and I now express energy that flows to all my brain and body cells and makes me aware of power. I have faith in the creative principle that gave me life, and I express that faith daily in my life. I am joyous with the flame of life, and I become infused with the creative spirit of joy. I now express hope for the future and am optimistic and radiant in the knowledge that I am in tune with the creative spirit of the universe. How a woman rejected by husband renewed her life. A woman who had lost her purpose for living, when she lost the love of her husband to another woman, came to me extremely depressed. She announced that life had ended for her. She was emotionally distraught and had even considered suicide. I put her on this meditation for opening the third chakra, and within a week she came into my office, filled with boundless energy and hope for her future. She did the meditation 3 times daily, with the breathing. She meditated on the 4 petals of the lotus, Energy, faith, joy, and hope. And for the first time in weeks, felt wonderful. She accepted an invitation from a male acquaintance to go to a party, and she danced until midnight. She told me when I next saw her, "That meditation kindled a new spark in my heart and soul. I can see my way clear to falling in love again with a man and once more being joyous." 4. The fourth sacred chakra is located in the heart area and is known as the heart wheel. To it ascribe the color of crimson red and open 6 petals of the lotus: love, loyalty, sincerity, optimism, charity, forgiveness. To open this sacred chakra, sit in meditation and say or think the following: I now direct the pranic life force to the heart wheel. This is the center of my life energy and force. I live and breathe and radiate the life force to everyone I meet. I express the divine emotion of love. I open the petals of the sacred lotus and reveal the jewel in the heart of the lotus. I take on the quality of loyalty and sincerity. I am charitable and forgiving in my attitude towards others. I become optimistic and cheerful as I survey my future, knowing that the divine emotion of love controls and regulates all my life functions. I am peaceful and serene in the midst of life's problems. How a man with heart trouble used this meditation for recovering health. A 58-year-old man came to my attention who had already had 2 heart attacks. He had dangerously high blood pressure. He was highly nervous and irritable and could hardly sit at his desk all day. He lost his temper quickly and flew into fits of rage. When I met him, he was red-faced, his breath came in short gasps, and his eyes had a wild, frightened look. I knew that this man was suffering from the modern sickness that has afflicted millions of our citizens in the United States. Fear, anxiety, and mental pressure were taking their toll yearly in hundreds of thousands, dying unnecessarily from heart trouble and related ailments. He took my lectures and lessons for 2 months and learned about the miracles that medical men in the laboratories were performing with the new alpha brainwave therapy, in which they put their patients into deep states of meditation. This man worked on the 4th chakra especially, controlling the heart wheel. He said the meditation faithfully several times a day and began to visualize his heart beating normally as he opened and closed his fist to the count of 72 beats a minute, simulating the heart action. He was soon able to bring his heart action down to normal, and his blood pressure decreased to nearly normal. Within 3 months' time, you would not know this was the same man who had come to me in desperation, on the verge of death. He became calm and peaceful. His complexion was no longer a beefy red, but became a normal, healthy color. But the greatest results were to be observed by his doctor when he gave him an electrocardiogram. The doctor could hardly believe the miracle he was witnessing. The man's heart action was normal, and there was not the slightest evidence he had ever had a heart attack. Truly, he had performed a miracle. 5. The 5th sacred chakra is located in the base of the throat area. To this meditation, ascribe the color of sunlight yellow and open the following 5 petals of the lotus bloom: power, dignity, pride, honesty, and dynamic action. As the throat is the connecting medium between the brain and body, it is a vitally important area. Here it is that the entrance to the lungs, as well as to all the vital organs, exists. This chakra has repercussions throughout the entire body. Speech is formed in this area through the vocal cords. Man's noblest expression of lofty thoughts occurs through words, which are formed from the passageway leading from the lungs to the lips. Meditate as follows, as you visualize the opening of the 5 petals of the lotus. I now open the 5th sacred chakra, which is the gateway to mental and physical power. I project this power now to my brain, releasing its golden light to the creative centers of my consciousness. I am aware of the magical power of words with their command of life's forces. I now express pride and dignity in my evolved state of consciousness, which differentiates me from lowly animals. I rise to the heights of spiritual awareness and practice the virtue of honesty and truth as I release the pranic life force to this area. Dynamic action, mental and physical, now is released, causing my life to be directed into channels of productivity and beauty. A famous opera star uses this meditation. A very famous opera star I once met in concert at Carnegie Hall some years ago told me she was having some difficulty in producing her high notes. She was about 40 years of age and feared that time was taking its toll of her magnificent voice. I discovered that her tenseness, from fear, was causing her vocal cords to be strained. I gave her this meditation on the 5th chakra to use to release her throat from tension. She practiced the meditation for 15 minutes before going on stage. It achieved miraculous results, and she went on singing much longer than she might have if she had not practiced this chakra. I have given this meditation to actors, ministers, and priests, salesmen who need to talk all day. I have seen teachers that must talk each day for several hours suddenly release tension through this meditation and never tire in their work. It is a most valuable meditation and has many other repercussions that profoundly affect the higher creative centers of consciousness. 6. The 6th sacred chakra is located in the area between the eyes. Ascribe to this chakra the astral color of mauve or orchid and the following 5 petals of the lotus: beauty, friendliness, generosity, happiness, and radiance. This area is known in mystic philosophy as the third eye, where psychic vision can be aroused. In meditation, try to visualize this third eye in the forefront of the brain and meditate as follows. I now open the third eye of psychic and astral vision and project the pranic life force to my eyes and head region. I now see with the inner eye and am aware of the true spiritual reality of all life. I meditate on beauty, and my life becomes beautiful. I open the petal of friendliness, and I attract friends and loved ones who share with me their good. I become generous and do good for others and receive blessings from everyone I meet. I glow with happiness and radiance, and I magnetize the centers of my consciousness so I attract only happy and wonderful experiences. How an introvert became socially popular. Through meditation. A girl of 19 was extremely shy and withdrawn. She had gone through a painful adolescence in which she fell in love with a boy who ignored her. She was afraid to date boys, for she felt awkward and self-conscious dancing, and imagined that everyone was looking at her and laughing at her because she was so gawky. Her mother brought her to a series of classes I was doing in New York on meditation. She learned about the opening of the 7 chakras, especially this 6th one, and she began to practice the meditation, projecting the 5 qualities of the lotus: beauty, friendliness, generosity, happiness, and radiance. And within 2 weeks, this girl changed her entire attitude towards life. As she changed, people reacted differently towards her, and soon she was dating boys regularly and enjoying a new and wonderful social life. 7. The 7th sacred chakra is located in the crown of the head and is known as the crown chakra. The color for this chakra is gold, and the 5 petals of the lotus to be opened in meditation are aspiration, inspiration, idealization, cosmic awareness, and soul's elevation. I now project my concentration to the crown chakra, where reside all the powers of my mind and spirit. I breathe deeply and project the golden pranic life force up my spinal column to the base of my head, where it gushes like a golden fountain of light, illuminating my mind, my imagination, my memory, my psychic centers, are all now opening and releasing their spiritual forces for my guidance. I now meditate on aspiration and mentally climb the spiritual mountaintop, where my consciousness is expanded to embrace the entire cosmos. I breathe deeply, and as I inspire the life prana, I am lifted on wings of inspiration to the loftiest ideas that man may achieve. I idealize all my life experience, striving to uplift, ennoble, dignify, and beautify every thought and experience in my life. I achieve a state of cosmic awareness, and I am one with infinite intelligence, infinite beauty, infinite good, infinite joy, and infinite love. Now my soul has reached its zenith in mystical elevation, and I am one with the cosmic mind. I am in harmony with all of life's highest spiritual forces, and I have entered through the golden door of Brahma into a blending with the light. The light is all. 11. How to build the golden aura of magnetic attraction to achieve a great destiny. There is a magnetic power in the invisible universe which you may tap through transcendental meditation and surround yourself with a golden aura that literally makes you a magnet. When this golden aura is charged with dynamic mystic power, you can magnetize and attract to yourself fame, friends, fortune, and thrilling life experiences. Have you ever observed some people on whom fate seems to smile? They are charming and attractive to everyone. They have a host of friends. They are invited everywhere, and they always seem to do everything with great ease. Such people seem to become famous without effort. They become rich because they are darlings of good luck, and everyone wants to do something for them. We look at such people and say, they were born under a lucky star. For many years, when I was known as the advisor to the Hollywood stars, I used this magnetic principle, which I called the magic circle, to make stars of truck drivers, elevator operators, and sales clerks. I witnessed the miracle of transformation which took place when I put these unknown players into states of meditation and helped them build the golden aura of magnetic attraction. Some of the great stars who have this magic circle aura and who have kept their fame and youthful appearance throughout the years are Bette Davis, Gloria Swanson, Joan Crawford, Susan Hayward, Jimmy Durante, Bob Hope, Lucille Ball, Elizabeth Taylor, and many others to whom I gave the golden aura of magnetic attraction when they were young. Photographs, which I have with these and hundreds of others, shows them to be in their early 20s when I gave them this priceless mystic secret, and they have never lost throughout the years their charm, magnetism, and money-making ability. Scientific proof of a mysterious magnetic property. Now there is scientific proof that there is in the universe a mysterious magnetic property that ties all things together in the universe. This magnetic field of attraction is what holds our Earth up in space, causing it to rotate around the sun. The moon is attracted into the magnetic orbit of the Earth and circles in its magic aura, held by the Earth's magnetism. You possess this same invisible, mysterious magnetism within your brain and body. When you have this magnetic power strongly, you attract into your orbit of life experiences all the good, rich, and fortunate experiences that you hold in your consciousness. You can build this magic circle of magnetism and make it stronger through a regime of meditation, breathing, and positive thoughts. In this chapter, we shall explore this method fully and learn how to use it to magnetize your aura and make you charming, magnetic, and attractive. The brainwave cycle known as beta. In the scientific laboratory, through using the brainwave machine, it has now been found that the state of meditation which produces this magnetic aura in the human body and brain is known as beta. This is when the brain waves have been accelerated to 14 to 28 cycles per second. This beta state is faster than alpha, which is from 8 to 12 cycles per second, and is also faster than the theta state, which is from 4 to 7 cycles per second. However, it is slower than the delta, which is from 28 to 35 cycles per second. To put your brain waves into this rhythm and build your magnetic field of attraction, you must go into meditation daily and actually create the golden aura around your body. This process of daily exercise magnetizes your mind and your body, making you a magnet which attracts into your aura anything you put into your consciousness. How to build the golden aura of magnetic attraction to achieve a great destiny. 1. When you go into meditation to create the beta state, it is necessary that you meditate on those things that will actually stimulate your brain centers and accelerate the rhythm of the brain. Stored within the convolutions of your brain are vast funds of magnetism, lying dormant, awaiting your command to spring into motion. When you have creative action in your mind centers, and arouse yourself to tremendous activity mentally, you are creating magnetism. The 5 meditations of magnetic arousal. A. Desire. When you arouse your mind through the emotion of desire, tremendous magnetism is released, which floods your brain centers and flows to your body, expressing itself as creative action. You will be driven by magnetic and electrical impulses from your brain to your nerves and muscles in the direction of that which you desire. Desire success and magnetize it by going into meditation for 5 minutes as follows. I now magnetize the element of success and arouse my brain centers with the thought that I shall become a great success. I wish to become famous, well-known, popular, and sought after by others. I now project magnetism to my personality and become like a magnet, attracting success on every plane. A young man magnetized his brain centers with the creative idea and desire that he would become a famous baseball player. He had worked for me as an usher at my lectures in California, and he believed that he could achieve whatever he could conceive, as he often heard me say at lectures and classes. He began to say his meditations daily until desire was raised to such a fever pitch that he attracted a man who was very big in one of the baseball clubs on the coast. Through this contact, this young man was given training as he was naturally athletically inclined, and within 6 months he was given a position as first baseman on one of the minor leagues. In another year, there was an opening on one of the major leagues, and this young man became one of its most successful players. B. High purpose or motivations magnetism is created in your brain centers when you have a high purpose for living. This is called motivation, and when you are impelled towards some goal for some specific reason, you generate more magnetism or attraction power in your aura. There are two forces in gravity, which is magnetic attraction, between the Earth and other planets. One is the force known as attraction. The other is repulsion. When you put more positive magneton into your aura and less of the negative, you become more attractive and magnetic. If you have a desire for only money, you may attract money, but you are apt to lose out on other values in life. Have a desire to help others, to share your good. Want to make a fortune so you can give your family benefits. When you want success and money to elevate the standards of the world, you will be given more magnetic attraction to achieve your high goal. The great geniuses of history had this type of unselfish motivation to spur them on to great achievement. A woman educated 3 children through this power. A woman whose husband died in an accident had 3 children and no money with which to support them. She had studied some of my lectures on meditation and learned about having a master motive in her life. She knew that the future of her 3 children was all important to her, and she set this as her motivation for future action. Each day, she went into the beta state of meditation and gave herself the following statement. I now ask for higher guidance to my future destiny. I want to help my children achieve an education so they will attain their life goals. I want to be useful to the world and help elevate its standards to greater perfection. On the 2nd week of her meditations, she felt that something was going to happen soon that would solve her problem. She had occasion to go to a lawyer to handle the matter of her husband's will. He had left an insurance policy of a few $1,000s and some personal effects, leaving his wife as the executrix. When she obtained the $5,000 from the policy, the lawyer asked her how she was going to invest it. She replied that she did not know, as she had no experience in investments. The lawyer told her he had been approached by 2 men with $10,000 who needed another $5,000 to open an offset printing shop, and he suggested she go into the venture. This woman was made an equal partner in the firm, and she was able to spend her days there while her children were at school. The offset printing became such a tremendous success that in a few months' time she had her original investment back and received from that time on 1/3 of the profits. How to meditate on a high master motive. When you go into meditation, have some specific thing you wish to accomplish, such as making money to pay some debts, or the mortgage on your home, to educate your children, to buy a business, so you will have financial security. Then, as you sit in the stillness, accelerate your brain waves to the beta state of from 14 to 28 cycles per second. This is done by exciting the brain centers with some new and exciting information, or pressing the imagination into service and visualizing the things you want to accomplish. Think or say to yourself the following meditation. I now magnetize the centers of my consciousness with thoughts of great success. I contemplate the future with joy and expectation of my good. I wish to attract money to achieve my life goal. I wish to help my family achieve a better way of life. I visualize myself in my own business. I see myself making money and spending it to improve my family's life. I now project the creative magnetism to achieve the great destiny that I desire. C. Enthusiasm. The emotion of enthusiasm is extremely good for magnetic arousal of the higher mind centers. Each day before beginning your day's activity, magnetize your mind with this powerful emotion. A child's enthusiasm for life is what gives it such creative energy. Your blood sugar energy increases when you go into this state of meditation that arouses enthusiasm for life. Energy flows to your brain and body cells, and magnetism is released when you meditate as follows. I now release into my aura the magnetic quality of enthusiasm. I thrill with the joy of life. I am aware of the mystical purpose back of my existence. I now ask for higher guidance to my true destiny. I am joyous and expectant of my good. I share my enthusiasm with everyone I meet. Say this over 5 or 10 times before each day's activity begins and carry this aura of magnetic enthusiasm with you throughout the day. A young man used this meditation for 1 week daily when he went out to apply for a position as a junior executive with a large manufacturing firm. He faced competition from 10 other young men with college diplomas and as presentable and capable as he was. He was chosen above the others. Later, he asked the personnel director why he had selected him, and the man replied, "You were so cheerful and optimistic. I admired your youthful enthusiasm for the job, and I knew if you brought that quality into your work, you would be the best man for our firm." De-imagination. To build a magnetic aura and attract into your experience great and unusual events, you must utilize the gift of imagination. Each day, meditate on releasing this quality. Go into your meditation period and hold in your mind 2 different states of consciousness. Visualize something ugly and unpleasant. This is a negative picture and short-circuits your mental and physical magnetism. Then visualize something beautiful and inspiring. This builds a positive magnetic charge in the storage batteries of your mind. Then carry this meditation into action by saying or thinking, "I now use the law of spiritual transmutation to change that which is ugly into that which is beautiful. I am filled with the concept of beauty, and I reflect the magnetism of creative imagination in my personality, my voice, my facial expression, and in my atmosphere." Then for 5 minutes meditate on the most beautiful things you can recall. A sunrise or sunset scene, the grandeur of a mountain range capped with a mantle of snow, the most beautiful springtime you can remember with multicolored blooms and verdant trees in a peaceful valley. Mentally stand beside the seashore and look to the flaming western sky, with its gold and crimson reflecting in the tranquil sea, and let this memory color your imagination with beauty. As you build your inner concept of the greatest and most beautiful experiences in your life, you will magnetize your mind centers with these forces, and you will then attract to yourself the life experiences you image. How a woman visualized a home in Florida. A woman in our lecture work in New York City was resentful of the cold winters she had endured for years. She began to meditate on palm trees, perpetual golden sunshine, and a Shangri-La of eternal beauty and peace. She kept up her meditation and visualization for 3 months, using only 5 minutes a day to project this idealistic concept of where she wished to live. At the end of that time, her husband was transferred by his firm to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and she found herself living in the little stucco house, facing the sea, in a pageant of tropical flowers and vegetation, just as she had imagined it in her periods of daily meditation. Emotional intensity. You can build a magnetic and attractive aura if you meditate a few moments daily on emotional intensity. Just as when a violin is tuned correctly, it gives beautiful music, so too when the human psyche is attuned to the positive emotions of joy, peace, charity, forgiveness, good, truth, and love. The subtle wavelengths that are set into motion from the brain reflect in the aura magnetism, charm, and power. Of all human emotions that give intensity to the aura, love is, perhaps, the most magnetic and powerful. This is why one of the most magnetic mystics of all time said, "A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another." This magnetic command sets into motion magnetic vibrations in the human aura that wipe away all hatred, suspicion, and enmity. In daily meditation, run through the magnet of your mind all the positive magnetic emotions as follows. I meditate on joy and radiate in my aura, emotions of friendliness and good cheer towards all humanity. I magnetize my mind centers with the emotion of peace. I dwell in peace with the entire world and radiate serenity and joy to every person I meet. I concentrate my thoughts on being charitable and kind. I share my good with others, and I am blessed with abundance. I magnetize my mind centers with sympathy, understanding, and forgiveness of others. I am tolerant of the weaknesses of others and forgive them for their unkind words and acts. I am surrounded by the magnetic aura of good. I attract only good and beautiful experiences in my life. I radiate the magnetism of truth. I am true to myself and shape my destiny by the highest ideals of truth, honesty, and high morality. I meditate on the different aspects of love, and I become loving and beloved by all people. I love God, and I now serve Him and humanity in loving service and with joy. Sir Francis Chichester sailed around the world in the Gypsy Moth, and all the world marveled at the courage of this man, nearly 70 years of age, who could single-handedly dare do alone what most men half his age could never have accomplished. Later, when he was asked on national television his philosophy of life, Sir Francis said, "To live life with intensity intensifies life." This man, who was later knighted by his queen, hit on one of the great secrets of life and magnetism in that statement. Your brain centers come to life with magnetic action that radiates in your personality and causes you to do great things when you put into the convolutions of your brain the emotional intensity of great and courageous thoughts, daring and inspired actions, high and noble ideals, and when you express these daily in your life, you achieve a truly great destiny. 12. The 10 positive stages of meditation that can perform miracles in your life. Through Transcendental Meditation, you can literally become a miracle worker. A miracle is something that is achieved through the release of supernormal powers. Your higher centers of consciousness radiate tremendous creative power when your conscious mind is removed from the scene of action. The yogas achieved this suspension of the interfering conscious mind by withdrawing the sense perceptions through a meditation which was similar to self-hypnosis, and then through meditation, they were able to arouse whatever brain centers were needed to achieve the miracle they desired. The 10 areas of consciousness that give you miracle working powers. There are 10 areas of consciousness that you can arouse through meditation that can give you miracle working powers. These are 1. For memory retention and total recall. 2. For concentration, visualization, and imagination. 3. For solving problems through rationalization. 4. For attracting success and financial security. 5. For releasing creative ideas and inspiration. 6. For physical healing, youth, and vitality. 7. For elevating the consciousness to superior mental action. 8. For attracting your soulmate in love and marriage. 9. For intuition and psychic phenomena. 10. For cosmic fulfillment and spiritual completion. Use the following regimen of meditation to arouse the miracle-working powers of consciousness. 1. For memory, retention and total recall of the past. Go into the state of meditation known as theta, in which your brain will release its powers on a slow wavelength of from 4 to 7 cycles per second. To slow your brain waves down to this rhythm, it is necessary that you fix your attention on one thing at a time. Memory retention is possible only when you make an effort to fix an image in your mind, by concentrating all the powers of your mind on the object or fact you want to remember. When you go into the theta state of meditation, close your eyes and visualize a tortoise, with its slow movements and deliberate actions. It is never in a hurry, but slowly ambles on its way. Now, in contrast to the tortoise, think of a rabbit, darting here and there rapidly. The rabbit can be likened to the alpha state of meditation, where the brain waves are from 12 to 18 cycles per second. Such a rapid wavelength does not stop to fix things in consciousness, for it flits from one thought to another without pause. Also, to create the theta brain wavelength, you can visualize an hourglass with grains of sand trickling through it one at a time. This meditation will slow down the stream of consciousness, making it possible to focus your attention on one thing at a time and retaining its mental image before going on to another thought. A business executive used this technique successfully. A business executive came to my lectures in New York City complaining that he had a very poor memory. In his work, it was necessary that he remember many important facts, which he found he could not do easily. I showed him how to go into the theta state of meditation and file all incoming data through his 5 senses. With this meditation, I now concentrate all my faculties of mind on one thing at a time. I observe the world around me. I concentrate on sight. I see one thing at a time, and I register what I see. I concentrate on hearing. I hear one thing at a time, and I am aware of what I hear. I now store it in my memory bank for future reference and recall. I am now aware of my sense of touch, and feel one thing at a time, registering the sensation in my higher mind. I am aware of taste, and concentrate all my powers of mind on what I taste, remembering and recalling that which I wish to fix in consciousness. I am concentrating on the sense of smell, and will retain that which I wish to remember. As he carefully fixed in his memory centers each of his 5 senses, he became a more discriminating person in relation to what was going on in the world around him. When he needed to remember a fact or a name, he would stop and fix it in his memory centers in the same way. Within 1 month's time, this man became a repository of thousands of new facts, names, and memory patterns which improved his efficiency and made his work more enjoyable. 2. For concentration, visualization, and imagination. This state of meditation is used for building the powers of your conscious and subconscious minds so you can more easily solve problems, select the events of your life, and release new creative patterns of imagination in your daily activities. For this type of meditation, go into the alpha state of consciousness, which is from 8 to 12 cycles per second. Sit quietly in meditation. Relax your body and your mind completely by letting go of all worries, anxieties, and fears. Say to yourself over and over, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." Then mentally visualize the spiritual lake, peaceful and still, without a ripple on its surface. Now you are ready to go into your meditation. Think or say the following words to yourself. I am now in a state of absolute calm and peace. I fix my thoughts on my mind. I am aware of my imagination. I create the new patterns of events that I wish in my life. I visualize myself being successful and prosperous. I image the type of person I wish to be. I concentrate all my faculties on cultivating new talents for creative work. I release mind power to my everyday affairs, solving all problems and achieving control of my mind, nerves, body, and environment. How a college student got to remember. A girl in college had a problem in concentrating on what her teacher said. Also, when she read something, her mind skimmed over the words, but she found herself not able to retain a thing she read. She came to me deeply troubled, but her problem was that she did not know how to focus her mind power on what she was doing. I put her into the theta state of meditation, and she began to practice this daily for 2 weeks. She returned at the end of that time radiant with joy. She said, "It is amazing. Now I read and remember everything I read." Soon she was getting progressively better grades in her schoolwork. How an advertising man got new ideas. A commercial artist who did advertising layouts for newspapers worked in one of New York City's biggest department stores. He had such a scarcity of new ideas in his work that he began to worry about losing his job. I showed him how to go into the theta state of meditation and open new creative centers of consciousness. He reported tremendous progress the first week, and after 1 month, so many new ideas came through that he won promotion and an increase in salary. 3. For solving problems. Through rationalization. To open centers of consciousness to solve problems, you must go into the meditation known as the beta state, where your brain waves are accelerated from 14 to 28 cycles per second. To go into the beta state, breathe deeply and increase your breathing, expelling the air dynamically between your lips with a sound like the put-put-put of a motorboat. After you have done this dynamic breathing about 10 or 15 times, you will feel a sense of fullness in your head, and your heart will begin to beat a little more rapidly than formerly. You will then be in the beta state of meditation. Hold this meditation in consciousness and say or think these words to yourself. I now enter into the beta state of meditation. Increase my mind's action and perception. I now call on my higher faculties of reasoning and rationalization to give me the solution to the following problem. Then bring the problem into the forefront of consciousness, dwelling on its several aspects briefly, without emotion, but coldly and calmly, as thought it were a problem in arithmetic that you are trying to solve. How a woman sold worthless desert land for a fortune. A woman in my Los Angeles lecture group told me how she used this meditation to help her solve a worrisome problem. She had inherited a seemingly worthless tract of desert land near Los Angeles from her mother. Everyone thought the old woman was crazy when she bought the land, but she confidently held it until the time of her death. Her daughter held the land for many years, although many times she was tempted to stop paying taxes on it, for everyone told her it was worthless. There was no water on the land, and it was not good for grazing cattle or anything else. When this woman learned about meditation, she asked her higher mind what she should do with this land, try to sell it or hold it. She got the answer to hold it. A few months later, the government announced plans to build an irrigation system in that section of the desert, and she sold her land for a profit of $100,000. 4. For attracting success and financial security. For this form of meditation, I have developed a state of consciousness which I call the gamma state of meditation. This goes beyond the 4 known realms that have been tested in the scientific laboratories, and which have been given letters of the Greek alphabet: alpha, theta, beta, and delta. The delta state of meditation occurs when one is asleep, and the brain waves are rapid, from 28 to 35 cycles per second. The gamma wavelength is similar to the delta, except that it occurs while you are wide awake and are conscious of everything that you are doing. In the gamma state of meditation, you achieve a suspended state of consciousness, where you are like a sleepwalker. I learned this meditation from a famous guru in India, who was 125 years of age and who was in remarkably good health. He had all his own teeth and hair, his eyesight was perfect, and he had keen mental perception. He seemed to have the vitality of a man of 40. This guru called the gamma wavelength of meditation psychic somnambulism. It occurs when a person goes into a trance-like state and suspends his consciousness and lets a higher mind take over. The person appears to enter into a state of mental hibernation or sleep with the eyes wide open. Put yourself into the gamma state of meditation by sitting quietly and looking at a spot above eye level on the opposite wall. Mentally go into a state of dream fantasy and project your mind into a world of spiritual reality where you dream the things you desire into existence. You create the mental and spiritual equivalents of the things you want, and then project these dream patterns to the invisible cosmic protoplasm that fills the cosmos, creating there the imprints of what you want to occur in your life. Within your consciousness, you must create the dream that will one day clothe itself in objective reality and become the things you are dreaming into existence through the psychic somnambulism meditation. Daydreams become reality when you learn how to release the psychic power of creativity through the following meditation. I now enter into the state of psychic somnambulism, where I dream with my eyes wide open. I create the gamma state of meditation, where I am in spiritual ecstasy, attuned to the cosmic mind that knows all secrets and creates all things. I project now the psychic picture of my dream home, seeing it in all its reality. I mentally live in that dream home, entertain my friends there, and walk through its rooms. I attend the garden of my dream home, gathering the fragrant flowers, and I sit before its fireplace on cold evenings, sharing my dream home with my friends and loved ones. To make the dream home more concrete, before going into meditation, cut out pictures of actual houses and pick the one you want to meditate on, or select portions of houses and pictures of furnishings. And then in psychic somnambulism, walk through the house, furnish it and entertain in it until it becomes so real you know the location of every room. Then meditate on your material abundance as follows. I now meditate on attracting the perfect car that I desire. I project a Chevrolet, or meditate on any model or make of car you choose. I drive my car through the country. I project my friends and my family in it with me. I dream it into existence, and I now claim it as my own. I now project the sum of $5 which I wish to materialize for the purchasing of things. I desire and for luxury and abundance. I now mentally bank this money. I go on a mental shopping spree selecting objects I wish to buy. 5. For releasing creative ideas and inspiration. You can go into meditation and release creative ideas and inspiration for any purpose in life. For this meditation, go into the alpha state and meditate as follows. I am a creative center for great ideas. I now tap the hidden vein of gold within my subconscious mind and bring forth creative ideas for writing stories, composing songs, painting pictures, inventing objects. There meditate on the specific field you are in for creative ideas in that field. An architect who came to Hollywood, California from Atlanta did this form of meditation and received inspiration to build a certain type of French Regency home for wealthy people in Beverly Hills and Bel Air, and he became rich through his creative ideas. A chemist that came to my lectures learned about psychic somnambulism and in meditation received ideas for face creams and perfumes that he distributed through chains of department stores, and he has made close to $500,000. A salesman in real estate began using this form of meditation to increase his sales, and he soon outsold all other salesmen in his office. He is now in his own firm and is one of the most successful younger real estate men in his region. You can truly release miracle power when you use this form of meditation. You can expand the meditation to fit other fields of endeavor as follows. I am a channel for creative ideas. I tap cosmic mind where all great thoughts are stored, and I channel into my mind the illuminating ideas that great geniuses have used throughout the centuries. I am inspired by ideals of creative beauty and a desire to shape things of beauty for the good of the world. I knew an illustrator for children's stories who used this meditation for creating beauty, and soon she had a job with one of the leading publishers of children's books, creating fantasy illustrations that delighted children. 6. For physical healing, youth, and vitality. For achieving physical healing of the body and to release youthful energy and vitality for greater joy in living, go into the meditation known as the alpha state, which brings your brain waves into the 12 to 18 cycles per second range. Meditate as follows, as you put yourself into a state of psychic somnambulism, in which you project the inner dream of health, youth, and vitality from the subjective to the objective realm. I project the dream of a perfect, healthy body. I know I am created in the image and likeness of God, therefore I know I am spiritual in nature. Spirit cannot be sick, grow old, or die. I now create the dream of my soul's immortality, and I become perfect, healthy, and everlasting. How a man was healed of chronic colds through this method. A man was chronically sick of colds that made him absent from work too many days each year. He was programmed to believe he had to catch colds. In winter, it was due to the severe cold weather. In summer, it was a summer cold that took its toll. And in other seasons, he laid it on to a virus or bug that was going around. When he alkalinized his blood by using the above meditation, he also rid himself of colds forever. He dwelt on positive meditations rather than on the negative ones, and he was healed. 7. For elevating the consciousness to superior mental action. You can build superior mental powers and literally achieve a high IQ that makes you a genius if you meditate and build your mental level of efficiency even 10% more than it is at the present time. Go into the theta state of meditation and think or say the following words, repeating them as often as you feel you need them. I now slow down the rhythm of my brain and possess perfect control of all my faculties. I am able to concentrate on one thing at a time. I desire superior mental action where my mind will function with more efficiency and accuracy. I am now a channel for the cosmic mind to work through me. My superconscious mind now taps a strata of cosmic knowledge that has been released by geniuses throughout history. I wish to emulate their patterns of greatness and achieve outstanding success in my work. Take into your meditation sessions daily some of the great thoughts and inspirations of geniuses who have created magnificent works, and be elevated in consciousness as you read or say their words, think their thoughts, and attempt to reproduce their beauty. This type of meditation on the thought forms of geniuses can extend to poetry, literature, music, science, invention, industry, exploration, philosophy, and religion. Someone said, "To be a Voltaire, think like a Voltaire." Meditate on thoughts of greatness and riches, and use specific examples to emulate, and you will elevate your consciousness to superior mental action and become a creative genius. How an elevator operator became a successful businessman. I gave this meditation to one of my classes, and a young man literally carried it into practice the next week. He was an elevator operator and told me before the class that he was limited in opportunities and income, but he longed to become something different. He longed to get into the field of hairstyling, where he could oppress his innate desire to create beauty for women. He had graduated from high school but could never go much higher than his present job. In meditation, this young man began to emulate thoughts of creative artists in his field. He meditated on the lives of people outstanding in the field of cosmetics, such as Helena Rubinstein, Elizabeth Arden, Max Factor, and Charles Revson of Revlon Beauty Products, until he was so enthusiastic that he was impelled by his intuitive mind to join a beauty college that gave night courses. He worked by day at his job and studied at night. This young man became an outstanding hairstylist when he finished his course and later won every important national and international honor for his creative work in hairstyling. Later, he taught his system to advanced hairstylists and was making $50,000 a year from his travels, exhibitions, and teachings. 8. For attracting your soulmate in love and marriage. In such a vitally important matter as love and marriage, you should never leave things to chance. Your conscious mind is often confused by surface appearances, and you may be magnetically attracted to someone physically, only to find after marriage that the physical facade wears off, and there is no true love to hold you together. Meditation helps clear the consciousness in romantic matters and gives you true insight into the character and soul quality of the person you wish for your life mate. Sit in meditation just before you go to sleep and put yourself into the delta state, where the brain waves become from 28 to 35 cycles per second. As you lie there between sleeping and waking, create a state of fantasy in which you project the following meditation with the thought of the qualities and appearance you want in your soulmate. I desire completion in my love life. I ask my higher mind to intuitively guide me to my true soulmate. I want the following qualities in my mate: honesty, idealism, beauty of soul, kindness, consideration, loyalty, and spirituality. I know there is a true soulmate that was created just for me, and I now meditate on this perfect mate. As I drift off now onto the plains, my soul shall seek and court my soulmate, for soul speaks to soul. As star to star, and I know somewhere waiting for me is my perfect love. Then, as you drift off into sleep, your soul will receive its divine impetus, which will, like a compass, turn always to the North Star of divine romance. How a young girl found her love through meditation. A young girl of only 18 was miserable at home, for her parents were literally tyrants and demanded that she stay at home, insisting she was too young to date. She learned about meditation and mystic philosophy, and she began to daily sit in meditation, where she fantasized about her future lover. 2 months later, she was sent by her parents to visit an aunt who lived in Niagara Falls to spend 2 or 3 weeks with her. This aunt was elderly and widowed and needed her companionship and assistance. One day, this girl was walking along the banks of the falls, mixing with the hundreds of tourists who were enjoying the scenery. Suddenly, someone bumped into her and knocked her purse from her hands. She reached down to pick it up, and her head came to the same level as a smiling, blue-eyed young man who hastily retrieved it and gave it back to her. With profuse apologies for his carelessness, the young man asked her if she had been hurt, and she laughingly replied she had not. The young man fell into stride beside her, chatting casually about the falls, and asked her where she was from. She told him, and he informed her he lived in Toronto and was visiting friends in Niagara Falls. They stopped and had lunch, and as the hour progressed, this girl realized here was the ideal soulmate she had been meditating on. From this casual meeting, she later wrote me, developed a wonderful romance. She was far enough away from her dominating parents to avoid their interference, and they did not even know about it until she wrote them that she was engaged to be married. 9. For intuition and psychic phenomena. Elsewhere in this book, we have explored methods for fully opening the 7th chakra and discovering psychic powers. But there is a special meditation which you can use that will aid you in this process. The best state of meditation to go into for achieving psychic perception is the alpha state. Your sense perceptions are all quickened by this form of meditation, and you will remove your own conscious interfering mind, letting the higher intuitive and psychic centers give you guidance. When you go into meditation for psychic guidance, you may take a piece of paper with you on which you write down some of the things you want to be guided in, such as the choice of work, how to go into your own business, how to attract more money, where to find your true soulmate, whether you should buy or sell property or stocks at this time. Then as you visualize the mental lake and see it perfectly still, meditate as follows. I now ask the cosmic mind to guide me to the fulfillment of my destiny. I wish information and guidance on the following problems. Here mentally consider each of your problems, letting your conscious mind present the problems to your higher, superconscious mind. Then, let go of the problem and give it to this higher mind with this statement. I now release my problems into the loving care of the God mind, knowing that I shall be guided to take the right steps to fulfill my destiny. Then after meditation, go about your ordinary activities, confident that somehow this higher mind will work out your problems perfectly. 10. For cosmic fulfillment and spiritual completion. In ancient Sanskrit, the word darshan means ultimate spiritual or cosmic fulfillment. In this state of consciousness, your questing soul discovers the purpose back of life, and you achieve peace of mind and peace of soul. For this meditation, go into the high vibrations of the gamma state, where you reach a state of exhilaration and spiritual ecstasy. To help you achieve this, meditate on the opening of the petals of the sacred lotus blossom. Visualize your mind and soul as that sacred bloom, opening one petal at a time, revealing all the colors of the rainbow to your wondering gaze. For this meditation, think or say the following words: Om Man Padme Om, Om Man Padme Om. I now discover the jewel in the heart of the lotus. My soul now becomes the cosmic prism through which shines the pure white beam of God's infinite light, creating a kaleidoscope of all the colors of the rainbow. I am now bathed in consciousness by the astral colors of rose, mauve, sunlight yellow, green, ethereal blue, and crimson red. As the sacred lotus now opens its beauteous petals, I see revealed the distant vistas of the past. My soul traverses this mystical pathway to the light, and I am enfolded by God's infinite beauty, surrounded by His infinite good, blessed by His infinite intelligence, and inspired by His infinite joy and love. I am one with the light. 13. How to project your soul on astral journeys through mystic meditation. From ancient India comes the mystical knowledge which can help you project your soul on astral journeys while you sleep. Transcendental meditation is used as the means for releasing the soul from the physical body and projecting it into the astral realms. While you are out on the astral, your soul may acquire knowledge from ancient masters. You may become instructed in the arts, music, languages, history, or the mystical secrets back of the cosmos. When you enter that mysterious fourth-dimensional world of spirit, you can tap unlimited powers and soar to mystic realms where the immortals dwell. How a guru of India explained the nature of the soul. I once visited the ashram of a famous guru in India and held many discussions with him about the nature of God, the soul, and the mysteries back of life. To illustrate the nature of the soul and why it is possible for it to go out on astral flights at night, he demonstrated something most interesting. He took a sponge and filled it with sand. Then he immersed the sponge into a bucket of water. Now you will notice, he said, there are 3 substances here, each interpenetrating the other, the sponge with sand inside of it and water flowing through the sponge. Then he took the sponge out of the water and pressing it between his hands, removed all the water. He then shook out the sand within the sponge. Now you will note, he said, there are once again 3 separate stances. The sponge is analogous to the physical body of man. The sand is similar to man's brain, from which issues what we call mind. The water is similar to spirit or soul, which, when it is free of the sponge and the sand, returns once more to the sea from whence it came. So too man's body contains a guiding agent, which is his brain, from which issues mind power. But the soul is a permeating, invisible intelligence which issues from God when we are born, and which, when we die, goes back to the source. Then this care explained how through meditation just before going to sleep, we may send the soul out into the invisible, that it has a life of its own, and may explore the Akashic record of the universe, on which is inscribed the entire history of the cosmos in invisible vibrations, which the soul may interpret. An astral journey to ancient Tibet. I went into meditation one night just before going to sleep and instructed my soul to go out into the astral and bring back knowledge one required for my lectures when I was in world-famous Carnegie Hall. I had what seemed like a vivid dream in which I seemed to be in an ancient land, in a monastery garden with a group of yellow-robed monks. Then I became one of the monks and went into a library lined with books, but they were not ordinary books as we know them. They were pieces of wood about 10 inches long by 6 inches wide, on which were inscribed words in a strange language, which I easily understood. I studied these wooden tablets for some time and absorbed their meaning. When this astral flight ended, I returned to my body and awakened, with a feeling that I was falling through space. I jotted down my impressions of what had occurred on my astral flight, and then went back to sleep again. A few years later, I picked up the New York Times, and on the front page of the second section were photographs of wooden plaques that had been excavated in an ancient monastery in Tibet. The wooden tablets were the size and shape that I had seen in my astral journey, and written in a strange language that was no longer in use. The method to use to project your soul on astral journeys through mystic meditation. 1. To achieve astral projection. Go into the meditation known as the delta state. This is the rhythm of deep sleep, and I have found that astral projection occurs best when the brain has reached this deep stage of meditation. To achieve this delta state of meditation, breathe deeply 10 or 15 times. Then mentally project your mind back through time and space to the earliest days you can remember. Review the events of the past, fixing them in your mind and living through them as though they were projected on a motion picture screen in your mind. 2. When you have reached the deep stage of delta meditation and your brain rhythm has been accelerated, will your mind to project your soul back into time and space. Just as your mind has been able to recall memories on the Akashic record of your brain, which are still real to you in memory, recall, so too your soul can be willed to read the Akashic record of the past and fix in your mind the images of the historic march of events in the past. 3. Now, when you have achieved this stage of meditation, visualize your soul attached to your navel, just like the umbilical cord that tied you to your mother at time of birth. 4. Now meditate as follows, using these words, which you may memorize, or making up a similar dialogue which you hold with your soul as you strive to project it out into the astral regions. I now go into deep meditation, in which I wish to achieve astral projection. I wish to explore the Akashic record of the past. I want to travel to ancient lands and times and be aware of the history of those days. I now command my soul to rise, achieving freedom from my physical body, and ascend into the astral realms. I wish to visit the ancient land of India and explore the mysteries of that country. I wish to visit Egypt in the early days of the pyramids and note the mysteries in that ancient tomb of the pharaohs. I wish to go to the mystical land of Tibet, beyond the ranges of the Himalaya mountains, and wander through its mystic bypaths, accumulating sacred knowledge of the nature of the soul and the mystery called God. My soul now ascends into the invisible fourth-dimensional realm of spirit and achieves freedom from the gravity pull of earth up, up, up. I rise as my soul grows wings and achieves its liberation from the gravity pull of body and of earth. 5. When you reach this stage of your meditation, you should have a feeling of lightness in your body, and all physical sensations should end. You now become mind and spirit, liberated from the gross physical body. You should have a feeling of rising in an airplane, and you should experience a slight tugging sensation in the navel region as you push up with your consciousness, attempting to liberate the soul from the gravity pull of the body. 6. At this stage of your meditation, you may still have conscious awareness. You may feel you are rising and be able to look back and see your physical body on the bed. You may be aware of the room, for it will seem to be lighted with a strange phosphorescent glow, which is the aura that all physical substances give off. You may at this stage of meditation hear beautiful ethereal music, unlike anything heard from earthly instruments. You may see the flashing of colored lights, like a great cosmic rainbow, possessing a radiance and beauty that is celestial and unlike the colors perceived by your earthbound eyes. How a woman used this method to achieve astral projection. A lecture member in Los Angeles, who had learned how to go out into the astral, was a musician and composer. She achieved astral projection after trying 3 or 4 times, and at the moment of her soul's release, she told me she heard the most beautiful music that no one on earth could possibly play. It was as if the celestial music of the spheres had been released from the combined beauty of the seas, mountains, trees, flowers, and earthly beauty, all creating a magnificent symphony that dazzled the senses. From these astral flights, this woman was able to bring back patterns of music that held her listeners enthralled, for she captured accurately many of the celestial sounds her soul had experienced in astral flight. 7. When you have achieved the first release of your soul in astral flight, you may direct it to any age or country you wish to visit. As there is no time or space but only spirit, in this vast cosmic domain of the astral, you may have instantaneous flight from one century to another or from one country to another. Spirit is analogous to light, which travels at the speed of 186,000 miles per second. Soul perception may embrace 100 or 1,000 years in a few seconds' time and perceive the pageant of history in a single second. As a drowning man's entire life passes before his mind in a second, So too, in astral flight, you may have experiences that embrace several centuries. You have seen the delayed photographic process where a beautiful flower unfolds before your eyes from a bud into a full-blown blossom. You are witnessing there on the screen a process that took hours or days to achieve. But through the miracle of delayed photography, this process is accelerated into a few seconds' time. Your soul has this same identical ability and may compress thousands of sights, sounds, colors, and impressions that took months, years, or even centuries to occur into a brief span of time, which your questing soul may perceive in a few moments of astral flight. How a man wrote an historical novel through astral flight. I knew a famous author who wrote historical novels, who practiced astral projection. He went back into the history of the period he wanted to write about, and on astral flights, he received characters, costumes, details of the history that no books could give him. 8. When you have once achieved astral projection and have had your journey into other dimensions of time, you may command your soul to interiorize in your body by simply saying, "I want to go back to my earth body." Just as, when you are having a nightmare, you command yourself to awaken, so too you may come back at will from astral flights. Do not fear that your soul cannot come back to your body, or the cosmic time clock of your destiny is set, and you cannot be locked into the cosmic wastelands by a freak accident. Your soul will return when your astral flight is finished, and you may go out as often as you wish on these astral journeys, and stay as long as you want to, and return safely to your body without any danger or harm to yourself. 14. How to enhance love and attract your true soulmate through meditation. Mystic philosophy reveals that love is the most creative power in the world. With love, you can weave a spell about the hearts and minds of others and influence them to creative action. Through the bonds of love and marriage, you can create the miracle of life and have been given the godly power to create in your image and likeness. Through transcendental meditation, you may achieve fulfillment of your destiny in love and marriage. You can send out the mystic design of love, and it will weave a spell about the heart of your beloved and cause you to attract the one you love into your orbit of experience. The 4 aspects of love. There are 4 aspects of love, and every person should experience all 4 if he is to consider himself a completely integrated, happy person. In this chapter, we shall explore the method for using transcendental meditation to bring this divine emotion into focus in your life, so you can achieve benefits that transcend physical and material passion alone. 1. Procreative love. 2. Creative love. 3. Love of family. 4. Love of God. How to achieve the 4 aspects of love with meditation. 1. Procreative love. The Bible gives us the principle that is back of all life and which is grounded in procreative love. Genesis 1:27-28. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moved upon the earth. It is natural for you to want to marry and settle down and rear a family. But what happens in most cases where people marry? They do not meditate on the attraction of their ideal soulmate, and they rush into a physical alliance, attracted by sexual magnetism alone. Then after a few months, when this physical attraction wears off, they tire of each other and seek a divorce. It is tragic when a child is born of such a union, for the ensuing separation creates problems for all concerned. 3 out of 5 marriages in America end in the divorce courts. How to use meditation to attract your true soulmate. To meditate on the ideal soulmate, go into the meditation known as beta. As you sit in meditation, visualize yourself climbing the spiritual mountaintop, which helps elevate your consciousness above the physical and material realm. Have an atmosphere that reflects peace. Play some beautiful music of a romantic and tranquil type, such as Strauss waltzes or Chopin's polonaises. When you have achieved a sense of inner tranquility and your mind is cleared of all negativity and chaos, give yourself the following meditation, saying the words to yourself, I now meditate on the highest ideals of love that I can enthrone in consciousness. I know that God is love, therefore love is the ultimate spiritual emotion that can bring about the unison of two souls in divine matrimony. I now ask divine guidance to the finding of my true soulmate. I desire marriage with the one person who possesses all the ideal qualities that I desire in my soulmate. In this ideal union, I shall express the qualities of cosmic love, which are a desire to share all experiences, mutual respect for one another, consideration for each other at all times, forgiveness of my mate's mistakes, appreciation of the other's good qualities, tolerance of my mate's imperfections, the expression of kindness, and the giving of praise when it is deserved. I shall daily express the divine emotion of love, compassion, understanding, and forgiveness. When you have attuned your higher mind centers by using this meditation, you will have so magnetized your mind that you will automatically vibrate only to the qualities you have expressed in meditation. When you meet members of the opposite sex, you will instantly be guided by your higher psychic centers to the persons who radiate the qualities you have imprinted on your higher mind centers. How a 25-year-old woman attracted true love. A woman in my lecture work told me she felt she would become an old maid because she could never find a man who measured up to her ideals. She was 25 and said, "Where can I ever meet a man who will make a perfect husband and be a good father to my future family? Most men are interested in only the physical emotions nowadays." I instantly changed her thinking and told her how she should go into meditation and charge the magnetic centers of her consciousness with the ideal soulmate she wanted to attract. She was searching for her marriage partner with the usual woman's conscious mind, and it had failed her. This woman went into daily meditation and said the above meditation for a period of 3 weeks. She stopped her frantic worrying and searching and put the problem into the hands of a cosmic intelligence which knew where her soulmate was. One night she went to a party being given by a nurse of her acquaintance. Half an hour later she was dancing with a tall, good-looking, dark-haired young man who worked as an intern in a hospital. He was studying to become a pediatrician, and this girl felt psychically that here was the ideal man she had waited for all her life. They both loved children. He was highly idealistic and so devoted to his work that he did not play around like most of his friends did. The intern asked her if he might call her sometime and took her telephone number. She thought pessimistically, "That's the last I hear of him." The following week on Saturday, he called and asked her for a date. She told me later that they were compatible from the moment they met. They liked the same music, the same foods, the same TV programs. He had been waiting for his soulmate all his life, and he proposed marriage within 3 months' time. 2. Creative love. Every person should have creative love in his life. The limitations of procreative love are evident. We can have children and rear them successfully, but when that task is finished for a woman at approximately 40 or 45, shall she be finished with life and with love. It is obvious that it was God's intention to channel tremendous creative power through the love urge when it is elevated to its proper plane of creative action. Most of the world's great art, music, poetry, literature, science, inventions, and industrial achievements were created because of the inspirational power of love. Back of every successful man, it is said, there is the love of a woman. Statues are reared to Lincoln, Washington, Pasteur, and Columbus. But what of the invisible memorials created by their loving mothers, sweethearts, and wives? See the enduring and beneficial effects of love in the lives of such great souls as Florence Nightingale, who elevated the profession of nursing to new heights. Witness the heroic proportions of love that Father Damien had for the lepers at Molokai when he labored among them and gave his life in their service. Creative love is the dynamic power back of magnificent music. More songs have been written about love than about any other subject. More poems and stories and dramas have been fashioned about this subject than any other. Creative love must be expressed by every living human being if he wishes to elevate labor into an inspirational force for the good of humanity. Meditation for achieving creative love. Go into the stillness and visualize the spiritual lake, putting yourself into the alpha state of meditation. Say or think the following meditation. I now meditate on the second facet of divine love. I express the creative urge for the good of humanity. I am now in the flow of inspirational ideas and creative energy. I channel this creative love to my daily tasks. I lovingly serve in my work, knowing that I am transmitting my ideas, service, and labor into the enduring fabric of my destiny. I elevate my consciousness to high levels of inspiration through love. I feel this divine emotion in all my relations with people with whom I work. I draw upon the inspiration of my higher consciousness and bring it to my daily tasks, making them joyous, constructive, and loving. A school teacher's experience. A school teacher I know uses this meditation each day before going to her work, and she tells me that it makes her tasks more enjoyable than formerly. A court judge's experience. I knew a judge in Superior Court in Los Angeles who had studied metaphysics with me years before, and he told me that whenever he faced an especially difficult day in his court, he would clear his consciousness first with this meditation. He said that power and endurance came from some higher source, and he felt he could dispense justice with greater integrity because of his meditations. 3. Love of family. The emotion of love is most naturally expressed in relation to one's own family first, for blood ties are the closest we may know in our human relationships. Many families express love occasionally, but there are long periods of time in between where they sometimes are inclined to be cross and intolerant. I once knew a man who was an excellent provider for his family of 2 children, but when he had an argument with his wife, he would go for days without speaking to either the wife or children. These spells of hatred and anger canceled out all the love and protection he furnished his family when he was in a happy mood. His children grew up lacking in respect for their father, and the mother died at an early age. One of the daughters told me she felt it was because of the father's frequent anger and neglect. The father no doubt felt guilt at the way he had treated his wife while she lived. To keep yourself attuned to divine love in relation to your family members, use the following meditation. I am now in tune with divine love on all planes. I generate love and kindness this day that I shall express all day to members of my family. If there is anyone I have mistreated or unjustly accused, I now forgive them and ask their forgiveness for my conduct. I am now in joyous bonds of accord and harmony with all my family and express my gratitude to them for their many kindnesses and my appreciation for their love and kindness. How a woman was healed through this meditation of love. A woman I knew who came into our lecture work in New York City had hated her sister for 20 years. They had a disagreement over the father's will, and one had received more than the other in the settlement. This led to unjust accusations and hatred on both sides. This woman developed a severe bronchial affliction and had pneumonia twice in 10 years. When she came into our work, she was feeling pains from arthritis and changed her diet often, but to no avail. When she told me her 20-year burden of hatred, I knew why she was sick. I gave her this meditation for love and urged her to write her sister, asking her forgiveness. The sisters reconciled and lived together happily after that. They both began coming to my lectures, and the sister that was sick had a complete healing within 3 months' time. The fruits of hate. Very often we keep our good from us by expressing the negative emotion of hatred. Another instance I knew where love turned to hate was of a girl who was very close to her father. She adored him, and he lavished so much love on her that it often caused friction between him and his wife. His wife died, and he was left alone with his adoring daughter. But the father was still vigorous and felt the need of a wife's love, so he married again. His daughter hated her stepmother and moved out of the house. When I met her in New York, she told me of her dislike of the stepmother and how she had become estranged from her father. "He should not have married again," she lamented, "out of respect for my mother." She selfishly wanted her father to spend his declining years alone, with only her love to sustain him. I pointed out to her that this was wrong and selfish, and urged her to make up with her father and stepmother. She paid them a visit in a Midwestern town that summer, when she had her vacation. Her father had become quite wealthy through real estate speculation over the years. Now he was a semi-invalid, owing to an injury he had sustained, and his wife took splendid care of him. 2 years later, the father died, and when the will was read, he had left his wife half of his estate and the rest to his daughter. In a letter he left with the lawyers, the father explained how, out of anger, he had cut his daughter off completely in his original will but had changed it 2 years before when she reconciled with him. That expression of family love repaid this girl with a $50,000 inheritance. 4. Love of God. The most vital facet of the cosmic diamond of love is the expression of that divine emotion in our love of God, the Creator. Many times, people who have expressed love on all other planes leave out this vital element from their blueprint of destiny. They rear their families, their mates die, and they grow old, feeling that now there is nothing more for them to look forward to. Many times, such people have had happy marriages, have reared successful families, and they sit back and await the end of life in loneliness and with feelings of frustration. It is at such times of bitterness and defeat that we need the sustaining power of love of God. This divine emotion should be felt every day of our lives, not only when we have reached the sunset years and are preparing for the transition called death. Man's soul should be in divine communion with this most holy of all emotions, the love of God, every day of his life. To instill this greatest of all emotions in your heart and soul, begin each day of your life when you awaken with this meditation on the love of God. I now thank God for another glorious day of life. I awaken to the divine emotion of love for God and all humanity. I now dedicate my breath this entire day as a song of thanksgiving to the Creator of the universe, and every time I breathe today, it shall be a song celestial, rising to the cosmic heights, in perpetual praise and glory to the Father of all creation. Meditation from a Tibetan monk. I once met a Tibetan monk in the north of India, and we walked together in a secluded monastery, from which in the distance we could see the towering sacred ranges of the Himalayas, beyond which was his retreat. This monk carried a miniature prayer wheel, on which were attached colored bits of paper. He explained to me, "On these pieces of paper are written prayers, and every time I turn the prayer wheel, these hundreds of prayers ascend to the celestial heights in perpetual praise of God. In the monastery at Lhasa, we have a prayer wheel with 1,000 prayers on it, and each day the monks turn this wheel, putting us in constant communication with God, the source of all life and love." Then he told me how we, in the Western world, may utilize the same principle of holy meditation by dedicating every breath to God for the entire day, when we first awaken in the morning. 15. How to use the sacred flame meditation from the Temple of Isis for supernormal powers. One of the most potent forms of meditation is that which is invoked through the sacred flame ritual from the temples of Isis and Osiris in the Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. For centuries, the ancient Egyptians knew that there was some higher power which could be released in the human psyche through invocation and ritual. In this ancient system, meditation was used as the means for suspending the conscious mind and opening the higher centers of consciousness. In this way, the full force of man's higher psychic centers was put into action, and he could literally perform miracles of faith in every department of his life. The miracles you can perform through the sacred flame meditation. 1. You can use the sacred flame ritual to solve problems and overcome the daily challenges that rise. 2. You can put into the sacred flame your dreams and aspirations, writing them down fully, and then consigning them to the flame, releasing the creative spirit that will manifest whatever you have written down. 3. You can raise the level of your inspiration to new heights for any creative endeavor you wish to perform, such as writing stories, painting pictures, inventing new objects, composing beautiful music, or going into a new business venture. 4. You can invoke the magnetic power of love and work the magic of attraction in the heart of the person you wish to attract. 5. You can use the sacred flame ritual to remove obstacles, persons, and unpleasant conditions from your environment. 6. You can perform the miracle of healing sick bodies, yours or your friends and relatives, by invoking the healing arts of the cosmic mind. 7. With the sacred flame ritual, you can banish poverty and hardship and attract a new job, more money, and financial security for your family and yourself. 8. You may also use the sacred flame ritual for other than physical and material benefits. You may use it to elevate your consciousness to an expanded spiritual awareness that gives you peace of mind and greater faith in God. The miracle power of faith and how it works. At the basis of the sacred flame ritual from the temples of Isis and Osiris is the miracle power of faith. This miracle power was invoked by the Master Jesus each time he achieved a healing. He said, "Thy faith hath made thee whole." Matthew 9:22. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord. Jeremiah 30:17. The power of your higher spiritual self is released when you believe in miracles. The magic power of faith helps trigger the autonomic nervous system that controls the glands, the heart, and lungs. We are told, faith without works is dead. James 2:26. When you use the sacred flame ritual and go into meditation, with faith, you will begin to see the results of faith in your business affairs, in your body, in your environment, and in the peace and security that you will experience in mind, body, and soul. The regime for using the sacred flame. Ritual meditation. 1. Create a sacred shrine before which you will meditate when you wish to invoke the sacred flame ritual. Have a small urn in which you can burn a piece of paper. Have a series of different colored candles which you will use for different meditations. Put up an emblem, a cross, or some sacred relic of your particular faith. If you can find an Egyptian reproduction of some small article from the pyramids, it will help focus your higher mental powers. 2. Have the room in which you will perform the sacred flame ritual dark, with only the light of the candle, and later, when you burn the paper, the light from the flame. You may perform the sacred flame ritual alone, or have close friends or relatives perform it with you. However, be certain that they come to this sacred ritual with faith, for one unbeliever can create an atmosphere of disbelief that cancels out the positive concentration of other minds. 3. You may have soft, peaceful music playing in the background. The composition, Meditation, from Thais, is excellent for this purpose. Also, in a monastery garden. 4. You may sit in a comfortable position before the altar you have created, with the candle on a table near the urn in which you will burn the paper. Have a pen and pieces of blank paper handy, on which will be written your requests for burning in the sacred flame. 5. Before starting the meditation on the sacred flame, write down your requests on pieces of paper. Make these small in size and use 2 or 3, putting down as many requests as you desire. There is no limit to the power you will invoke. The only limit is your faith or lack of it. If you write down that you want $1 million with tongue-in-cheek, saying to yourself, "I know this is ridiculous, but let's see hat will happen," you will automatically negate the power that you wish to invoke. If you write down $1,000 and really believe it is possible to achieve that sum within a certain period of time, you will have an excellent chance of obtaining it. How a woman demonstrated $5,000 through the flame ritual. A woman in Los Angeles who began to use this sacred flame ritual had many small demonstrations right from the beginning. She had a wart on her face that she wanted removed, and after invoking the power through the sacred flame, it disappeared within 1 month. Then she asked for a trip to Hawaii on a second honeymoon to win back her husband's waning love. That year, he obtained a bonus on a big account he won for his firm, and they took the honeymoon cruise, and she won back his love. Her third attempt was to ask for $5,000 to help remodel a home for her married son and his family. This seemed impossible of attainment. She set the time limit to 6 months. Within 3 months' time, it came about in the most unusual manner. Her husband had bought some cheap mining stock in Canada years before and put the certificates in a trunk and forgot about it. The company seemed to have gone broke, but someone had bought up the stock, refinanced the company again, and one day she read in the papers that the stock was now worth $5,000 more than they had paid for it. She got the exact amount she had put into the sacred flame ritual meditation. 6. You may use the following wording on your slips of paper or make up your own to fit your exact needs. Keep the wording brief and to the point. Your higher psychic centers know your needs, and you need only project these briefly in writing to focus them more clearly in your higher mind centers. A. To solve problems and overcome challenges. Write on your slip or slips of paper 1 or more problems. My problem is trouble at my work, lack of money, family friction and discord, physical sickness, romantic problems, bad habit of smoking or drinking or gambling, worry and anxiety, lack of memory. B. To to manifest your dreams and aspirations. I desire the following: the sum of $1,000 within 3 months, a new job and work that I enjoy, a house of my own or an apartment I like, a trip to Europe on my vacation, to marry my true soulmate, an interesting social life, a healing of my body, a good memory and better intellect. A woman in our lecture work in New York City tried the sacred flame meditation and wrote down 3 things in this list: a home of her own, an interesting social life and marriage with her true soulmate. She had perfect faith that she would have all 3 within the year's time limit she set. She worked for a big legal firm and made a good salary but lived in a small apartment. She projected the perfect dream home, and one day a wealthy woman client of one of the attorneys in her office asked her if she knew anyone who would care to share her big home in New Jersey with her for a reasonable rent. She was divorced, and the big house was lonely and too expensive for her. The girl looked at the house, and it was ideal. It was spacious, with a large garden, and her own private apartment, bath, and kitchen. She moved in at once, and part of her dream was fulfilled. The biggest miracle was still to occur. The second half of her request was instantly filled, for this woman had very interesting friends, and when they visited the house, she introduced them to the young secretary, and she had a wonderful new social life without making any effort. When she wondered how the third miracle would occur, the higher powers were already at work fashioning the tapestry of dreams she had projected in the sacred flame ritual. One night at one of the social gatherings at the house, a young attorney visited with a young woman whom the secretary thought was his wife. It turned out that the attorney was a bachelor, and he could hardly keep his eyes from courting the secretary all evening. She felt certain that this was the true soulmate she had projected in the sacred flame ritual. The following day, this young attorney called her at the office and asked her for a date. He explained that the girl with him the night before was only a casual acquaintance. Within 6 months, this young lady was on her honeymoon to Europe, a secret desire she had long held but had been afraid to put into the sacred flame ritual. C. To raise inspiration for creative work. I wish this creative gift: to write stories, to paint pictures, to invent objects, to compose music, to go into business. Write down only a short sentence on the piece of paper you will consign to the sacred flame, for your higher mind knows the nature of your request. You can put any kind of creative gift you wish to attain. You may put down some special quality of mind you want to develop, or you may write down that you want a magnetic and charming personality. You may also write down one or more of these special creative gifts. The only limitation there is to this power is your own lack of faith. If you believe in it, you are on the way to achieving the gift you ask for. D. To invoke the magnetic power of love. I wish to attract my true soulmate. I desire marriage with, right name of person here. I wish to arouse love in, right person's name. I wish to rekindle love in my mate, to remove obstacles in love or marriage. I wish to become more magnetic in love. Whatever situation you wish to create in love or marriage, write it down briefly on the piece of paper, using the name of the person you wish to attract or influence in love or marriage. How a man overcame insuperable odds in love. A young man of 24 came from a very wealthy family and had a sincere desire to marry a girl whose family was poor and socially unimportant. The boy's family had already planned marriage with a girl who was socially prominent and belonged to the same social set. The father threatened to cut the boy off in his will if he married the girl of his choice. When the young man sought me out for counsel, he was in a terrible state of mind. I love Linda, he told me, and I want to marry her. But how can I go ahead and hurt my family, especially my father? Who wants me to marry someone else? Although the young man was graduated from Yale and the last person in the world you'd think would believe in mystic rituals from ancient temples, I was surprised to find he already knew of the alpha brainwave miracles being performed in the medical schools of the country's leading universities. He had heard of the flame ritual in connection with removing warts and dissolving tumors by burning their facsimiles on pieces of paper with the recitation of certain invocations. He did not know about the ritual originating in the temples of Isis and Osiris, however, so I quickly gave him a sketch of the background of this powerful meditation. I then told him to write down on a piece of paper the following requests. I wish to marry Linda, my true soulmate. I wish to remove all obstacles to our love. Then, burning the white candle, I gave the sacred invocation with him as we consigned the piece of paper with his name on it, in the urn, while I said the ancient invocation. He thanked me and left, promising to keep me advised as to the outcome of his romance with Linda. My answer came just 2 months later, in the form of an engraved wedding invitation to their wedding, which was being held in one of the most beautiful cathedrals in New York City. It was after the wedding, at the reception, that he told me, his face alight with joy, how the miracle had occurred. 2 weeks after we had our interview, my father came down with a mild heart attack, his second in 5 years. At the hospital, he took my hand in his and said, "I was wrong in objecting to your marriage to Linda, son. Life is short, and if you two kids love each other, you have my blessings to get married." The father was at the wedding, and I have never seen a prouder or more healthy man. I believe he had his healing through that wise decision. E. To remove obstacles, undesirable persons, and unpleasant conditions from your environment. I wish to overcome enmity in my work. I wish to change environment in my office or home. I wish to remove interference of name of person. I wish to remove animosity of name of person. My parents' objections to my way of life. Choose whatever obstruction is in your path to the achievement of your desired goal and put it down on a slip of paper. Do not project harm or injury to any person, for this negative force is called black magic and works against you. The sacred flame ritual is a positive form of white magic and is to be used only for good purposes. If it is used for evil, even to try to destroy evil, it is apt to short-circuit your positive forces and do harm, so always avoid naming any person you wish removed through accident, sickness, or death. Instance of how black magic worked harm. A woman used black magic to try and get rid of her rival for her husband's love. She was told to get a small doll and put pins into the body, projecting the thought that her rival would be destroyed. 3 weeks after this ritual, this woman who had put the pins in the doll began to feel pains in her chest region. She was rushed to the hospital for an emergency gallbladder operation that nearly killed her. When you invoke the power of the sacred flame ritual, do not try to play God. Leave it up to the higher powers to dispense divine justice. The method for doing this is something you cannot select. The evil forces are always brought down, and the good forces are always rewarded by the great law of karma. All you need do is invoke the power to bring this cosmic power into perfect balance in your own life. F. To perform miracles of healing. I wish to remove this physical infirmity. It is not necessary to name the condition, for your higher mind knows what condition you are trying to cure. I wish to achieve perfect healing of my body. I wish to have more energy and youthful vitality. I wish to regulate my heartbeat and blood pressure so they are perfect. When you enter into the state of meditation for healing and write down the condition you wish removed, have faith that the higher cosmic mind knows how to heal you, and believe that the miracle begins to work the moment you consign the paper to the sacred flame. G. To attract more money and financial security. I desire more money from my work. I wish to have a change of job. I wish a promotion in my work. I desire the sum of $1,000 within 3 months. I wish a new car. A woman burned the paper in the sacred flame ritual on which she had written, "I wish a promotion in my work." She had also written that she wanted the sum of $500 from unexpected sources. Within 1 month from the time she began her invocation, she was given a promotion as office manager with a raise in salary of approximately $500 a year. One young lady working for the same firm for 5 years had not had a raise in salary for a long time. She invoked the sacred flame ritual, asking for a raise of $10 a week. One day her boss called her into his office and, like a man in a trance, he gave her the exact raise she had asked for. H. To achieve spiritual awareness and peace of mind. I desire higher spiritual awareness. I wish to know the mystery of the soul. I desire to come closer to God. I wish to channel infinite intelligence. I wish for peace of mind and peace of soul. When you meditate on spiritual awareness, you are asking the higher powers for omniscience, to know all, omnipotence, to be all-powerful spiritually and omnipresence, the finding of God everywhere, in all creation, and tapping this higher power in your daily life. How to perform the sacred flame ritual meditation. When you have determined the things you wish to ask in the sacred flame ritual and have prepared the piece or pieces of paper with your requests briefly listed, you may then approach the shrine, light a white candle, and stand before the altar with the pieces of paper in your hand. You may then read the following invocation to the sacred flame, which comes from the inscriptions found on the walls of the temples of Isis and Osiris. In ancient Egypt, a high priestess did the ceremony in the temple of Isis, which was the lesser light, signified by the moon. Osiris was the greater light, or flame, signified by the sun. The body of Osiris was symbolically cut up and burned in the sacred flame as the ritual was intoned by the high priestess. The four elements of creation are involved in this ritual of fulfillment. Air is the creative element of mind. Water is the spiritual element of soul. Earth is the physical element of creation in which we have our being. Fire is the purifying and creative spirit which burns away the dross of material substance, leaving the pure gold of spirit or soul. The Sacred Flame Meditation for Supernormal Powers. I now approach the sacred shrine in the Temple of Isis to ask for assistance of the higher spiritual forces. I now consign to the sacred flame these dreams, aspirations, and desires inscribed on these pieces of paper, asking that they be manifested through creative spirit. Now light one of the slips of paper and drop it into the urn, and as you continue the balance of the invocation, put the other pieces of paper into the urn, letting them also catch fire. I now release the creative power of the sacred flame that will burn away all obstacles and obstructions that stand in the path of my achieving my objectives in life. My dreams and desires are now released as pure flame, creative spirit, and as these requests ascend to the illimitable spiritual heights, they will clothe themselves in their physical and material counterparts, manifesting on earth the images that are inscribed hereon. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Now all physical obstructions are removed, and in the clear, purifying flame of Osiris, the golden sun, these dreams ascend heavenward, where they find their true fulfillment in reality. I now have faith that these desires shall be transmitted to the objective realm of reality, from the dream world of spirit. I expectantly await my good knowing that it is rushing forth to meet me and fulfill my destiny. When the flame has completely died out and only charred ashes remain, crumble them up and remove them to be disposed of. You may perform this ritual for as many different things as you wish to materialize. It should not be done again after the first time, for at least 2 or 3 more weeks, giving the mystical forces time to bring your desires into manifestation. Sometimes the power works at once, and sometimes it takes longer, depending on your faith and the nature of your requests. Colored candles to be used for various purposes. You may perform the Egyptian sacred flame ritual using various colored candles for various purposes. Use the white candle for general purposes, as white is the highest spiritual color, containing all colors. Use rose for invoking high creative and inspirational power for writing, composing, painting, or evolving other talents. Use a blue candle for friendship, love, and releasing emotional power. Use a red candle for healing the body of sickness. Use a yellow candle for materializing money or other material substance or objects. Use a black candle for removing unpleasant conditions and obstructions that stand in the way of your achievement. Also, when you wish to remove some objectionable person from your environment, the black candle should be burned. Use a green candle when you wish to find something you have lost or to succeed in investments such as stocks, gold mining, oil drilling, uranium, or other precious metals. 16. The Golden Keys of Meditation. That open mystic doors to cosmic consciousness. Throughout the centuries, there have been illumined souls who have been able to probe secrets of the universe and bring to humanity brilliant ideas that have advanced civilization to great heights of achievement. These illumined souls we call geniuses. In reality, however, these great men and women did not possess extraordinary minds. They used their mind power differently from ordinary mortals. These great souls used the power of meditation to open mystic doors to cosmic consciousness. They performed their seeming miracles because they tapped a strata of mental and spiritual power which caused them to become geniuses. No matter with what limitations you were born, If you possess an innate desire to elevate yourself, to expand your consciousness, you may achieve the great heights that these geniuses attained. In this chapter, we shall discover the golden keys of transcendental meditation, which you may use to open the mystic doors to cosmic consciousness. Your life will change, as if by a miracle, when you utilize this dynamic power of meditation. There are certain distinguishing signs that mark those who have attained cosmic consciousness. When you once go into meditation to achieve this state of expanded consciousness, you will see if these signs appear in your life. Cosmic consciousness gives you a sense of instant perception that might almost be called psychic or clairvoyant. You will know something without knowing how you know. You will go into meditation and probe a mystery. Then all of a sudden you will become one with the mystery, and you will be aware of the most profound and complicated secrets of the universe. Through meditation, the secret of gravity was revealed. When Newton sat one day under an apple tree in deep meditation on the mystery of life, he saw the first sliver of a new moon in the blue skies. At the same time, an apple fell to earth, and in a moment of great apperception, Newton thought, the moon in the heavens and the apple on earth are both falling through space. The same identical power motivates the moon and the apple. Thus, in that moment of cosmic awareness was born his third law of motion and the law of magnetic attraction known as gravity. Great music was composed through cosmic consciousness to show you how this mystical power works to bring cosmic consciousness. An illustration from history will reveal how a great composer, Beethoven, achieved some of his great works. One night, Beethoven was walking on a clear, cold winter night in Munich, where he was giving a concert on the following evening. Suddenly, he heard someone trying to play his beautiful sonata in F major, but doing a very bad job of it. Then he heard a girl say in a despairing voice, as she suddenly stopped playing, "Oh, I can never do it justice. It is too beautiful." The master climbed the short flight of stairs to the apartment from which he had heard the music and knocked on the door. It was opened by a young man, who admitted the composer. Sitting at the piano was a blind girl, the young man's sister. Beethoven explained that he had heard her futile attempt to play the composition, and he sat down at the piano and said, "Permit me to play it for you." At the sound of the first golden notes that issued from the piano, the blind girl recognized the touch of the master, Beethoven himself. She sat spellbound while the great composer finished the composition. Then, as the silvery moonlight cascaded through the windows, making mystic patterns on the floor, and the soft, white mantle of snow shrouded the earth, the icicles glistened like diamonds on the trees outside the window as a full moon rode high in the heavens. Beethoven's fingers wandered idly over the keyboard. As he sat there in deep meditation, enchanted by the mystic beauty of the night, he said, "I shall compose a sonata to the moonlight." He began to play a hauntingly lovely refrain that held his listeners transfixed. Then, when he had finished, he gave the young couple tickets to his concert the next night and rushed home to spend the rest of the night writing down the beautiful Moonlight Sonata, which has enchanted millions over the years. Such is the creative power of meditation. When the mind is elevated to inspirational heights, cosmic consciousness is awakened and the creative power of a genius will rush forth to perform some astounding miracle. 5 golden keys to mystic meditation. 1. A desire to create something beautiful and enduring for the world. 2. The emotion of love, when it is elevated to its highest plateau of creative action. 3. A desire to share your good with others through charitable impulses. 4. The master motive to create prosperity, happiness, and peace for all humanity. 5. A desire to know God, to love Him, and bring His divine laws into expression. These 5 golden keys to mystic meditation help focus cosmic mind power in your own higher brain centers. Cosmic consciousness awakens in the minds of those who wish to become channels for God to express Himself through. All great geniuses in art, music, literature, science, and industry have been motivated by a desire to educate others, to refine and perfect their talents, so they can help others. They have all tapped cosmic consciousness with their desires to uplift, inspire, elevate, and transform humanity. The regimen for using the golden keys of meditation that open doors to cosmic consciousness. 1. a desire to create something beautiful and enduring for the world. When you use this golden key of meditation, go into the stillness and create the alpha state of meditation, where your mind is still and peaceful as a lake. Then consciously bring into focus on the screen of your mind the most beautiful things that you can remember. Recall the magnificent scenes you have looked upon since earliest childhood of mountains, rivers, and peaceful valleys. Review all the beautiful sunrises or sunsets you have seen, with their incandescent molten gold and crimson flame splashed upon the panorama of skies and oceans and landscapes. Visualize the beauty of the sacred lotus blossom as you sit in deep meditation, striving to capture its purity and its symbolical meaning. When you seek inspiration for creating something beautiful and enduring for the world, this meditation should be used, saying the words to yourself or thinking them. I now enter the alpha state of meditation wherein my mind becomes as peaceful and still as a lake. Now, like a mirror, my mind and my soul reflect the infinite beauty of God's universe. I am stirred to creative action to utilize my gifts and talents to create something beautiful and enduring for all humanity. I am a channel for the expression of beauty. My personality now becomes magnetized with this image of beauty. My voice, my words, my facial expressions now echo this imprint of soul beauty that I wish to transmit to others. I become transfigured, and I am attuned to the cosmic mind which now gives me flashes of inspiration and genius. I am now a true reflector of cosmic consciousness, and all beauty, all good, all truth, all love, and all peace are now transmitted to my higher creative brain centers for good. How a young lady became a great singer through meditation. A young lady of my acquaintance wanted to become a singer. She had a fine, natural voice, but everyone told her that there was tremendous competition in that field and to forget her ambitions. She learned of these laws of meditation and that anything is possible if one really believes it is. She began to meditate on beauty not only in her personality, but in her voice and in her higher mind centers. She opened her consciousness to the loveliest sounds she could listen to. She listened to bird song at sunset. She became aware of the cricket's call in the fields when she walked. She stood beside the ocean and listened to the roar of the waves as they caressed the seashore, until she could hear a veritable symphony made up of the surf, the wind, and the silvery moonlight that made a pageant of beauty upon the sea. Then this young lady began to listen to the greatest of all classical singers on recordings. She studied the lives of great composers and opera stars until she was so filled with the cosmic consciousness of beauty that it instilled in her own voice its subtle overtones and echoes of infinite beauty. When she went for an audition with a leading television station, she won out over 25 competitors and sang on one of the best musical shows on the air for many months. 2. The golden key of love, when elevated to its highest plateau of creative action. To use this golden key of meditation to achieve cosmic consciousness, go into the beta state of meditation, in which your brain waves vibrate to from 14 to 28 cycles per second. This accelerated rate will tend to open higher centers of consciousness and cause you to become highly inspired. This golden key of love has been used by more thousands of people to achieve great creative power than any other emotion. The telephone was created because Alexander Graham Bell wanted to create an instrument that would help his dear wife hear again. A man discovered the method for building tires for new automobiles because his wife was in a wheelchair, and he wanted to find a substance that would make it easier to soften the shocks of motion when she went about in the chair. The man who invented the mercury switch, which brought him millions, was inspired by a desire not to awaken his wife at night with the clicking of the light switch. Florence Nightingale elevated the profession of nursing because she loved humanity and went out on the battlefields to minister to wounded soldiers. Cecil Rhodes founded his Rhodes Scholarship when he was healed of tuberculosis in Africa and discovered a diamond field. Love of humanity was his inspiration. Salk, Fleming, Pasteur, Nobel, Edison, Burbank, Booker T. Washington, all these great men and thousands more were motivated by the divine emotion of love for humanity, and this divine emotion helped open mystic doors to cosmic consciousness. Say or think the following words when you go into the beta meditation to elevate love to its highest plateau of creative action. I now meditate on the divine emotion of love with its many facets of creative action. I wish to create a happy and prosperous life for my family and friends. I elevate love to its highest plateau of creative action and desire cosmic consciousness, so I may create according to the divine pattern of good, peace, joy, and beauty. I now channelize the inspiring forces of divine love in my mind, my heart, and my soul. I ask for the inner illumination of cosmic consciousness, so I may radiate love to everyone I meet in my personality, my words, and my actions. A woman I know, who lost her husband in an accident, was grief-stricken and did not know what she should do the rest of her life until she learned about this meditation to rekindle the creative power of love. She said this meditation every day for 2 weeks until she was inspired to go into community social work to help those who were sick and poor. She found new joy in this charitable impulse and stopped grieving for her husband. A successful meditation for salesmen. I have given this meditation to salesmen, and they have reported to me that when they approached their work with the inspiration of creative love, they sold more of their products and had greater success. Each day, several times a day, attune your mind to this creative emotion through meditation. You can meditate anywhere, even with your eyes wide open. All you need do is still your mind, and then repeat the above meditation, or one similar to it, until you absorb its creative power. For hours, you will feel its release of life power and creative energy. A housewife never tires because of this meditation. A housewife who complained to me of her daily burdens said she was constantly fatigued. She cooked and cleaned for her husband and 3 children, and at the end of the day she collapsed in exhaustion, too tired to even look at television. Her husband was beginning to tire of her constant complaints and her irritability, and seemed less interested in her emotionally because she was chronically tired and could not share in simple little pleasures with him. She used this meditation to release cosmic energy in her brain and body, and several times a day she would stop her work, sit still for 5 minutes and say, "I am a channel for cosmic energy to flow through. I am inspired by love to create health and happiness for my husband and children. I am now charged with dynamic cosmic power to fulfill my day's tasks joyously." She soon became a dynamo of action and delighted her husband and children with her flow of creative energy and loving service. 3. A desire to share your good with others through charitable impulses. This meditation helps release the frozen assets of your higher creative mind centers. We all have tremendous capacity to create something great, but the fire of inspiration is often lacking. This can be created by having a desire to share your good with others. For this meditation, go into the alpha state and think or say following words. I am now a channel for creative good. I meditate on the cosmic cornucopia of the universe from which pours an endless and inexhaustible supply of treasures for my good and for the good of others. I am a cosmic center for peace and harmony. I now release peaceful thoughts to everyone I meet. I am joyous, and I release my happiness and share it with everyone I meet. I now pour the balm of harmony and love on the troubled waters of discord, enmity, and friction, dissolving them and creating cosmic concord and harmony. I give smiles, kindness, and consideration, and I am blessed with friendship. I forgive others for their unkind acts, and I am rewarded with love. I give service and labor, and I receive riches and rewards of abundance. How daily irritations were overcome. A woman I once knew told me she was always being cheated by people. Salesmen and waiters shortchanged her. Butchers gave her the toughest cuts of meat. The fruit market gave her the hardest peaches, the sourest oranges, the mealiest apples. She said, "Is there something wrong with me that everyone tries to cheat me out of what is rightfully mine?" In talking to this woman for half an hour, I found she lived perpetually in the consciousness of loss, limitation, lack, and larceny. People only reflected back to her what was in her consciousness. I gave her this meditation for sharing her good with others and told her to use parts of it every time she approached anyone from whom she wanted a fair deal. She began to practice the outgoing qualities of the meditation, as well as the images of the benefits she was to receive, and soon she found that people began to treat her better than before. 4. The master motive to create prosperity, happiness, and peace for all humanity. Cosmic consciousness can be yours when you have the correct master motives back of your life. One of the greatest of all master motives is to create prosperity, happiness, and peace for all humanity. Most people live petty, selfish, and mean little lives in which they are only concerned with self and family. When we expand the horizons of our consciousness to embrace the cosmos and know we are all united in bonds of spiritual brotherhood, we become motivated by a different emotion than selfishness altruism, the desire to create prosperity, health, happiness, and peace for all humanity. As you express a desire to create prosperity, happiness, and peace, you will open centers of consciousness that will bring you into alignment with the forces that make it possible for you to achieve these conditions in your own life. Just as a magnet attracts to itself that which vibrates in harmony with it, so too there is cosmic attraction between elements that are in harmony with each other. How bitter business competition was healed. A man I once knew had a competitor in business who opened a store just across the street from him. He hated this man with intensity, for he knew that his sales and profits would begin to go down. He began doing everything possible to cut prices, to put up big signs in his windows to lure the customers, but still the erosion of his profits continued. In desperation, this man sought me out. He had been to some of my lectures in Los Angeles, and remembered I had once said there are no competitors to us in our business. He asked me how he should handle this terrific problem that threatened his financial security. I told him that the other man had a right to his security and his peace of mind, even though it might have seemed unfair to open a store in the same neighborhood. I then told him a meditation to use daily to help create an atmosphere of happiness and peace within himself. There are no competitors in God's universe. My prosperity and good brings benefits to all people. I release my mind from concern over competition and create an atmosphere of peace, harmony, and happiness in which I wish my competitor great success. I then told him to remove the big signs from his windows, to stop the price cutting, and bless the other man and his business every time he looked across the street. He began to do this meditation, and very soon he noticed that customers from the competitor's shop, who had been attracted into the neighborhood looking for his products, began drifting across the street to his store. His attitude, now changed and outgoing, with thoughts of wanting to help others, impressed these new customers, and they began buying more of his products than ever before. Meditation to create prosperity, happiness, and peace. I now open the centers of my consciousness to the influx of the spirit of cooperation and aid to others. I am now guided by the master motive to create prosperity, happiness, and peace for others. I am in the consciousness of cooperation, and my good will seek me out. 5. A desire to know God, to love Him, and bring His divine laws into expression. This last of our golden keys of meditation to open mystic doors to cosmic consciousness is a very vital and important one. We are told, "For what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" Cosmic consciousness is achieved when we are able to align our own higher mind centers with the cosmic mind, which man calls God. When this is achieved, you will automatically have psychic unfoldment and cosmic perception, in which you will be guided unerringly to your true destiny. In meditation for achieving this state of consciousness, sit quietly and let your mind be aware of the power of God in His universe. Meditate on the mystery back of life. See your soul as the chalice of the creative spirit, which is God. Then, when you have achieved absolute stillness within and without, meditate as follows. I now meditate on the reality of spirit and the unreality of matter. I know that I am a spiritual image of Creative Father, consisting of mind, body, and soul. I now claim my divine heritage and affirm my oneness with the infinite intelligence which is God. I now align my mind, body, and soul with the infinite love, which God expresses. I now accept the mantle of infinite good, which God releases. I now reflect His infinite peace, and my life is peaceful and serene. I reflect His infinite beauty, and my life becomes beautiful. When you have achieved oneness with the light, you will feel a sense of inner illumination. You will live under the spiritual laws to be found in the 10 Commandments, knowing that these are cosmic laws which help elevate man above the level of the jungle, into the spiritual stratosphere of love, forgiveness, and charity. You will live under the Golden Rule principle, knowing that what harms one will deprive others of security and happiness, and that what blesses your life will in turn bless all humanity. You will apply the principles of the Sermon on the Mount, not because they are in some of the world's revealed religions, but because they are basic cosmic and universal laws which should be obeyed if we are to claim the sacred privileges that derive from spiritual knowledge and application. 17. How to achieve spiritual strength and cosmic power through meditation. Your soul is on a mystical journey through time and space in a search for the magnificent life. In its brief adventure on this earth, in the physical body, the soul knows suffering and pain, ecstasy and love. The entire purpose for living is not just to meet life's challenges and overcome them so we may know happiness, but it is so that the soul may achieve the spiritual grandeur and absolute cosmic power to rise triumphantly above life's challenges. In this chapter, we shall learn how this can be achieved through the power of transcendental meditation. On this mystical quest through time and space, the soul is guided by a divine ray of light, which issues from the cosmic mind of God. This higher intelligence focuses in man's consciousness. When he tunes himself to the spiritual forces of life. He is then intuitively guided to the finding of his higher self, and the thrilling spiritual experience which gives him dynamic purposefulness and cosmic awareness of his true magnificent destiny. When your soul obeys these higher promptings of the cosmic intelligence, it invariably seeks out the right life experiences that it needs to fulfill its destiny perfectly. The belief in reincarnation. 2/3 of the people on Earth believe that the soul has lived before and will live again, in a continuous life experience that spans many lifetimes. There are many astounding proofs which seem to signify that this is true. The Christian dispensation believed in reincarnation for many years. This belief was eliminated from the Christian faith when Emperor Constantine announced he would accept Christianity if all references to reincarnation were deleted. Soul survival and return were taught by Christ, and these teachings have spread throughout the world, giving the weight of evidence to this ancient belief of reincarnation. To better understand reincarnation, it is necessary to know that it is tied in with the law of karma. In each lifetime, the soul builds merits or demerits according to an individual's actions. The more merits one builds, the less karmic debt a person accumulates, and the less often he returns to this physical plane of suffering, sickness, pain, and death. When the soul has built sufficient merits, it can wipe out the karmic debts that have been accumulated over the centuries, and then the soul may continue to other planes of consciousness and receive its spiritual rewards. This idea of punishments or rewards is similar to the present Christian belief in heaven and hell. One is punished for evil karma and rewarded for good karma. The theory of reincarnation teaches that man creates his own heaven or hell, and he is rewarded or punished by his own deeds in successive lifetimes. Where does the soul go after death? There are many theories about where the soul goes after death. In our solar system and in the galaxies beyond, science now knows there are billions and even trillions of planets where existence is continued indefinitely in many forms that are totally different from that on Earth. Science estimates that of these billions of planets, at least 100 million of them are capable of sustaining life. The soul's existence is possible in another dimension of time and space, in what reincarnationists call nirvana, where the soul dwells in eternal splendor in the presence of the Godhead from which it issued. In this cosmic or divine romance that the soul enters, it discovers the eternal bliss that comes when the lover and beloved come into the state of perpetual ecstasy known as nirvana. When life's lessons have been learned, the soul need not return to a gross physical body of flesh, subject to pain, sickness, age, and death. The soul then ascends to its rightful domain of spiritual grandeur, having fulfilled its potentials of absolute peace, absolute love, absolute joy, and absolute power. Method for achieving the soul's spiritual strength. 1. Each day enter into a state of deep meditation in which you carefully examine all the facets of soul experiences you have in life. See life as a spiritual experience, not physical. Meditate on the reality of God, the soul, the mystery back of life. Say the following words in this deep spiritual meditation. I now meditate on the meaning and mystery of life. I recognize the source of my origin as being spiritual, not physical and material. I now contemplate the mystery of my physical body. Born in the bonds of spiritual love, I have embarked upon a mystical journey through time and space. My soul inhabits a body that is physical. and subject to the laws of erosion. I now contemplate the mystery of my soul. I am aware of God and His infinite presence within me. I am aware of the true spiritual purpose of my existence. I was created to evolve my consciousness and to release the hidden splendor of my soul. I now meditate on the karmic pattern of events that I shall institute to lead me to a finding of the grandeur of the true cosmic and spiritual experiences of life. I am attuned to love, and my soul is elevated to the noblest expression of this divine emotion. I am attuned to joy, and my soul is bathed in vibrations of intense happiness. I am in tune with good, and my soul strives to be aware of all that is good and godly. I am in an atmosphere of peace, and my soul is at peace with the world. I attune myself to the higher octaves of infinite beauty, and my soul registers all sights and sounds and experiences that attest to the cosmic splendor of the God power which created me in beauty. How a troubled soul changed her destiny with this meditation. A woman came to me for counseling once who was troubled by a series of catastrophes and soul-shattering events that left her bewildered and broken in spirit. She wailed, "Why is God punishing me? What have I done that I should be made to suffer so miserably?" After listening to her tragic story, I knew what soul karma she had built, and that in this lifetime her karma had caught up with her, and she was punishing herself. She had been married 3 times, and each time, for various reasons, she had been divorced. Her 3 children had been lost to her through her neglect and drinking. She had sunk so low that no man would marry her and give her security. On top of this, she had taken to various forms of dope addiction, and her mind and body were tormented repeatedly when she was put into institutions to overcome this habit. I gave this woman spiritual therapy, in which she was put on a daily regimen of many different forms of positive action. But the main thing, after I had her confidence, I put her on the above spiritual meditation, to show her the purpose and value of life and that there was hope for her spiritually if she believed in the power of God and let it redeem her life. She had once been religious, and she now returned to her own church. She began to use the Transcendental Meditations every day, and whenever she felt the need of dope or drink, she went into deep meditation until the desire passed. Soon she was able to go for days without stimulants, and then her troubled soul was healed, and she began to come out of her deep despondency and bewilderment. Within 2 months' time, this woman was on a different soul path from formerly, and I see her from time to time and encourage her to continue her spiritual progress towards enlightenment. The necessity of keeping in tune too. Daily attune your soul to the divine attributes which bring spiritual grandeur and nobility to the life experience. A violin, when out of tune, can make hideous sounds. When it is perfectly tuned, it makes sweet music. I once visited one of the world's greatest violinists backstage when I was lecturing in Carnegie Hall. This great violinist owned a Stradivarius worth over $1 million. He was walking back and forth in his dressing room playing scales on it, when suddenly the violin made the most discordant sounds I had ever heard. I exclaimed in astonishment, thinking something had happened to his precious violin. He turned to me with a laugh and showed me that he had loosened the pegs of the violin, making it deliberately go out of tune. Even $1 million violin cannot make beautiful music when it is out of tune, he told me. Then he once again tuned it correctly, and beautiful sounds poured forth from the seasoned old instrument. He went out onto the stage and thrilled 3,000 people with his heavenly music. The instrument of your mind and soul can only make sweet music when you attune yourself to great and noble thoughts and ideas. Each day of your life, when you begin your day, go into this cosmic meditation to attune your mind and soul to the music of the spheres. I now meditate on the highest and noblest concepts that my mind can conceive. I know that I am created in the image and likeness of God, and that my soul partakes of His beauty and perfection. I now elevate my consciousness to lofty and inspiring planes of action. I idealize my thoughts and actions, striving to achieve idealism in all my relations with others. I practice honesty and truth in my daily life. I forgive others for what they have done to me, and I ask forgiveness for my moral infractions of spiritual and cosmic laws. I show mercy and compassion to others and refuse to cast the first stone. I strive to be charitable and kind, sharing my good with others. I am now in holy communion with the cosmic spirit that animates the universe, and I am blessed by all the forces of good in my daily life experience. 3. Accept life's challenges as part of the soul discipline needed to strengthen you for greater glory. To give you this soul strength to meet life's various problems, use this daily meditation. I recognize the need of problems and struggles to give me soul growth and spiritual evolvement. I meet these challenges with courage, faith, and hope. I know that I am spiritually strengthened when I face and overcome life's problems. My soul is now charged with dynamic spiritual power, which brings me peace of mind and peace of soul. 4. To grow spiritually and evolve the soul to heights of grandeur and nobility, each day dedicate your life to God and doing good. Go into meditation for 5 minutes after you awaken and think or say the following. Today I dedicate my thoughts and deeds to God. I dedicate my breath and my words to His greater glory. I speak words of beauty and joy, communicating an atmosphere of harmony and wonder to everyone I meet. I thank God for the gift of life and the opportunity of serving Him. 5. Each day search out soul experiences in your life that will add to spiritual grandeur. Sift out of each day's varied activities those experiences that elevate and inspire your mind and soul. Refuse to see the shabby, tawdry, ugly, and disturbing things that are all around you, and focus your higher mind on only those soul experiences that add to your elevation of consciousness over the earthbound forces of life. Use this meditation for that purpose. I see all beauty as a reflection of God's infinite presence in His creation. I am attuned to the beauty of nature, the mountains and oceans, the trees and flowers, the silvery moon and golden sun, the myriad stars that bedeck the purple veil of night. I enthrone this grandeur in my mind and soul, and I am elevated to lofty planes of consciousness. I hear all truth, and know that it is a cosmic reflection of the voice of God, speaking eloquently in the whispering wind through the treetops, the caroling of birds in their nests, the cascading of waterfalls as they flow to the cosmic seas, the happy laughter of little children, attesting to purity, innocence, and godliness. I am in tune with the joy and wonder of the cosmos, and my soul is elevated to supernal heights of revelation and wisdom. How frustration of a 60-year-old man was healed. A man had become so caught up in the humdrum things of life that he was bitter and disillusioned. He told me he had no purpose in living. I am 60 years old. My wife is dead. My children are grown up and don't need me. I sometimes think it would be better to be dead, he lamented. This man had put into the cosmic memory bank of his consciousness only thoughts of misery, discontent, and tragedy. He had lost his inspiration for living. I put him back on the spiritual track of life by giving him a regimen which included the following. Each day meditate on the true meaning of your use. See the glories of the world, not the failures. Realize you have lived a full life of beauty and have achieved love fulfillment, the rearing of a wonderful family. Now spend the rest of your life giving God thanks for the miracles you have enjoyed for 60 years. Stop seeing the minus signs of life and see all the pluses that you have. I gave him this meditation to use, and this man became remarkably tranquil and changed. He even improved in health, for as his outlook changed from negative to positive, his glands were given an impetus to life, not death, and he prospered and later became interested in a widow that he now plans to marry. 6. Each day of your life reflect divine harmony, order, and balance. The mind and spirit of man cannot evolve in an atmosphere of discord and friction. Your soul thrives on peace and serenity. Each day when you are faced with turbulence in your own home or business environment, stop for a moment and say or think the following meditation for soul harmony. I was created in bonds of peace and concord. I now go back into the peaceful womb of time and am reborn in spirit. I am immune to life's discords and am surrounded by the magic circle of God's protective love. I am one with cosmic order and harmony, and I attract into my orbit of experience only serenity, joy, and peace. 7. Have as your life goal, not just making money and having material success and riches and abundance, but a higher motivation back of your life. Release the creative spirit of inspiration and ultimate betterment for all mankind. Set a goal of universal brotherhood, overcoming of war and establishing of peace, educational standards that are lofty and universal. Meditate each day on the highest ideals you can imagine and see cosmic unity between all God's creatures. Express divine love to everyone you meet, and your soul will be given a new impetus towards godliness. 8. Remove the karmic debts that you may have accumulated in past lives through a strict adherence to spiritual laws that have been enunciated by all the great mystics, seers, teachers, and prophets, and which are revealed in all the world's 9 religions. These spiritual laws are given in the 10 Commandments, in the Golden Rule, and the Sermon on the Mount. 9. Each day, as the ultimate form of meditation, be in prayerful communication with the cosmic spirit which manifests in all creation. When you awaken in the morning, let a prayer be on your lips, a prayer of gratitude for another day of life and the opportunity to serve God and humanity. You listened. The Miracle Power of the Transcendental Meditation by Norvell, Audiobook Edition 2023 by David DeAngelis. All rights are reserved.